a peaceful, beautiful, and vast world where hegemons and emperors resided. Come, try this new dish I came up with. 3 hegemons and 5 weaker emperors were seated next to each other. A curly red-haired man walked out from a nearby hall, a smile on his face as he called out to them. He then waved his hand, causing the platters before him to fly towards his 8 friends. Each platter was filled with red strips of meat covered by some sort of sauce. We absolutely must try Brother Blue Five's delicacies. Whoa, not bad. It's quite crispy. The flavor goes all the way down to my toes. I feel absolutely wonderful. In fact, I almost feel a bit tipsy. It's delicious, absolutely delicious. Blue Five, bring out some more. We're almost finished. The hegemons all praised the food and asked for more. Calm down. This is something I just finished concocting. If you like it, I'll make some more in a bit, the red-haired man chortled. He felt quite delighted and proud that his friends loved his food. Right at this moment, all Sith warriors, prepare to receive the orders of Almighty Ayer. A voice suddenly thundered. The words echoed throughout the world, reverberating throughout every inch of it. All 9 of the hegemons and emperors who had been eating and chatting, including Blue Five, instantly turned pale. Rumble. A vast, blurry pillar of light suddenly appeared at the highest point in the very center of this world. A humanoid figure slowly began to take form within the pillar of light. It was the balding, barefoot, gray-robed Ayer. The tall and muscular Ayer stared downwards upon everyone in the world. This was just a projection, but it was enough to cause all the hegemons and emperors to quiver with fear. All the hegemons and emperors, be it the ones who were training in their estates or the ones who were partying with friends, all came out to bow with incomparable reverence, demonstrating their respect and submission towards this man. Warriors of the Sith. Ayer stared downwards at them, a smile on his face. You have all come from our homeland to this foreign chaos-verse? And for what? To fight. To fight a war that will change all of our destinies. Both yours and mine. We have to win this war. If we win, all of you will gain absolute freedom for yourselves. And I, Ayer, shall forever remember you and treat you kindly. Ayer said. Our last war was nothing more than a trial run. This one, however, shall be the final war. There is no way out for any of us. Once we lose this battle, we'll have no chance of winning in the future. All the hegemons and emperors felt their hearts clench. No way out? They had a way out last time. When they saw that things were turning against them, they retreated to this place. An eternal Omega Tao has arisen within this chaosverse. If we don't attack now, the natives of this chaosverse shall quickly become so powerful that we'll have no chance of defeating them at all. Thus, this time we have to win no matter the cost. Those who perform well shall all be rewarded. Even if you die in battle, I'll reverse spacetime to bring you back. Those cowards who elect to flee, however, even if they manage to survive, I'll put them all to death. Now everyone shall mobilize. Follow the plan we prepared long ago and advance to the various realm verses of the native cultivators. The vast airborne image of Ayer slowly began to dissipate. A sense of pressure quickly began to press down upon all the hegemons and emperors within this great world. So the final war is finally beginning. Hegemon Blue Five, standing amongst his 8 friends, murmured softly. I was lucky enough to survive the last war, then were given so many years of blissful peace in this world. This was more than we had any right to expect. Some of us came later on, after the first war had already come to an end. But, Blue Five, we already know everything there is to know about these cultivators. We're going to win this war, right? We'll definitely win. There's no way out. Only victory will grant us release. Fight! 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 The hegemons and emperors exchanged glances with each other. They could sense the firm resolve and combative auras emanating from their peers. Their destinies had been set down in stone long ago. They had to obey Ayer's orders, and Ayer had ordered them to this chaosverse. Here they had quietly waited for the war to begin. Their only hope lay in victory. They had all come here for the sake of gaining victory in the final war. Follow the plan which was set down long ago. Board the warships and prepare to mobilize. A loud voice boomed out, echoing throughout the world. Prepare to mobilize. Board the warships. Move faster. Voices rang out from throughout the world. Let's get ready to go. Blue 5 and his 8 friends transformed into streaks of light that shot off into the distance. In just the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, a series of enormous warships began to soar into the skies. Each warship held a total of roughly 20 hegemons and many more emperors, as well as many golems and mighty treasures. Activate. Rumble. Space began to tremble as the power which had lain dormant for so many years in this mysterious dimension was finally activated. It was like an enormous flower had begun to bloom. This particular dimension had been hidden within a part of the great dark of the local chaosverse. It had been buried here for countless years, and the cultivators had never discovered its existence. A veritable throng of warships simultaneously flew out in every direction. Good luck. Take care, elder brother Svastika. Best of luck. Many friends bade each other farewell. Let's go. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Countless dimensional tunnels appeared around them. Each warship flew into a dimensional tunnel, warping away at high speed. They were able to warp through spacetime much more quickly than realm ships could. Each of them was comparable to the Black Sun in this regard. These ancient warships had been created for the express purpose of battle and transportation, and they were incredible in both aspects. On this day, a total of 18 different hidden dimensions located in different regions simultaneously released countless warships onto an unsuspecting chaosverse. The Sith had spent countless eons filling these hidden dimensions with many mighty experts. Many of them had been sent over from the Sith chaosverse after they had lost the First War. The native cultivators had produced many new experts over the eons, but the Sith chaosverse had produced even more. Many of them had been sent over to this chaosverse, where they had hidden themselves and awaited Ayer's orders. Now that the orders had arrived, they all mobilized and began to spread throughout the chaosverse. The Flame Dragon Realmverse. The Three Realms. Ji Ning was in secluded meditation on Brightheart Island. He was under the effects of 100x temporal acceleration and was diligently focusing on the mysteries behind the sphere of annihilation at all times. He had the feeling that if he used it as a guidepost to create a matching sword Dao, that sword Dao would possess absolutely incredible power. Ning suddenly opened his eyes, breaking his meditations. This was the exact moment those 18 hidden dimensions had suddenly revealed themselves, blooming into existence and releasing an enormous number of warships which had quickly spread themselves throughout the chaosverse. In that instant, Ning could sense a deep, foreboding aura of danger come crashing down upon him. It was as though dark storm clouds had suddenly blotted out the sun above him. This invisible pressure made it impossible for Ning to remain calm and collected. Not even the appearance of the Annihilation Hive had generated a sense of danger as great as the one Ning felt right now. The premonition of danger was so great that Ning could feel his heart shuddering. What's going on? What the hell just happened? Ning had an inkling, but he wasn't certain of it. He didn't dare believe it. Last time, Ning could distinctly sense where the sense of danger was originating from. This time was different. The danger was completely omnipresent, as though every single part of the Chaosverse was in grave danger. There was no way to find the source of it, and as a result Ning didn't know what to do. Mog, Titanos, what's going on? Do you know what just happened? Ning immediately sent a message through the Autarch message talisman. Within the ancient temple that levitated in the skies above that island in the outer perimeter of the Scythelans, Autarch Mog and the others were all gathered here. What the hell? What the hell just happened? Autarch Akong had a frantic, fearful look on his face. This sense of danger caused him to feel extremely uneasy. It was as though the entire Chaosverse had just been plunged into darkness. However, Autarch Mog, Autarch Skyfeeder, Autarch Stone Rule, and Autarch Titanos were all quite calm. They simply exchanged a glance. It has finally begun, Autarch Titanos said softly. This nightmarish feeling of doom. I never wanted to feel it again. But here it is. Autarch Skyfeeder shook her head. She would never be able to forget what a calamitous war the Dawn War had been. Far, far too many of their hegemons and emperors had died in that war. Our greatest fear has been realized. Autarch Mog shook his head. Our seals really were useless against them. Autarch Mog could sense that Ning had just sent them a message. He took out his message talisman, then sent a single message out. Dark North. The war has begun. Boom! The door to a private room swung open, followed by the white-robed Ji Ning striding out. Father! Young Master! Bright Moon and Autumn Leaf were the nearest, and they immediately came over to greet him. Ning looked at his daughter and his elder sister, then turned to gaze at the world around him. His gaze saw past the walls of reality, allowing him to see all of the chaos worlds of the three realms at a glance. I hope that the flames of war will not scorch the three realms, Ning murmured softly to himself. Nuwa, Ning sent mentally. Whoosh! A figure warped through space and immediately appeared before him. It was Mother Nuwa. Dark North, why have you summoned me? Nuwa smiled. The war against the Sith has already begun, Ning said. Nuwa and Bright Moon both turned pale. Autumn Leaf, however, simply had a puzzled look on her face. She was at a very low level of power, and so there were many secrets which she simply didn't need to know. Bright Moon was both a Tao Lord of the Fourth Step and Ning's daughter. She was more or less considered a member of the three realms' highest echelon, and so she was naturally informed of many secrets as well. Father, the war has begun? Bright Moon looked very anxious. Teach then. The war has begun. The Sith are targeting the various hegemons of our realm verses, Ning said. As for the countless mortals, world-level cultivators, and Tao Lords, they don't really care. They won't even waste too much energy on hunting down the weaker emperors. It'll be safer for you to stay in the three realms. As one of the paramount leaders of the cultivators, Ning naturally had to lead the charge. He would go wherever there was the most danger. The Sith had failed during their last attempt. Given that they dared to come again, they had most assuredly made ample preparations and adjustments based on their past experiences. The Annihilation Hive alone proved to Ning that the Sith were to be dreaded. Most likely, even their autarchs would be at risk of dying. This meant it would be very dangerous for his friends and family members in the three realms to accompany him. It was actually far safer for them to remain behind in the three realms instead. Take good care of the three realms. Ning looked at Bright Moon, then instructed solemnly. Do everything you can to keep it safe. Yes, Father, Bright Moon said hurriedly. Ning nodded slowly. He had long ago fashioned many formations and other treasures which would ensure that the three realms was almost completely impregnable. Even Sith Exalts would have a difficult time breaking into it. Nuwa, I'll send you to the front lines, Ning said. Mother Nuwa nodded. As a hegemon, she had to take part in this war. Before leaving, Ning gave a lingering final glance to the world behind him. This was the world he had loved and had roamed for so many years. He had spent many years here in secluded meditation, teaching his disciples and even gardening. Let's go. Ning said nothing else, immediately leading Mother Nuwa in warping away from the three realms. A vast, empty region outside the 16 Realm Versus Alliance. This place had long ago been designated as a major battlefront, much like the Terror Starsea of the past. Here we are. Ning only needed to warp through spacetime 3 times before arriving at the battlefront, Nuwa in tow. The dimensional ripples generated by their arrival meant that the two of them were almost instantly discovered, and the disheveled-looking Realms Lord Windgrace personally came to greet them. Emperor Dark North, Realms Lord Windgrace said with incredible respect. Have you finished preparing the battlefront? Ning asked. We finished long ago. The many treasures which Autarch Titanos gave us made the process quite quick. Realms Lord Windgrace was filled with confidence. The battlefront before us is a first-class battlefront. The hegemons and emperors of the 16 Realmverses Alliance and many other nearby Realmverses have all been gathered here. We have over 105 hegemons alone, and many of them brought their avatars. If the Sith dare come, we'll wipe out as many as they send. Realms Lord Windgrace was very confident because back during the Dawn War, the cultivators didn't have nearly as many powerful weapons as they did right now. They had relied purely on formations, and as a result they had suffered incredibly heavy casualties. They had won the Dawn War, and they had acquired many Sith weapons as a result. Autarch Titanos had also spent countless eons forging many similar weapons which were even more suitable for cultivators to use. Autarch Titanos normally kept them in reserve, because he didn't want to let these super weapons throw the entire Chaosverse into a state of turmoil. However, ever since Ning and the others had begun to suspect that the seal over the Sith Heartlands had failed, they had immediately begun to make the necessary arrangements. They had started to prepare battlefronts in secret, with the hegemons and emperors all gathered there. Nuwa was responsible for helping Ning protect the three realms. As a result, she was a bit of an outlier and was permitted to remain in the three realms. When the battle began, Ning sent her over in person. Hegemon Brightshore and the others had long ago traveled to this battlefront. Most of them had only left behind weak, newly created avatars behind in their respective realm verses. Once the war actually began, they would immediately discard those avatars and focus on maintaining and strengthening a single mighty avatar. Very good. Ning smiled. This is going to be a long-lasting war. We need to conserve as much of our power as possible, even as we try to slay as many enemies as is possible. The Sith have been lying in wait for many, many years. Now that they have arisen anew, you absolutely must not be complacent or underestimate them. Understood, Realms Lord Windgrace responded. I'm off then. Ning gave Nuwa a final glance, then turned and disappeared without a trace. Mother Nuwa and Realms Lord Windgrace both watched as Ning disappeared. They knew that as an Autar-class combatant, Ning was responsible for many battlefronts throughout the entire Chaosverse. Swoosh! Ning appeared at the margins of a different realmverse. His godsense was so great that it was able to cover an area 100 times vaster than a single realmverse. As a result, he was able to investigate everything within this realmverse with ease. There are no Sith here. Ning immediately warped away once more. The war had already begun. The 6 Autarchs and Ning had long ago prepared their strategy for fighting this war. Countless hegemons and emperors had long ago been gathered in various prepared battlefronts which were spread throughout the Chaosverse. Every single battlefront varied in size, based on how many hegemons and emperors resided in the surrounding area. The region around the Flame Dragon Realmverse didn't actually have all that many hegemons and thus probably wouldn't be a high priority target. But since it was his homeland, Ning was going to do a wide-ranging inspection of it before leaving. As a result, there was no need for any other battlefronts to be prepared anywhere near the Flame Dragon Realmverse. The reason why the battlefront Mother Nuwa and Realms Lord Windgrace were in was actually located extremely far away. Ning had to warp through spacetime 3 times before he could reach it. The sheer number of experts they had gathered there was why it was classified as a first-class battlefront. The white-robed Ning appeared out of nowhere above a grayish planet. His godsense stretched out once more as he scanned for any traces of the Sith. Nothing. Ning disappeared once more. Starting from the Flame Dragon Realmverse, Ning began an inspection of all the nearby realmverses. If he found any hint of the Sith at all, he would immediately be able to trace them and then slay them. The 6 Autarchs and Ning, along with their respective avatars, were all responsible for watching over different regions. They began to sweep through their assigned locations. However, each zone was so incredibly vast that it would take time. It must be remembered that it would usually take them months traveling in a straight line at top speed to pass through these zones. This was a testament to how truly vast the Chaosverse was. Right now, they had to carefully inspect every single part of their zones in detail. The only reason they dared to do this was because they were so much faster than everyone else. They would get rid of the Sith they encountered as soon as possible, so as to relieve the pressure on the hegemons and emperors on their side. Dark North, 6 of our battlefronts have discovered Sith warships and moved to engage them. Autarch Titanos sent through the message talisman. The Sith have already sent out their grand army. More and more Sith warships will begin to launch attacks throughout our Chaosverse. We need to destroy as many of them as possible, since we have fewer hegemons, emperors, and treasures than the Sith. All right, Ning nodded. He also knew that the Sith were better at producing hegemons and emperors. Given how much time had passed, they had probably also sent many new hegemons from their homeland. Without a doubt, the Sith had a significant advantage in cultivators and treasures. It was up to the 6 autarchs and Ning to make up for that advantage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ning continued to sweep through one realmverse after another. Thankfully, he was able to scan at extremely great distances. His techniques were also so incredible that he could detect even remnant auras left behind by already departed warships. Thus, after the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, Ning found what he was looking for. An aura? Ning's god sense quickly discovered a faint rippling aura from somewhere far away in the great dark. This was an aura which the Chaosverse itself was pushing back against. Sith! Ning immediately recognized the aura and began to charge towards it. Swoosh! 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 Just a few short warps later, Ning was able to see an enormous warship cruising through space in front of him. This warship was so large it was on par with the Tiger Hill warship Ning had discovered all those years ago. The person responsible for inspecting spacetime instantly discovered Ning warping through spacetime towards them. They detected Ning's entire body blazing with such dazzling, luminescent power that the Sith couldn't even look at him directly. That's one of the native autarchs. The Sith hegemons and emperors within the warship instantly felt despair. Encountering one of the native autarchs mid-flight, this was their worst nightmare. Flee! Flee! Everyone! Let as many escape as is possible. None of the Sith believed they could possibly resist one of the autarchs. The warship was in control of spacetime in the surrounding area, making it impossible to warp through spacetime once you entered the range of 100 billion kilometers around it. The warship actually blocks out heart force. Ning had been planning on using his heart force eradicator technique to kill them, only to find that it wouldn't go through the hull of the ship. Quick, let's flee. Run away. Give him a blast first. Boom! A terrifyingly large dimensional blade shot out through space, smashing at Ning with autarch-level power. Ning immediately transformed into a storm of wind and lightning, instantly traversing the distance of 100 million kilometers in a ghostly, unpredictable manner. The giant dimensional blade which had shot out of the warship couldn't even come close to touching him, and just a heartbeat later Ning had reached the warship itself. Swoosh! 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 Hegemons and emperors had begun to appear outside the vast warship. They were beginning to scatter and flee in every single direction. Every single person who survived would represent a win for them. Die! Ning swept them with his cold gaze, and an invisible surge of power instantly swept across them. This powerful heart force assault instantly wiped them out. In I go! Ning touched the outer hull of the warship, instantly blinking inside. Ah! Not good. The autarch has come inside. Doomed. We're doomed. The hegemons and emperors inside the warship all discarded any notions of escaping, because it was now clear that certain death awaited them outside as well. Revered autarch, are you willing to spare these weak children? Spare us. We were forced to do this. Cultivator autarch, you can kill us, but I would like to ask you to spare our children. They belong to your Chaosverse and are part of it. Some of the hegemons begged for mercy, while some accepted death but asked for mercy for their descendants. As soon as Ning had entered, he had immediately been able to scan every inch of the warship with ease via heart force. With but a thought, he would wipe out all of the Sith present. This was what made heart force so deadly. If Autarch Bolin or Autarch Akong had arrived, they would have had to waste time breaking through the various defenses. Heart force cultivators, in contrast, were able to wipe out large numbers of opponents from afar. Get in here. Ning flickered past over 100 hegemons and emperors who had already given up. With a wave of his hand, he drew them into his estate world. With another flicker, Ning arrived at the centermost region of this entire warship. A large number of Sith descendants lived here. Once the war had begun, the various hidden dimensions were exposed and no longer safe. Over the course of countless eons, those hidden dimensions had produced many Sith descendants. They naturally had to accompany the warships in leaving. These Sith descendants... Ning shook his head slowly, then waved his hand and drew in all the thronging masses of Sith descendants as well. The rest can die. There were a number who were still struggling to flee. They were scattered throughout the warship, and Ning had no time to waste on capturing them one by one. He simply cast his Heart Force Eradicator, and with a thought, all of them were slain. In truth, Ning knew that many of the Sith warriors had been forced into this war. However, this was a clash of civilizations that would result in the destruction of one. Ning's time was extremely precious. He was willing to capture and imprison a few Sith instead of killing them if it didn't take up too much time. But if it did, he'd rather just wipe them out. In you go. After exiting the warship, Ning collected both the warship as well as several realm ships floating around next to it. Generally speaking, the warships which Ning or Autarch Stone Rule were responsible for attacking would be captured in perfect condition. Autarch Akong and the others mostly used highly destructive attacks, resulting in the warships being damaged or destroyed. As for this particular warship Ning had captured, it was a transport warship that had been filled with many artifacts and treasures that hadn't even been used yet. 26 different battlefronts are under attack. They are located. New information came from Ning's Autarch message talisman. As one of the supreme leaders of the cultivators, Ning naturally knew where all their forces throughout the Chaosverse were located. Thus, he immediately knew which ones were under attack. I'm very close to the Spring Sea battlefront. I'll head there immediately. Autarch Stone Rule sent to the other 6. The Autarchs were all exchanging information with each other, ensuring that they were on top of the situation overall. Time flowed on. More and more battlefronts became embroiled in war. Given how far the various battlefronts were from each other, the Autarchs and Ning were all separately responsible for different theaters and could only do their best to cause as much damage as possible. That's one of the native Autarchs. A dazzling figure of golden light suddenly appeared. The Sith hegemons and emperors who were assaulting the battlefront were all stunned. They knew that encountering a native Autarch represented doom. Die! Ning swept his gaze across the Sith. In order to keep his true identity hidden, during battle he intentionally kept his aura flared to the max, making it impossible for the Sith to know who he was. An awesome wave of heart force immediately spread out, covering an area comparable to more than half a realmverse. With but a thought, Ning eradicated over 99% of the Sith who were spread out throughout the battlefront, even the ones who were located within forts and castles. Only the few who were lucky enough to be inside castles and warships which blocked out heart force were able to survive, but Ning simply spent a few more seconds mopping them up. The Sith in the rear lake battlefront have all been exterminated. Ning sent word to the other 6 Autarchs, then hurried to his next destination. The Autarchs and Ning seized every moment, continuing hastening across the Chaosverse, continuously scanning for threats. Every so often, they would make a stop at a nearby battlefront that had already been embroiled in war. As for the more distant ones, they wouldn't be in a rush to go to them. The war began to expand in both scale and ferocity. By now, there were multiple battles going on throughout the Chaosverse at every moment. Things weren't so bad for Ning and Autarch Stone Rule, as they were able to use their heart force powers to instantly exterminate large numbers of Sith. The other Autarchs had a much rougher time of it. Many of the Sith were protected behind castles or formations, and these Autarchs had to go through the time-consuming process of breaking through those defenses. Keep on killing them for all I care. How many can you possibly get rid of, Autarchs? Ayer sat upon his throne. He was quite calm despite the many messages he received from the squads he had sent out. I have far, far more warriors under my command than your civilization does, and I have far more powerful treasures as well. Even if you massacre half of them, the other half is more than enough to ensure that countless hegemons and emperors belonging to your Chaosverse will die. Ayer didn't care at all about the casualties his subordinates had suffered. Even if they died, their true soul fragments would return to the Sith Chaosverse. there was no permanent loss at all. However, when the native hegemons and emperors perished, their true souls would be devoured by Sith techniques, resulting in this Chaosverse being weakened. Eventually, the sheer magnitude of deaths would result in the Chaosverse being so weak that he, Ayer, would have a very good chance of becoming the Lord of Chaos for this Chaosverse. Just keep fighting. Ayer was in full control of the war. He knew exactly how many losses he had suffered and the cultivators had suffered. Ji Ning was feeling increasingly anxious. He killed at a very fast pace, but the majority of his time was spent traveling. The Chaosverse was simply too vast. The 16 Realmverses alliance was only possible because those 16 Realmverses were quite close to each other. There were many Realmverses which were extremely far from each other, which was why the empty space between Realmverses was known as the Great Dark to many. Ning would usually need anywhere from half a day to 2 days to travel from Realmverse to Realmverse. The more he and his 6 peers slew, the fewer of their own hegemons and emperors would die. But if things continued the way they currently were, they were going to suffer enormous losses in hegemons and emperors on their own side as well. The Sky Witch battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. The Nine Lamps battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. The Dragoncaller battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. One report came after another. A total of 26 battlefronts were in dire straits right now. They had achieved great successes in some battlefronts, but these 26 were in grave danger. The Sith had their own elite squads, and these squads were extraordinarily powerful. There was nothing Ning could do. All 26 of these battlefronts were very far away from him. It would take him over half a month to reach even the nearest one. "I'll go to the Dragoncaller battlefront," Autarch Skyfeeder replied. "I'll need 3 days to get there." She was the only one who could go respond. None of the other Autarchs would get there in time. Desperate need of assistance meant that the situation was so grim, they wouldn't be able to last much longer without help. In the end, they were only able to preserve half their forces in the Dragoncaller battlefront. They lost everyone else in all 25 of the other battlefronts. Clearly, while the Autarchs were busy massacring the Sith they found, their own hegemons and emperors were being slain on the field of battle as well. This was a truly ruinous war of attrition. Many Sith died, but at least they would have a chance at being brought back to life. Those native cultivators who had been slain, however, could never be brought back if the Soul Eater technique was used after their deaths. They became true martyrs for this war. Ning had no choice but to suppress the rage he felt. Early on, he imprisoned as many of the Sith as he could. But now, he was beginning to kill more and more of them. A giant black warship hovered in the empty silence of space, completely unmoving. A white-robed figure was standing directly above the giant black warship. He seemed tiny in comparison, but his aura was utterly overwhelming and his eyes were ice-cold. "It's just too big. The Chaosverse is too damn big." Ji Ning felt a sense of powerlessness. More than half a year had gone past since the war had erupted. During this half-year, all 7 of the most powerful leaders of the cultivator civilizations had been scouring the Chaosverse for any and all traces of the Sith, but the Chaosverse was simply enormous. Usually, battlefronts would consist of groupings of at least 10 different realmverses, sometimes even more. Every single battlefront was very far away from the others, and the Sith warships were just as sparse and hard to find. The Sith were constantly making adjustments as well. Each time Ning and the other Autarchs attacked a location, the Sith would adjust for it and make it even harder for the Autarchs to find their other warships. The warships were doing their best to avoid the Autarchs, while Ning and the others were doing their best to find them. The Tungu battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. Yet another report came flying in. "The Tungu battlefront?" Ning sighed to himself. "It is too far away. It would take me 20 days at maximum speed to get there. Time to continue." Ning waved his hand, collecting the warship and then continuing to warp through space and search for the Sith. It was like searching for a needle in the bottom of the sea. This was a very robotic and numbing process. The Autarchs were relying on their overwhelming strength to scan large areas and fish out a warship or two. This process was clumsy, yet it was also the most efficient process available. "Have you noticed?" This war has been quite odd. Autarch Titanos sent to the other 6. The war has gone on for over half a year and the battles have been fierce. Now that the Sith know where we are, it has become harder and harder for us to find their warships. All of this is expected. But we haven't encountered any Sith exalts at all. While hunting and killing, the Autarchs continued to exchange messages with each other. The hunting process wasn't all that mentally taxing after all, right? I haven't found any Sith exalts. Autarch Akong agreed. I haven't found a single one of them either. Judging from the various reports which have been sent by cultivators throughout our Chaosverse, no Sith exalts have appeared at all, Autarch Stone Rule said. I haven't found any either. Logically speaking, the Sith should have many exalts ready to fight, Ning replied. They've lain dormant for eons. I wouldn't be surprised if they had dozens of exalts ready to take part in this battle. But they haven't deployed a single one. This is extremely odd. Everyone, while hunting down the Sith, you need to constantly stay on your guard. I'm worried that there's some sort of a plot behind the Sith exalts remaining in hiding. Autarch Titanos sent mentally. Autarch Skyfeeder agreed. Perhaps they don't know that Dark North has become an emperor, but they know that we have an eternal Omega Sword Dao. Thus, the Sith should know very well that this war against us is their final chance. If they lose, we'll only grow even more powerful in the future and they won't stand any chance against us. By all rights, they should be throwing everything they have against us. As soon as that behemoth hive appeared, I could tell that the Sith had made extraordinary preparations for this war. For no exalts to have appeared a full half year after the war began. We really do need to be careful. Agreed. Stay on your guard. Keep scanning at all times. Don't let yourself fall into a trap. The 6 Autarchs and Ning were all quite confident in their abilities. They weren't like the Sith, who suffered from rejection by the Chaosverse and were unable to use the Dao. Ning and the Autarchs had access to virtually limitless amounts of power. During the previous war, not a single Autarch had fallen. The Pure Jade battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. Suddenly, another report arrived. The Pure Jade battlefront? Ning was startled. He reflexively scanned his mental map of the Chaosverse, mentally placing the Pure Jade battlefront. It was fairly close to him. I need 2 days. I'll go right away. All right, Dark North. I'll leave it to you. I'll tell them to hold on until you arrive, Autarch Stone Rule said. Swoosh. Ning began to fly at maximum speed towards the Pure Jade battlefront. If he spent these 2 days slowly scanning, he might be able to locate 1 or 2 Sith warships. But rescuing more of their own cultivators was more important than killing the Sith. This was because when their cultivators died, their true souls would be devoured by the Sith Soul Eater technique. This would harm the Chaosverse itself and make it impossible to revive them. I hope they can hold on until I arrive, Ning murmured softly. The leaders in a battlefront would only beg for assistance when they could sense that they really weren't able to hold out for much longer. This would generally only happen once the enemies revealed their full power and launched a final, all-out attack. Thus, the battlefronts were usually lost shortly after the distress calls were sent. Sometimes, the cultivators would last for 4 or 5 days. Other times, the cultivators would be wiped out before a single day passed. The Pure Jade battlefront. This was a place where an awesome astral river flowed through the region in multiple looks, almost like a snake coiling around itself. At the very center of the coiling flows of the river was an enormous castle, and the castle held over 100 figures within it. Nearly half were hegemons, while the rest were all normal emperors. They poured all of their immortal energy into maintaining this powerful castle, which was the core of the mighty defensive formation which protected them. Many of their avatars and comrades were situated throughout the astral river, where they were responsible for protecting important spots and were fighting against the Sith. Autarch Stone Rule sent word. A red-bearded hegemon roared. 2 days. In just 2 days, an Autarch will arrive to save us. What? We're saved. Some of the hegemons and emperors who had been on the verge of despair instantly grew excited. This was just a second-class battlefront. They didn't expect that one of the extremely powerful Sith elite squads would attack this place. At first, the Sith had hidden their true power. They had first battled for more than a month to verify the defensive strength of the local cultivators, then had revealed their true prowess and launched a final assault. Once the Sith revealed their true power, the cultivators were instantly beaten backwards and forced to retreat to their final defensive lines within and around this castle. All they could do was try to delay as long as they could. 2 days. Just 2 days. If we can hold on for just 2 days, it'll be the damn Sith who die, not us. The red-bearded elder howled. My brothers and sisters, fight on. If we can hold for 2 days, we'll all make it out alive. The voice rang out from the castle and echoed in the minds of the hegemons and emperors who were stationed within the astral river which coiled around the castle. Hold on. We must hold on. We only need to hold on for 2 days. The battle continued. The Sith furiously pressed the assault, while all of the defenders were equally frenzied in resisting. Even so, more and more of the defenders were defeated. First, it was their avatars which were destroyed. After that, it was up for them to use their true bodies to endure and fight on. Remember, even if you know you are going to die, you need to try and stay a safe distance away from them. Avoid that true leading technique, or you'll never have a chance of being brought back. If you are out of options, self-detonate after you reach a sufficient distance. Bang! One defensive formation after another began to collapse, with most of the various hegemons and emperors electing to self-detonate. In doing so, their true soul fragments blasted outwards and then quickly vanished. The Sith Soul Eater technique was limited in range, and self-detonation often caused some of the true soul fragments to blast so far out that they returned to the Chaosverse. Hurry up! It's been 2 days. Hurry up and come. Why hasn't he arrived yet? The hegemons and emperors were still fighting back, hoping beyond hope. Boom! Suddenly, a figure stepped out of nowhere in the empty space above the coiling river. His entire form was blazing with energy, making it impossible to see him clearly. Autarch! All of the surviving cultivators let out cries of joy and excitement. That's one of those native autarchs. Quick, flee! The Sith who had been pressing the assault using their many treasures were stunned by the autarch's arrival. They had been trying to wrap things up as soon as possible, so that they could immediately depart and move to the next target. It would be quite hard to locate them after they left. But unfortunately, a cultivator autarch had made it here in time. The dazzling golden figure above them stared downwards coldly. Boom! A wave of invisible energy instantly swept across the region, extinguishing the auras of the attacking Sith. Only a tiny % of the Sith who had been inside Heartforce-proof warships managed to survive, but just a heartbeat later all of them died as well. The only ones Ning spared and took away with him were the lucky Sith descendants. Thankfully, at least half have survived. Ning surveyed the castle below him, nodding to himself when he saw how many hegemons and emperors had made it. Thank you, Autarch. The hegemons and emperors all felt excitement and gratitude. They knew that the vast majority of distress calls went unanswered, as the autarchs simply couldn't make it in time. Ning nodded, then turned and left. He didn't take any of the warships with him, electing to leave them behind with the survivors in a bid to strengthen their decimated forces. After saving that battlefront from defeat, Ning began to patrol the cosmos once more. Every so often, he'd exchange a message with the other autarchs. The Hidden Cloud battlefront is in desperate need of assistance. Yet another report came. This time it caused Ning to blink. The Hidden Cloud battlefront? Wasn't that the place where the disciple he was proudest of, his second disciple Green Bamboo Yangtuding, was located? Few of Ning's friends were taking part in this battle, and those few that did take part were the ones in the 16 Realm vs. Alliance, such as Nuwa. As for Green Bamboo Yangtuding, he was fighting alongside his own friends in the Hidden Cloud battlefront. Ning had naturally memorized his location. That's more than 26 days away from me. Ning's heart turned cold. He couldn't help but send mentally to the other 6. Can any of you make it there? My disciple Green Bamboo is there. Your disciple, Dark North? At a time like this, No one would bother accusing Ning of selfishness. Who could be truly and completely selfless? I can't make it in time. That's too far away. The closest ones to it are the two of us, Dark North. Autarch Skyfeeder replied. I need 19 days to get there. That's too much time, and they won't be able to hold out for that long. Thus far, the maximum survival time after sending a distress call has been just barely 10 days. Ning fell silent. There was nothing he could do. 19 days. Autarch Skyfeeder could probably wipe out over 10 warships during that period of time. It wasn't worth it to give that up just to try and save the Hidden Cloud battlefront, especially seeing as how that battle would almost assuredly be completely lost after 19 days. Ning wasn't just Green Bamboo's master. He was also one of the 7 most powerful leaders of this Chaosverse, responsible for safeguarding every part of it. 19 days is too long, Ning replied softly. Considering the grand scheme of things, it isn't worth it. Forget it. Ning said nothing else. He went back to hunting for Sith in the Great Dark. Ji Ning continued his search for the Sith throughout the Great Dark, his heart filled with sorrow and anxiety. Green Bamboo, there's nothing your master can do. Cannot save you. You have to escape. You have to... Ning murmured to himself. With no Autarch nearby to render assistance, it was all but guaranteed that the Hidden Cloud battlefront, which Yangtuding was located in, would be overwhelmed. When this happened, the hegemons and emperors wouldn't be so foolish as to just fight to the bitter end. Once they knew that they were going to lose and that no help was forthcoming, they would begin to flee and focus on keeping themselves alive. However, the Sith had many hegemons and even more treasures. The fleeing cultivator hegemons would scatter in every direction, but they would be hunted down one by one. The number of hegemons who managed to successfully escape could be counted on one hand, and in some cases none would escape. Ning, however, still held out hope. His disciple Green Bamboo had a perfect Tao heart, was an Otherverse lord, and had treasures which Ning had given him. He was absolutely one of the most powerful hegemons around, far more powerful than the Lonely King had ever been. In fact, he was close to the Blaze-Sun ruler in power. Alas, no individual, no matter how strong, could possibly withstand an entire army. Still, Ning felt that there was some hope that this disciple of his would be able to escape and stay alive. Damn. If my avatar wasn't trapped in that hive, it could also take responsibility over a zone. I might be closer to the Hidden Cloud battlefront and able to rescue my disciple. Ning felt rather resentful. Right now, a total of 13 Autarch-class combatants were scattered throughout the entire Chaosverse, each responsible for a specific zone. Ning's avatar was also an Autarch-class combatant, but it was tied up in the Annihilation Hive. Within the Black Tower at the nexus of the Annihilation Hive, the golden-robed Ning was seated in the lotus position in midair, his eyes closed in meditation. Rumble. An awesome aura of energy was swirling around him in rippling layers. These circular ripples of power emanated the aura of the deep earth, of grass and vegetation, of flowing water, of blazing flames, of indestructible ores. All the different ripples were circling around Ning, and as they moved closer and closer towards him, they gradually began to transform into ripples of space and ripples of time. And at the very heart, on Ning himself, they transformed into ripples of terrifying destructive power. Everything near Ning was being devoured and then annihilated. This was raw, pure annihilation. All types of energy were being annihilated, and not even the Chaosverse was able to resist this annihilatory power. The profound mysteries behind this power surpassed even the destruction Daobirth essence of Autarch Akong, the Autarch of Annihilation. If Ning could truly and successfully master this technique, he would have gained access to a technique of absolutely incredible power. I'm still not quite there yet. It just isn't quite right. Ning had drawn upon his 6 million chaos cycles of training and the many insights he had gained from the sphere of annihilation, but he still felt that it was a bit too artificial and forced. The Tao was, above all else, natural. Only a Tao which was complete and natural, not artificial, could be described as perfect. If you simply tried to artificially imitate this destructive power, which Ning called oblivion, you would end up being far off from the real thing. Oblivion. It utterly destroys all things in its path. All forms of energy, The five elements, yin and yang, darkness and light, space and time. Everything in the Chaosverse can be devoured and destroyed. This is what Oblivion represents. I started with a foundation of the five elements, then drew upon the mysteries of yin and yang as well as that of the cycle of light and dark, transforming them into pure spacetime which is then obliterated, producing fundamental particles where space and time no longer exist. Ning continued to ponder this problem. He didn't know what insights he was lacking, but this process had indeed resulted in him gaining a much deeper level of understanding in all of his Daos. If it hadn't been for him meditating on Oblivion, he never would have understood how the five elements could be completely converted into spacetime. Space and time were two unique types of wave-particle energies. When the two acted upon each other, they gave birth to yin and yang, light and dark, and also the five elements which birthed countless other things. It lacks a soul. It lacks that quintessential quality of being part of nature itself. Ning continued to dissect many different Daos, ruminating over their connections to each other as he compared them to how this sphere of annihilation operated. Ning's avatar continued to meditate on the Oblivion Sword Dao, and there was really nothing else it could do. Only when it learned how to destroy this sphere of annihilation would it be able to leave this place. Until that happened, the avatar would have to stay there, continuing to maintain the reverse vortex formation. The distant hidden cloud battlefront. The native hegemons and emperors here suffered one defeat after another. They had already retreated to the final, most powerful defensive formation they had. Within a beautiful world of flowers and grass, an azure-robed man was staring into the skies, and the skies were trembling. Dimensional cracks could be seen. Green bamboo? Any news? Sword Immortal Green Bamboo. Will the autarchs come and save us? Behind him was a host of hegemons and emperors. Thus far, over 70% of their original forces were still alive. This was because they had all sacrificed their avatars during the most dangerous parts of the battle. Now, their avatars had all been destroyed. Even Sword Immortal Green Bamboo's avatar had died in battle. They had already retreated to the back lines. So long their final defenses remained, they could keep fighting. But once their defenses were breached, they would all be massacred. Calm down. I've already asked for aid, Sword Immortal Green Bamboo said. The other hegemons and emperors were waiting anxiously as they maintained the defensive formation. Sword Immortal Green Bamboo was the disciple of the legendary Dao Lord Dark North, and was someone favored by Autarch Okong. Even though the fact that Ning had succeeded in his second Dao merge and become an emperor remained a hidden secret, many felt certain that the autarchs would come to save Green Bamboo so long as they could make it in time. Suddenly, Sword Immortal Green Bamboo's face turned grim. The autarchs won't be able to make it in time. He swept his gaze across the other hegemons and emperors, all of whom turned pale. The hope they had felt instantly vanished, with many revealing looks of despair. We're out of options. We'll have to fend for ourselves, Green Bamboo said. The micro-world formations protecting this grand formation have all been defeated. Even if we keep fighting, we'll only be able to last another 2 or 3 days before being completely overwhelmed. By then, none of us will be able to escape. All the hegemons and emperors present agreed with this assessment. Thus, we should begin coming up with ideas for how we can escape, Green Bamboo said. The supreme leaders of the cultivators had long ago given them their orders. If they couldn't win, they were to flee. Every single survivor counted. If they died in battle, they would see their true souls devoured by that soul eater technique. Their very Chaosverse itself would be weakened by this. In other words, just surviving was a form of victory. The Sith have set up many scanning formations, and they have even more hegemons and emperors than we do. Even if we scatter and flee, our chances are very low, an emperor said worriedly. There's always a chance, Green Bamboo said. Let's do our best to deceive the Sith and force them to disperse their forces. Every single survivor counts as a victory to me. We can use many of the other formations and treasures scattered throughout the hidden cloud battlefront, which we previously abandoned, to slow the Sith down. I myself am very skilled in using illusions and creating doppelgangers. Given the right treasures, I can make it difficult for the Sith to know where our real members have gone. The various hegemons and emperors all had their own specialties, and they all began to propose ideas. However, they all knew that the Sith had their own specialties as well. The Sith worship was a particular problem. It was so fast that it was on par with the Black Sun. Only autarchs were able to catch them and destroy them. The warships also were outfitted with extremely sensitive tracking formations as well. Thus, very few of them would probably be able to escape its pursuit. Green bamboo. There were 4 men and women standing next to green bamboo. One of them, a muscular and crimson-armored man, said in an awkward voice, "It's all my fault. I was the one to invite you to join us here at the Hidden Cloud battlefront. If you were alongside Nuwa, Realm's Lord Windgrace, and the Paragon of Pills in their battlefront, you wouldn't be in this situation." The battlefields were all divided up according to rank and status. The 16 Realm versus Alliance and the other verse the Paragon of Pills lived in were all very close to each other, and so they were grouped together into a single battlefront. That was the battlefront which would protect the homeland of Dao Lord Dark North. A first-class battlefront which would be very difficult to overcome. The only reason Green Bamboo had come here was for the sake of his lifelong friends who had also come here. It's fine. To live and die amongst my friends is a blessing. What is there to fear? Green Bamboo smiled as he looked at these 4 dear friends of his. Green Bamboo. A red-robed maiden looked at Green Bamboo, then suddenly reached out to take his hand in her own. Green Bamboo immediately revealed an excited, happy look as he gazed at the red-robed woman. Dawn Clear. This woman was the real reason why Green Bamboo had chosen to come to this battlefield. He had wooed Hegemon Dawn Clear for many years now, but she had always hesitated. Now that she had taken him by the hand, she had clearly chosen to truly accept him. Ha ha ha. Death holds no fear for me. Green Bamboo laughed loudly, deliriously excited and happy. Dawn Clear smiled as well. She knew that it was very likely that both of them would die, and so she cast away all her misgivings and followed her heart. Congratulations, Green Bamboo. Congratulations, big sister Dawn Clear. The other female hegemon next to them said with a smile, Congratulations. Who would have thought that something so wonderful would happen during this calamity? Once we all leave this place safely, we'll have to hold a proper celebration, the muscular man said with a laugh. Yes, we must celebrate. The other nearby hegemons and emperors all agreed. They were searching for a ray of light to illuminate them in this darkest hour. In truth, they all knew that the number of survivors could probably be counted on one hand, and if they weren't lucky, every single one of them would die. After spending an hour in discussion, Green Bamboo's group of hegemons and emperors came up with an escape plan. They would separate into a total of 59 squads which would flee in different directions. That way, they would stand the best chance of making it out alive. If they stayed together, they would be wiped out together. Everyone. Green Bamboo swept his gaze across all the others present. The plan has been settled. Let us carry it out. I hope that after this all ends, we'll be able to meet again. Let's meet again. Let's meet again. Let's meet again. The many hegemons and emperors nearby all echoed his words. They were all filled with the desire to stay alive and were determined to risk it all in one final clash attempt. A short while later, a towering warship appeared before the grand formation which protected the Hidden Cloud battlefront. In front of the warship was a large group of Sith hegemons and emperors who were employing their treasures to furiously assault the giant globe-shaped formation before them. Suddenly, streams of power began to shoot out from deep within the formation. Some looked like streams of dark mist, some looked like bolts of thunder, some looked like pillars of solid light. These various types of energy all shot out in a counterattack, instantly suppressing the Sith offensive. They've launched their final counterattacks. Haha, keep attacking. They're at the brink of collapse. The Sith leader who was watching within that towering warship felt extremely confident as they watched from within. But moments later, his face turned grim. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless figures shot out of the formation and began to flee, each going in a different direction. They're running away. There are so many of them. Which ones are the real ones? I can't tell, can you? Captain, which ones are real? The many Sith battling outside were all waiting for orders. They want to escape? The Sith leader stroked his long beard. His warship could detect even the approach of an autarch. Its scanning abilities were absolutely unparalleled, and it almost instantly was able to detect which figures were real and which were false. They've split up into a total of 59 squads, with 3 in each squad at most. Many of the squads are single-person squads. They've split up into 59 different directions. I now order you to... The Sith leader began to issue his orders, deploying different Sith warriors to chase after different squads. This warship was composed of Sith elites, and it had an extraordinary number of hegemons and emperors. Chase after them separately. Let none escape. The Sith leader commanded mentally. Understood. Flee! A green-robed emperor was fleeing for his life. I'm too weak. The Sith would probably be able to track even hegemons who tried to warp through spacetime. A normal emperor like myself would stand no chance at all. The green-robed emperor knew just how slim his chances were. We spent an enormous amount of effort in prepping the Hidden Cloud battlefront. There are many powerful formations here that are intact. We were simply forced to abandon them. If I hide inside one of them, they wouldn't necessarily be able to find me. He was going to hide inside one of the remaining formations to catch his breath. Once the danger was past, he would then flee to a more distant location. Swoosh! The green-robed emperor quietly snuck into a nearby formation, easily taking control over its great power. Swoosh! 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 3 figures simultaneously appeared outside. All 3 were Sith Black Emperors. The Sith knew that this target was just an ordinary emperor, and so they had simply sent 3 Black Emperors to deal with him. Each of them had hegemonic power, after all. Catching an ordinary emperor would be very easy. He fled into a formation? The 3 Black Emperors exchanged a glance. Seal off the entire area around the formation. I'll stand guard outside while the 2 of you follow him inside. One of the Black Emperors said. All right. Let's go inside. A mere hour later, the green-robed emperor who had fled inside the formation had been driven to the brink of despair. Finally, one of the Black Emperors used a sky-blotting palm to smash him into dust. Let's run. 2 hegemons fled in a blind panic, warping through spacetime over 10 times. When they saw that they were about to be caught, they finally brought out a realm ship. Let's run. The 2 hegemons immediately began to flee within the realm ship. As they did, the Sith squad pursuing them came to a halt and sent a message back. They have a realm ship. We aren't able to catch up to them. After a brief period of time passed, the hegemons began to breathe a bit easier. Our realm ship is flying very fast. We have a chance to escape. We have to make it out of here. The 2 hegemons both clung onto hope. But suddenly, the realm ship was unable to warp through spacetime any longer. Both turned to stare outside the ship. An enormous, towering black warship had just appeared before them, and it was suppressing spacetime for a wide area around it. These warships had all been painstakingly created by the Sith leader. Even if Ning and other Autar-class combatants were here, they would have to slowly fly towards the warship rather than simply teleport through spacetime to it. Its power was tremendous. We're finished. Looks of despair appeared on the faces of the 2 hegemons. They exchanged a final glance. Bang! Bang! The 2 didn't hesitate at all. They immediately exploded into 2 enormous plumes of light which blasted out, reverberating within the realm ship. They had chosen to self-detonate. They were far enough from the Sith that their true soul fragments stood a good chance of escaping once they self-detonated. The autarchs had long ago instructed them to do this. If they self-detonated, they might be brought back to life in the future, even if they were hegemons. As the autarchs saw it, they might not be able to revive the hegemons who died in the endless void between realmverses, but things would be different once their Chaosverse gave birth to a Lord of Chaos. A Chaos Lord should be able to bring them back. They believed this because they had seen from the memories of captured Sith that slain Sith hegemons could be brought back to life. In fact, even exalts who died in battle could be brought back to life. However, the price was so great that they generally wouldn't be given such preferential treatment unless they had rendered great merits unto the Sith forces. Whoosh! The Sith warship began to emit an invisible, terrifying sucking power which caused the realm ship to tumble helplessly towards an enormous opening at the bottom of the warship. Moments later, the opening in the bottom vanished. They self-detonated right after we found them. Damn! Most of their true soul fragments probably escaped us. Let's go back. The black warship immediately warped through spacetime to return to the hidden cloud battlefront. This entire process had merely taken a few brief moments. They had almost instantly located and eliminated the realm ship, then returned to their normal position. I won't be able to escape, but those damn Sith can forget about devouring my true soul. A horned, willowy woman howled angrily. Boom! She transformed into a burst of light. Self-detonation. Self-detonation. Killed. Self-detonation. Some who weren't able to self-detonate in time ended up being killed by the Sith, as did some who hesitated. The majority, however, had the wisdom to understand when flight was hopeless and thus chose to self-detonate. Green Bamboo and Hegemon Dawnclear were escaping together. As for their other friends, they had all scattered into different groups. If they all fled together, they would probably all be caught together. Hegemon Dawnclear smiled as she glanced at Green Bamboo, who was using all his power to bring her alongside him in his flight. Why do you keep staring at me? Green Bamboo teased. Even though they were being pursued, they were both quite relaxed. It's nothing, Hegemon Dawnclear said with a smile. I just suddenly feel so very, very happy. Even if we don't manage to escape, dying together is fine as well. What nonsense are you spewing? We're definitely going to escape. Don't worry. Green Bamboo continued to flee at top speed. Boom! Suddenly, a planet-sized castle appeared behind them. A voice boomed out from within the castle. You must be the leader of the forces stationed in the hidden cloud battlefront. You brought us quite a bit of trouble, kid. Now stop struggling. There's no way you'll escape. Green Bamboo paled slightly. His greatest fear was this. He had been the most powerful cultivator in the hidden cloud battlefront. When he had sent his avatar to battle against the Sith had been forced to pay a very high price to defeat it. Without question, the Sith were paying close attention to him as he fled. They had even sent one of their planet-sized castles to pursue him. Those things warped through spacetime far faster than realm ships could. Dawnclear, remember to bind the treasure I gave you earlier. It's something which will allow you to warp a tremendous distance through spacetime and escape. Green Bamboo immediately sent mentally. I'll stop them for now. You need to run. Once you reach a safe distance, use that item. It'll let you flee incredibly fast. And if you can avoid detection for 10 seconds, they won't be able to find any trace of you. No! Hegemon Dawnclear grew anxious. What about you? Are you just going to throw your life away? As a Hegemon, Dawnclear had an extraordinary Dao heart. She had already discarded all of her previous concerns, and had chosen to become Dao companions with Sword Immortal Green Bamboo. How could she possibly fear death? If we delay, neither of us will escape. Green Bamboo sent frantically. Dawnclear, you aren't strong enough to slow them down. Only I can do that. Don't worry. After you flee, I'll do my best to escape as well. If I cannot, I'll choose to self-detonate. I'll tell you a secret which you absolutely cannot share with anyone else. My master Dark North has used the True Soul Everlasting technique and has redone the Dao merge. He's now comparable to autarchs in power. So long as any of my True Soul fragments remain, I'll definitely be brought back in the future. Hegemon Dawnclear was startled. So the legendary Dao Lord Dark North had actually successfully used that technique to repeat his Dao merge? In other words, even if I am forced to self-detonate, I'll still be brought back, Green Bamboo said urgently. And I have other tricks up my sleeve as well. I'll stand a good chance of escaping on my own. Hurry up and go. If you die, there'd be no point in me living. Fine. Hegemon Dawnclear no longer hesitated. She knew that as she was much weaker, it would be harder for her true soul fragments to escape the Sith Soul Eater technique. Whoosh! Hegemon Dawnclear turned and immediately fled. After fleeing for a time, she managed to leave the reach of space-time suppression. She turned to glance backwards, seeing Green Bamboo already engaged in a fight against the Sith. We'll definitely be together in the future. Hegemon Dawnclear gritted her teeth, then immediately warped through space-time and disappeared. Ah ha ha. Green Bamboo himself was in an excellent rule. A total of 9 leaf-shaped treasures were around him, and he was able to use them to shockingly powerful effect with his perfect Dao Heart. Each of his strikes was comparable to attacks from the Blaze-Sun ruler. Boom! 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 The two sides continued to blast attacks at each other. The cultivator leader of this battlefront is really powerful. Given his might, I imagine he has a perfect Dao Heart. Anyone who can gain a perfect Dao Heart in this backwards Chaosverse has to be one of its truly peerless geniuses. The Sith continued to launch attacks from their castle. They held the upper hand and it was clear that victory should be in their grasp. But somehow it continued to elude them. In truth, this was a strategy which Green Bamboo was using. He wanted to give these Sith the feeling that they could kill him by themselves, and so they wouldn't be in a hurry to report it to their higher-ups. They battled for 10 full seconds. Ugh, this cultivator leader is a pain to deal with. Hurry up and report it to our superiors. Who knows how long it would take for us to kill him. Hurry up and report it to them so we can hunt down that female cultivator next. These warships were able to scan a realmverse-sized area in a twinkling. Even realm ships would produce trails when flying that could be picked up by Sith scanners, which was why escape was very difficult. Green Bamboo felt rather relaxed. It's been over 10 seconds. Dawnclear has probably escaped by now. He had told Dawnclear that Dark North would revive him so long as his true soul fragments escaped. But that wasn't the complete truth. Green Bamboo knew a great deal about this war. He knew that this was the last chance the Sith had, and that they would battle to the bitter end. It was possible that even his master Dark North would die. If that happened, Green Bamboo might not be brought back either. Rumble. Suddenly, a space-time ripple manifested. A heartbeat later, a towering warship appeared as well, once more suppressing space-time in the surrounding area. Not good. Green Bamboo's face tightened. Boom! All 9 leaf-type treasures instantly flew back to circle around Green Bamboo, gripping him as they then transformed into a streak of light that flew away at incredible speeds. You think you'll escape? The Sith immediately moved to pursue. Boom! The distant streak, which was Green Bamboo, suddenly blew apart into an enormous blast of light as he exploded. Even as he self-detonated, he remained calm. A little smile was on his face to the very end. It was all worth it. So long as his beloved survived, everything was worth it. Another self-detonation. But how many of his true soul fragments did we manage to capture? Just part of it, I think. Almost all of these natives have chosen to self-detonate from afar. We're usually only able to capture part of the fragments. Continue the hunt. He had a woman with him. After forcing Green Bamboo to commit suicide, the Sith immediately began to chase after Hegemon Dawnclear. Alas, no matter what they tried, they were unable to find any traces of her. Rumble. An iridescent ring-shaped treasure was warping through spacetime with ease, moving just as fast as the Black Sun but with even greater secrecy. 10 seconds after its initial use, all traces of its activation would vanish. This had been Green Bamboo's personal escape treasure. He had only trained for a short period of time but had a perfect Dao Heart. This meant that he was viewed as an incredibly talented prospect for this Chaosverse who could very well become an autarch in the future. This was why he had been given such a valuable treasure. But in the end, he had given it to Hegemon Dawnclear. No. While fleeing, Hegemon Dawnclear suddenly turned to stare at the direction from where she had just fled. She could vaguely sense through the power of karma that the most important person in her life had just perished. The karma binding them together had fallen apart, leaving behind an empty feeling that tore at her heart. Her tears began to fall. Green Bamboo, you promised me that you'd be able to escape. You promised. Tears blurred Hegemon Donclear's vision. I'm sure they'll bring you back. You are Senior Darknorth's disciple. They definitely will. In the end, Hegemon Donclear was the only person to survive the battle at the Hidden Cloud battlefront. Everyone else died. Ning was soaring through the great dark, searching for Sith and destroying them when he found them. Suddenly, he turned pale and his heart trembled. Ning turned to stare towards the direction of the incredibly distant Hidden Cloud battlefront. Green bamboo. Ning could sense through the power of karma that his disciple was gone. He had vanished from this chaosverse. Clearly, his true soul had been destroyed. Not even someone as powerful as Green Bamboo was able to escape. Ning was filled with agony. In truth, if Green Bamboo had fled on his own, he would have had a 30% to 40% chance of escaping. Instead, he had given this chance to Hegemon Donclear and had gone to delay their foes. Sith! Ning cast away his pain, replacing it with a cold and hard determination. This was war. A war which would determine the destinies of two different civilizations. Many hegemons had died and would die in this war. Green Bamboo was just one of them. Die! Ning knew that all he could do was to annihilate as many Sith as he could. Time continued to flow on, and the war only grew increasingly deadly. 4 years of frenzied warfare went by in the blink of an eye. The initial wave of frenzied Sith attacks finally began to ebb, as they suffered so many casualties that they were unable to continue assaulting all of the various battlefields. During these 4 years, Ning and the rest of the 13 Autarch-class combatants had been hunting them down non-stop. They had annihilated so many Sith that in many areas, the remaining Sith hegemons and emperors were only able to pose low levels of danger. All of you shall die. Autarch Akong descended upon a battlefront, immediately blinking inside the towering Sith warship. Die, die, die. Autarch Akong was the Autarch of Annihilation, and he used his awesome power to completely massacre the many hegemons and emperors within the warship. Right at this moment, Autarch Akong's face suddenly turned grim. He immediately blinked outside the warship, only to see that the battlefield had just changed completely. An absolutely massive temple complex had just appeared in the area, and he was inside the complex. The warship he had just destroyed was minuscule by comparison. The vast temple had a total of 7 miniature temples surrounding it, and within each of the temples was a figure seated in the lotus position. Judging from their auras, all of them were Sith Exalts. So the Sith Exalts have finally shown themselves. 7 at one go. Autarch Akong turned pale. He could sense the incredible threat they posed to him. They could kill him. This vast temple was entirely capable of destroying him. Autarch Akong, I presume? You won't be able to escape. Prepare to die. The 7 Sith Exalts had frenzied looks in their eyes. They knew just how powerful Autarchs were, and so they had made plentiful preparations for this battle. Autarch Akong immediately sent word to Ning and the other 5 Autarchs. 4 years after the war had erupted, the Sith Exalts were finally making their move. The Sith had finally revealed their fangs. During the Dawn War, the Autarchs had also encountered multiple dangerous situations. They didn't even dare to truly assault the heart of the Sithilans and instead chose to simply seal away the outer perimeters. Creatures like the giant tree, which Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mog had spent a fairly long period of time to kill, was just one of many tools the Sith had prepared for this war. The Annihilation Hive had shown without the shadow of a doubt that the Sith were terrifyingly powerful. They were more than strong enough to threaten the Autarchs now. If the Autarchs were truly invincible, Ning and the others could have simply gathered all the hegemons and placed them into their own estate worlds. If the 7 of them just stayed together in one place, they would be guaranteed to win, right? But the truth was that the Autarchs weren't truly invincible. And they knew it. It was possible that they could be killed, which was why they had the hegemons be scattered across the Chaosverse. This would at least ensure that they weren't destroyed in a single alpha strike. Even if the cultivators lost a few battles, they would still be able to recover in the future. After 4 years of war, the Sith hegemons and emperors are no longer much of a threat to us. The Sith have finally begun to mobilize their elites. Autarch Titanos sent mentally. This will be the last great war we shall face. If we win, we'll be able to grow so powerful that we'll never need to fear any invaders ever again. We'll be truly free. But first, we have to win this war. This will be the final war, the Dusk War. Let us fight. In victory, we shall be without worries for all of time. If we fail, we may never recover. Ning and the 6 autarchs all understood this concept. Their hearts were filled with unprecedented resolve. There was nothing and no one capable of shaking their will for battle. They would fight. Now that the weaker hegemons and emperors were no longer a threat, the Sith exalts had joined the fray. The final battle had begun. If we win, I might be able to one day revive Yu Wei and my friends and disciples. If we lose, everything will be lost. My parents, Bright Moon, my teacher, they'll all be gone. All of civilization will be gone. The war to reclaim our destinies has now truly begun. Ning's eyes were blazing with determination. What's the situation, Akong? How strong is that Sith temple? Ji Ning and the others were all worried about Autarch Akong. Given how long the Sith exalts had been biding their time, they definitely had been preparing something truly extraordinary to use against the autarchs. The worst part of it was, Autarch Akong's true body was in the trap. If it had been his avatar which fell into the trap, Ning and the others wouldn't feel all that worried. If his avatar died, he would merely need a few more years to rebuild a new one. In truth, given the benefits of temporal acceleration, just half a month would be needed to create an avatar, albeit it would have at most 50% of his full power. In a war against the Sith, that extra 20% of power made a great deal of difference. But if his true body died, then his avatar would die along with it. That was a far greater loss, an irrecoverable one. I can't see anything at all, Autarch Akong sent back hurriedly. Moments ago, I saw that those Sith exalts were seated within 7 small temples surrounding a big one. They suddenly activated the power of the main temple, causing my surroundings to transform. I've now been trapped inside a giant formation in the form of a massive hallway. No matter where I go, I'm unable to escape this hallway. I can't see through any of the mysteries behind this formation at all. A formation? Ning, Titanos, Skyfeeder, Mog, Stone Rule, and Bolin were all shocked. Not even an autarch could make heads or tails out of this formation. How powerful did it have to be? If Autarch Akong was unable to escape it, all he could do was wait and endure terrifying attacks from the Sith exalts. Dark North and I have some skill in formations. I'm closer to you than he is. Kong, take care of yourself. My avatar is headed straight towards you, and should get there in 12 days. Autarch Titanos sent. Avatars were just as effective as true bodies when it came to understanding and disassembling formations. All right, hurry up. Trapped inside this formation, I can't even find my foes. Autarch Akong was rather anxious. This hallway was merely 30 meters wide, but he could see no end to it. No matter how long he walked, he wasn't able to walk out of it. As for the walls, Autarch Akong had already tried to break through them with force, but clearly there was no way for him to tear through a formation which 7 Sith exalts had set up with the help of this temple. Trapping me here was probably just the first step. Their actual killer attacks will be coming soon. Autarch Akong manifested 6 arms, with 3 of them holding shields and the other 3 holding a saber, a sword, and a shuttle. As the Autarch of Annihilation, he was naturally skilled in many different weapons. It was rare, however, that he was forced to use shields to defend himself. 12 days. I have to last for at least 12 days. Autarch Akong's eyes were very tranquil, but he was on high alert. Ning was very worried about Autarch Akong, but for now sending Autarch Titanos' avatar was the best option they had. Ning himself had devised the sword formation Dao, but Autarch Titanos had spent countless years analyzing Sith artifacts and researching Sith formations. He was just as skilled in the Dao of formations as Ning was, but he had far more experience in dealing with Sith techniques. Last time, Autarch Titanos hadn't even needed to enter the Annihilation Hive before devising the reverse vortex formation. All he had needed was the information Ning and Mog had provided. Although the various autarchs were most skilled in their own Dao birth essences, they had other specialties as well. For example, Autarch Bolin had been unable to create the Samsara Dao birth essence, but he still far eclipsed the hegemon level when it came to understanding life and death. Not even Ning was a match for him in this regard. As for Autarch Titanos, he was not only the master of the Karma Daobirth essence, he was also tremendously skilled in creating and deconstructing powerful artifacts and formations. 5 days after Autarch Akong had first been trapped. Phew, that was close. Gentlemen, I nearly died just now. Autarch Akong sent to Ning and the others. Thankfully, combat is my forte. I was forced to use my invulnerable form to endure those repeated attacks and actually used up over half of my energy. I came so close to dying. Haha, but I managed to make it. Ning and the others all had nervous looks on their faces. This was just day 5. Autarch Titanos needed 12 days. How terrifyingly powerful were those attacks? For them to exhaust half of an Autarch's energy reserves in just a few days. Autarchs had nigh limitless amounts of energy because of how quickly they replenished their energy stores. Be careful. You have to hold. Autarch Skyfeeder sent frantically. Haha, we're lucky that I'm the one stuck inside. If it was you here, Skyfeeder, you probably wouldn't have been able to withstand those terrifyingly powerful attacks. You'd be dust by now. Autarch Akong teased. Don't worry. I've already taken the worst they could dish out. I'm an Autarch, you know. I've already replenished my energy stores. What did they use to attack you? How are these attacks so powerful? Ning sent. The attacks are powerful but quite clumsy. Anywhere else, I'd be able to dodge or redirect those attacks with ease. The problem is, I'm trapped in this hallway and have nowhere to go. The attack comes in the form of a faint azure seal which is completely linked to the hallway and seems to be part of it. It just comes smashing at me, giving me nowhere to dodge at all. My only choice is to meet it head-on. This grand seal is marvelously made, and it can launch a total of 352 explosive attacks before the energy in it is used up, followed by the seal itself dissipating. In the end, I was forced to transform into my invulnerable form in order to endure the terrifying destructive power of the seal's attacks. Otherwise, I would have been crushed to dust and my true soul annihilated. Ning frowned when he heard this. So it was just a giant seal which came smashing at you? But the problem was that when you were trapped in the hallway, there was nowhere to run at all. You had to take those attacks head-on. Autarch Akong was being treated as a punching bag. If I was attacked by 3 or 4 of these things in a row, I'd definitely be doomed, Autarch Akong said. Don't worry too much, Autarch Akong said. The Sith are different from us. They are foreigners to our Chaosverse. We can endlessly replenish our energies from our Chaosverse, but they cannot. If they try to take power from the outside world by force, the process will be incredibly slow. They must have prepared many different energy-generating treasures, and each time they use such a powerful attack it will cost them greatly. Most likely, a single giant seal is their absolute limit. There's no way they can just generate 4 of them in a row without resting. If they could, they would have done so long ago. Ha! Killing an Autarch won't be that easy. Autarch Akong laughed. As more time passed, the Sith used many different techniques in an effort to kill Autarch Akong. They first started with grand seals, then switched to insidious and strange techniques. However, the only ones which truly brought him to the brink of death had been that grand seal and a strange tentacle attack. On the 12th day, Autarch Titanos' avatar finally arrived. He was unable to breach the formations from outside, and so he had no choice but to charge into the temple. Immediately report to our superiors that we've already tied down 2 Autarch-class combatants. One of them is Autarch Akong, and it appears to be his true body. If we can kill them, it'll be the equivalent of reducing 3 Autarch-class combatants from the ranks of the native cultivators. Our temple is mainly meant for trapping foes, which means its attacks aren't quite strong enough. Hurry up and tell our superiors to send us more forces to wipe the 2 of them out. The 7 exalts within the vast temple were all extremely excited. Ning and the others continued to stand guard over their respective zones, catching and wiping out Sith hegemons and emperors. The overall situation in the Chaosverse had taken a turn for the better, with the native hegemons now being under much less pressure. However, there were still a number of formidable Sith warships roaming about. 5 days after Autarch Titano's avatar joined Autarch Akong inside that formation. Die! Ning had just discovered a vast black warship which was suppressing spacetime in the surrounding region. However, Ning transformed into a storm of wind and thunder as he shot towards the warship, intending to blink inside and slaughter the Sith within. Not good. That's an Autarch. Flee, quick! The Sith hegemons and emperors in this warship were members of an elite squad. They had survived the first waves of the war and had achieved many accomplishments, destroying a total of 3 cultivator battlefronts. Swoosh! After blinking into the warship, Ning showed no mercy at all to these successful Sith warriors. Their accomplishments came from murdering local hegemons. All of you can die. A vast wave of heart force instantly swept out, causing the many Sith to perish. Suddenly, Ning's face turned grim and he immediately blinked outside the warship. There, he discovered that the outside world had just changed. He was now within a vast grayish-white temple complex, and there were a total of 8 stone pillars surrounding the temple at its margins. A figure was seated in the lotus position atop each of the stone pillars. Although their mighty auras were inferior to Ning's, Ning knew without a shadow of a doubt that these were all Sith exalts. There were 8 of them. Judging from how you Autarchs have been sweeping through our emperors, it would seem that you have a total of 13 Autarch-class combatants. If we factor in the one within the Annihilation Hive, that means you have 14 in total. A tall, thin Sith exalt who was seated atop one of the stone pillars stared at Ning with glowing eyes. If each of you has 1 true body and 1 avatar, that means you have a total of 7 Autarchs. 6 we already know about. Now, who is the 7th? Is it a newly promoted Autarch? Or is it an Emperor Darknorth who had used a true soul everlasting technique? The Sith exalts seated on top of the 8 stone pillars stared intently at the glowing humanoid before them. None of them could clearly see who that person was. Who was the 7th leader of the cultivator forces? Was it a new Autarch? Or was it an Emperor Darknorth? This was a question the Sith paid close attention to. Even Ayer wanted to know the answer for sure. They would rather see a new Autarch rise than for Dowlord Darknorth to have mastered a true soul everlasting technique and become an eternal emperor. Someone who was so incredibly talented as to be able to produce a true soul everlasting technique would be extremely dangerous to the Sith. The pressures of war might well result in him breaking through to becoming an Omega Autarch. Why don't you guess? Ning laughed loudly as he transformed into a streak of light that shot off into the distance. Just as Ning moved, the vast grayish-white temple suddenly burst with power. The 8 Sith exalts had activated it, causing spacetime to twist and distort around Ning. Ning could sense his surroundings changing, transforming to become a dazzlingly beautiful world of white clouds and fragrant flowers. Ning stood in the center of all of it, and a strange little smile was on his face. An illusory formation? Ning mused, playing around with illusions in front of a heart force cultivator. What a joke! He was both a formations expert and a heart force cultivator. With the aid of his heart force, he was easily able to understand some of the secrets behind how this formation operated. Although Ning was completely confident in his chances, he was still very careful and immediately went into his 3-headed, 6-armed mode with all 6 northbow swords at the ready. Break! Ning's sword light lashed out, and it cut cleanly through the beautiful illusory world as though the formation was nothing more than tofu. Just like that, the seemingly formidable formation was defeated. Ning then transformed into a storm of lightning and wind as he flew off into the distance. Haha! Impressive! You actually defeated our illusions with ease. Of the 6 known Autarchs in your civilization, only Autarch Stone Rule, the master of the illusion Daubirth essence, would be able to accomplish this. However, we already know that Autarch Stone Rule is quite far from here, which means you are most likely Emperor Darknorth, an ancient voice said. Emperor Darknorth, we merely cast those illusions so that we could be sure of your identity. Did you really think you'd actually be able to escape so easily? Await death, Emperor Darknorth. Seal. With a rumbling sound, The titanic grayish-white temple complex began to swivel in place, its outer walls rising upwards while its heart sank downwards. Ning had transformed into a storm of lightning and wind, seeking to escape, but just moments later the entire temple had completely transformed in shape. It was now shaped like a hemispheric prison cell that had been completely sealed off, trapping him inside. He was completely locked into this place. Ning glanced at the securely fashioned hallway which imprisoned him, then reached out to touch the walls while following his senses. Eh? Ning frowned. Yet another space-time ceiling formation? With but a thought, Ning blinked past the wall and appeared outside, only to see a vast region of empty space. The only thing within this void was many miniature space-time continuums. The large ones were 10 billion kilometers in size, while the small ones were merely tens of thousands of kilometers in size. All of them came together to form an extremely complicated ceiling formation that locked away space-time. There was no way to simply fly out of this place. If he wanted to escape, he would have to first solve the formation. Sealed space-time. Ning's head hurt. In the Annihilation Hive, he had encountered countless space-time bubbles, which were linked together into a complicated formation that was used to devour energy from his Chaosverse. It didn't have much of a bewildering or trapping effect, as that wasn't its primary purpose. This one, however, existed solely for the purpose of trapping powerful foes. Then I'll destroy space-time here. The three-headed, six-armed Ning sent 6 streams of swordlight flooding through the area, using his space-time sword Dao to assault and destroy one space-time bubble after another. Alas, the destroyed ones were quickly replaced by others. I can't do it by force. I have to understand the mysteries behind this formation, then breach it. Ning began to consider his next steps. The 8 Sith exalts seated on the stone pillars all exchanged a glance. They could see and sense everything Ning was doing inside their formation. Anything involving Emperor Dark North is extremely important. Report this to our superiors immediately, one exalt said. All right. A black-haired man nodded as he produced a silvery formation base before him. This formation base had a total of 3 loops above it which were slowly spinning in place. Gradually, a blurry pillar of light appeared within the loops which resolved into a humanoid figure. A second later, the blurry figure completely solidified into the tall, muscular, gray-robed Ayer. Ayer was seated upon his throne, eyes closed in meditation. Only after fully manifesting did he open his eyes. Almighty Ayer. The black-haired man remained seated, but he still bowed downwards in respect. What is it? Ayer glanced down at the man from his throne. The 8 of us have captured an Autarch-class combatant using the temple you gave us. We suspected that this person is the mysterious 7th Autarch, and so we first used illusions to test him out. He almost instantly defeated our illusions, and so we now believe that there is at least an 80% chance he is Emperor Darknorth. The black-haired man said respectfully. We know just how major this is, so we immediately decided to report it to you. Emperor Darknorth? Ayer's previously placid gaze suddenly shone with terrifying light. This was the variable which worried him above all others. Ayer had made many preparations for this war. The Sith hegemons and emperors he had poured into the vanguard had been nothing more than cannon fodder. Ayer didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt over their deaths, because they had no impact at all. So long as they died killing native hegemons and emperors, it could be said that they had succeeded in their purpose. Only when he sent out the Sith exalts would the final battle have truly begun. If it wasn't for Emperor Darknorth, Ayer was certain that he had over a 99% chance of success. This was why he hadn't shown himself a single time. He was confident enough to continue lying in wait, biding his time. Once he did finally reveal himself, it would be in a way which shocked everyone. However, Emperor Darknorth worried Ayer. Someone who had failed the Tao merge and yet was able to devise a true soul everlasting technique before dying was undoubtedly a figure of absolutely unearthly talent. If Emperor Darknorth took that one final step, he would become an Omega Tao Autarch. Omega Autarchs in their own chaos verses were absolutely invincible. An 80% chance it is him? Ayer murmured softly. Good. Very good. My first target shall be him, then. Use everything you have to keep him trapped and wait for my arrival. I'll head there at maximum speed and kill him myself. You are coming in person? The black-haired man was shocked. Ayer had yet to personally take part ever since they had entered this chaosverse and launched the war against the local cultivators. They all knew how powerful Ayer was. Although he was unable to summon the power of the Tao in this chaosverse and was rejected by it, he had prepared many trump cards for this war. Once he made his move, he would undoubtedly be able to kill this Emperor Dark North. Understood. We'll use every tool at our disposal to keep Emperor Dark North contained, the black-haired man said. Very well. I'm heading out right away. The pillar of light began to vanish, and the last thing they saw was a fuzzy image of Ayer rising from his throne. Ayer still wasn't completely sure if the seventh native autarch was Emperor Dark North or not. Even if it was someone else, killing a trapped autarch wouldn't be a complete waste of his time. If it really was Emperor Dark North, things would be perfect. Thus, to make sure that nothing unexpected might happen, Ayer elected to personally deal with this new variable. Ning stared at the countless space-time bubbles in the void. He was able to almost instantly tell that he wouldn't be able to solve this formation right away, and so he quickly sent word to the other 6. Gentlemen, I've also become trapped within a Sith temple. Mine has 8 Sith exalts controlling it. Ning sent via the message talisman. I'm now trapped within a space-time formation. It'll take me some time to break out of it. What? Dark North, you've been trapped as well. Dark North, I'm not too far away from you. I'll come help out. Autarch Stone Rule replied immediately. No need. I'm quite skilled in both space-time and formations. I'm better suited for dealing with this type of formation than anyone else. Ning sent back. Don't worry too much. I'm about to start meditating on how to deconstruct this formation. I'm just giving you all a heads up. For both myself and Akong to be trapped in short succession means that the Sith have probably prepared squads of exalts for all of us. Don't let yourselves be trapped as well. All right. The other 6 autarchs all felt a sense of pressure. Akong had been trapped in a temple commanded by 7 exalts, while Dark North had been trapped by a grayish-white temple controlled by 8. The Sith most assuredly had more exalts under their command than simply 15. Starting today, Skyfeeder, Mog, Bolin, and Stone Rule, the 5 of us must cease using our true bodies to hunt down Sith warships. Autarch Titanos sent to the others. The cultivators across the various battlefronts are no longer under too much pressure. That means the hunt for Sith hegemons is no longer as pressing as it was previously. Let's simply have our avatars engage in the hunt. Let's not send our true bodies. Right? Leave our true bodies in safety. Dark North and Akong have both been trapped. If 2 or 3 more of us are trapped, we might end up losing this war. Autarch Skyfeeder sent back. Dark North, be careful, Mog said. Solve it and escape as soon as you can. Too much time can result in new variables being introduced, Autarch Bolin said. Everyone understood that the longer one was trapped for, the more dangerous it would be. Even if Ning was able to temporarily survive the grayish-white temple thanks to his formidable abilities, it was just a matter of time before the Sith sent even more reinforcements to attack him. Thus, the more time they wasted, the uglier the situation would become. He had to escape as quickly as possible. If there's anything you need us to do, just ask, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Of the 7 of us, your life matters more than anyone else's. I understand. Ning also understood that his fate no longer belonged to him alone. His death would have an impact on their entire Chaosverse and all the cultivators within it. The white-robed Ning stared at the countless spacetime bubbles and the formation they had been arranged into. Spacetime continuously changed around him, and Ning simply watched while under the effects of 100x temporal acceleration. His every thought was focused on understanding how this grand spacetime formation actually worked. Ryup. A spacetime rift suddenly appeared deep within the Great Dark, followed by a tall, gray-robed, barefoot man walking into it. His eyes were warm and gentle, seemingly filled with love towards all living beings. Humph! Ayer stared into the void, letting out a slight snort as he frowned. A strange type of energy was circling around his body, preventing all forms of karma from touching him. This was the reason why no one from the local cultivator civilizations had ever been able to discover his existence, despite the passage of countless eons. Given Ayer's power, if the prime essences of the Chaosverse were able to sense him, it would have immediately ranked him as the most terrifying threat in all of existence and have warned the autarchs long ago. Ugh, I can't use even a sliver of the power of the Tao, and I'm constantly being suppressed. Even my traveling speed is slowed to a crawl. Ayer murmured anxiously to himself. Given his power, back in his own Chaosverse, he was able to travel more than 100 times faster than right now. Even in the infinite void, he traveled much faster than he did right now. In this Chaosverse, however, he was being constantly suppressed to the point where he moved roughly as fast as the native autarchs. It will take me 82 days to reach the place where we've trapped Emperor Darknorth. Cold light flashed through Ayer's warm eyes. I hope nothing happens during this period of time. We've used the 8 Revolutions Spacetime Temple to trap Emperor Darknorth. He shouldn't be able to escape in such a short period of time. He had been waiting back in the heart of the Scythelans, which was very far away from the place Ning was trapped. And yet, he would still be able to reach Ning in just a bit over 2 months, despite being unable to use any of the power of the Tao and being suppressed by this Chaosverse. This was a testament to how truly formidable he was. Emperor Darknorth is the only variable which is outside my control. If I can get rid of him, the 6 remaining autarchs will pose no danger. Ayer felt a tinge of worry. He's the most unpredictable variable, and he's definitely in the highest of favor with the local quintessence. The entire Chaosverse will concentrate virtually all of its luck onto him. This is what allows him to create one miracle after another. But in the end, going from being an Omega Emperor to being an Omega Autarch will still be incredibly difficult. Luck and favor alone will not be enough. In the end, karmic luck was just a form of external aid. It could be ridiculously helpful to ordinary mortals, allowing them, for example, to easily acquire various treasures which could allow them to become immortals and understand the Tao. For autarchs, however, luck was much less useful. Autarch Titanos and the others didn't care too much about karmic luck either. It was almost impossible for them to improve any further, no matter how lucky they were. Ning, however, was the only person in this entire Chaosverse who stood a chance of becoming an Omega Autarch. He would definitely be blessed with tremendous luck, but luck alone wouldn't be enough to produce an Omega Autarch. It wasn't even enough to allow him to come up with a technique like the True Soul Everlasting. Such a thing required many other factors, including personal insights and tremendous hard work. Generally speaking, the more powerful you became, the better your karmic luck would also become. When Ning had been reborn via the Netherworld Kingdom, he had been an unremarkable little fellow in the vast chaos world that was the 3 realms. It was only once he grew stronger that his luck truly improved. Ayer, in contrast, wished to suppress the entire Chaosverse and then bind it to him. To an expert like him, only personal strength was worth putting your faith in. He might be a variable, but he still has far less than even a 10% chance of breaking through to becoming an Omega Autarch. I still stand a very good chance of winning this war. 82 days. So long as they can hold him for 82 days, I'll be able to make it in time and get rid of Emperor Darknorth. Ayer had an ironclad will, but he still couldn't help but feel a bit of anxiousness. He knew that whether or not he was able to kill Emperor Darknorth was one of the biggest factors in determining if he could gain control over this Chaosverse or not. Riot. He continued to tear through space-time, warping at autarch-like speeds towards Ning's location. Within the 8 Revolutions Spacetime Temple. Ever since Ning had been trapped here, he had spent all of his time analyzing the complicated formation around him. He had no idea that a terrifying figure like Ayer was heading towards him, but he did know the more time he wasted, the more dangerous the situation would become. On the 5th day of Ning's imprisonment, Autarch Titanos and Autarch Akong managed to break free of the hallway formation trapping them. But then, a new danger appeared before them. On the 9th day of Ning's imprisonment, the 2 autarchs very nearly escaped, but all of a sudden the most terrifying danger of all descended upon them. On the 10th day of Ning's imprisonment, Autarch Titano's avatar was forced to use his own life to block the dangerous attack crashing towards them, resulting in him dying in battle. However, this allowed Autarch Akong to escape unharmed. He was heavily wounded, but at least he managed to stay alive. I could feel death breathing down my neck. I could literally feel death's icy grasp reaching for me. It was all thanks to you, Titanos. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to escape. Even if I did escape the first hallway, the second trap would have done me in. Autarch Akong was extremely grateful. I'm ashamed of having caused you to sacrifice an avatar. It's fine. I can make another one. For you to have escaped counts as a win in my book. Besides, it was my fault for being unable to fully divine all the dangers of that place. Titanos said. Haha, Kong, Titanos just saved your life. After this war is over, you need to offer him some of that fine wine you've been stockpiling. No problem whatsoever. Akong agreed straightforwardly. Akong's escape was something for the cultivators to celebrate. Of course, Titanos had to recreate an avatar, which would start off at 50% of his power at most. This avatar would now be the weakest of their Autarch-class combatants, which would have a negative impact on their total combat prowess, but it was still a much better outcome than Autarch Akong dying. Now, the only one trapped was Ning himself. Titanos, Skyfeeder, Mog, and Bolin all offered advice and strategies based on what Ning had told them, and they also tried to help come up with ideas for solving the formation. Alas, they weren't able to see the formation in person, and so they could do nothing more than give general advice. On the 19th day of Ning's imprisonment, Ning was still unable to escape, but something else happened. Autarch Bolin's avatar was also assaulted by a squad of Sith Exalts. He had been very cautious, but he still ended up trapped within an evil black temple. The Sith really do have more squads of Exalts roving around. Damn. Autarch Akong was furious. Thankfully, only his avatar has been trapped there. If Bolin's real body was trapped, we'd be in much more trouble, Titanos said. Bolin, hurry up and try to solve the formation and escape as soon as possible. Even if you can't escape, the sooner your avatar dies, the sooner you can start working on a new one and making it stronger. Every extra day counts. Of course, I hope you can escape intact. That avatar is an Autarch-class combatant, after all. If they were continuously weakened like this, they might end up being defeated in the final battle. Small losses of strength could have a major impact on the outcome of the war. Dark North, you be careful as well. Staying alive matters more than anything else, Titanos said. Dark North, my avatars remained fairly close to you this entire time. Can probably reach you in around 10 days or so. If you ever need my help, just let me know. Autarch Mog sent. Your life is extremely important to us. If I can sacrifice an avatar to keep you alive, that's a worthwhile trade. No need. I'm still analyzing the formation trapping me. You coming in wouldn't really help me much. If I ever do need you, I'll let you know. Ning felt quite grateful for the offer, but he knew that Autarch Mog coming wouldn't make any difference. Within the 8 Revolutions Spacetime Temple, the Sith Exalts remained seated on the 8 stone pillars ringing the outer perimeter of the temple. They were closely watching all of Ji Ning's actions within the formation, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Thanks to their control over the formation, they were able to scry and see Ning's white-robed figure seated in the lotus position, surrounded by countless divine runes of incomparable complexity. He's skilled in formations, illusions, space-time. A Sith Exalt sighed in amazement. Only an Omega Emperor could be skilled in so many aspects. As Sith Exalts, they had the same level of insight as the native Autarchs of this Chaosverse. Thus, they were able to tell from the runes surrounding Ning that the man had reached incredible heights in both formations and spacetime. Emperor Dark North lives up to his reputation. Still, it isn't likely that he'll be able to solve this formation in just 82 short days. 20 days have already gone past. Perhaps the spacetime formation alone will be enough to trap him. The Sith Exalts were conversing mentally with each other. They knew just how important Emperor Dark North was to the war. He was most likely the greatest obstacle to Almighty Ayer taking control over this Chaosverse. This was why Ayer was hastening towards them at top speed. If they managed to successfully keep Emperor Darknorth trapped for 82 days, they would have carried out their primary mission. Once Ayer became the Lord of Chaos for this Chaosverse, he would definitely give them great rewards. Time continued to flow on, one day after another. The space-time formation was indeed quite complicated. But on the 30th day of Ning's imprisonment, an explosion suddenly erupted forth from within the formation, followed by the faces of the 8 Sith exalts turning grim. The white-robed Ning had risen to his feet. He had assumed his 3-headed, 6-armed form and was using his 6 northbow swords to furiously assault the space-time formation around him. He seemed to be randomly hacking to the right and to the left, but somehow his random hacks managed to disrupt the functioning of the entire formation. He had located and broken through some of the energy nexus points, causing the power of the formation to drop dramatically. He's discovered the secrets behind our space-time formation. The formation is going to break. It won't hold much longer. The 8 Sith exalts were shocked by Ning's speed. Boom! The space-time formation finally collapsed, followed by those countless miniature space-time bubbles popping and dissipating. After 30 full days, he had finally defeated the space-time formation. Incredible. Simply incredible. A black-haired Sith exalt sighed in amazement. He was able to breach the formation in just 30 days. If I was trapped there, I probably wouldn't be able to get out even if I spent 100 chaos cycles trying. You aren't skilled in formations. You'd stand no chance whatsoever. He really is impressive. 30 days have gone past. Only 52 days are left. The 8 Revolutions formation should be able to trap him for 52 days, right? A Sith exalt with golden fur covering his face said. The 8 Revolutions space-time temple's strongest trap-type formation is the 8 Revolutions formation. The space-time formation isn't quite as strong. When I tested the space-time formation out, I was able to get an overall sense of what I needed to do and could calmly meditate on it, but when I tested out the 8 Revolutions formation I just felt completely baffled and lost. A female Sith exalt said. If it took him 30 days for just the space-time formation, the 8 Revolutions formation will probably take him over 3 years. There's no way he's getting out of there. Check out that stupid look on his face. Haha, he wants to break through via raw force? What a joke. The Sith exalts all began to laugh when they saw what Ning was doing. They knew just how powerful their 8 Revolutions formation was. Boom! Ning had just broken through the vast spacetime formation. Now, he surveyed his new surroundings with a frown. He was within a sealed dimension of raw fire. The flames filled every inch of this dimension, but they were pushed aside before even getting close to Ning. A sealed dimension? Ning had no idea that he had now entered the most dangerous and most difficult part of the 8 Revolutions spacetime temple. The 8 Revolutions formation. This would be his greatest obstacle to escaping the temple. If he managed to break through this, the temple wouldn't have much else left. I should be able to just tear through dimensional membranes via raw force. Ning didn't hesitate at all, immediately using the technique which autarchs favored the most, raw force. Boom! Ning shot upwards while manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 northbow swords furiously chopped against the dimensional membrane, with each strike empowered by the mysteries of the space sword Dao. Ning unleashed several hundred chops just the blink of an eye. When Ning had been trapped within that hidden dimension, Autarch Mog and Autarch Titanos had used the same principle to break through the dimensional membrane, raw force. This was because, unlike the Sith, they had nigh limitless amounts of energy here in their own Chaosverse. There was no worry about running out, whereas the Sith had to consider how much energy they had available when planning their killer attacks. Thus, using raw force to overpower a formation was actually a highly effective technique, even though it seemed rather brutish and clumsy. It seems like it is breaking. Ning could see that the dimensional membrane was shuddering in the face of his frenzied attacks. In the spacetime maze, Ning had tried to furiously assault the spacetime bubbles in this manner as well. However, all of the spacetime bubbles he destroyed would release their energies to the local spacetime field, which would then give birth to new bubbles. As a result, the actual energy of the formation wasn't depleted in the slightest. Raw force was useless against a tactic like this, unless he reached a level where he was so strong he could tear apart the entire formation with just one strike of the sword. Dimensional membranes, however, were different. They had to endure the weight of Ning's strikes head-on, and each time that happened they would be depleted of energy. Eventually, they would be so weak that they would simply collapse. Boom! After the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, one of Ning's strikes finally tore open a giant wound that was roughly 300 meters in size. Through the tear in the dimensional membrane, Ning was able to see a vast world of water outside. Ning turned to stare at the world of fire he was currently in, then back at the world of water on the opposite side of the dimensional membrane. The rift in the membrane was already beginning to quickly heal. Another dimension? Ning frowned, but he didn't hesitate in immediately charging through the rift and entering the world of water. That was fast. The dimensional rift closed after just 3 seconds. Ning watched as the tier he had created vanished before his very eyes. So this is a world of water, eh? Ning flew through the water. The waves were powerful and heavy, but like the flames they were incapable of harming Ning in the slightest. I'll break through again. Ning once more used his sword arts as he flew to the edges of the world, then began to frenziedly assault the dimensional membrane. It once more took him the amount of time needed to boil a kettle of tea to once more tear a dimensional rift open. And this time, he was able to see a world that was filled with vitality and boundless green light. Yet another world? Ning had a bad feeling about this, but he still flew through and continued to assault the dimensional membrane in this third world. And so, Ning began to enter and then furiously chop through one world after another without stopping. An ordinary person probably would have given up long ago. But Ning spent an entire day chopping through 100 different dimensional membranes before stopping. Alas, there was no end to them. I've broken through over 100 worlds in a row. Ning was standing atop a mountain, pondering to himself. These 100 worlds seem to be constructed from 8-dimensional archetypes. I can view them as the ice world, the water world, the life world, the earth world, the mountain world, the fire world, the lava world, and the metal world. The dimensions continuously fluctuate between these 8 worlds. There's only 8 basic types, but each world I enter seems to have a slightly different aura than the previous ones. Ning was growing a bit nervous. He had spent an entire day analyzing the worlds, but still had no idea how he was supposed to break through them. When he had been within the space-time formation, at least he could tell that there were countless space-time bubbles that were linked together into a formation. He was able to glean insights on the workings of the formation from those bubbles before finally solving it. However, the 8 revolutions formation he was trapped in simply gave him a new world once he broke through the previous one. It was a never-ending cycle of these 8 types of worlds. A cycle without end. How should I break through? How should I escape? Ning continuously pondered this. Can it be that there are actually only 8 worlds in total? No, that can't be right. I can sense through my mastery of spacetime that there should be more than just 8. Ning simply had no idea as to how he was supposed to understand the mysteries behind this formation. Time continued to flow on one day after another. The Sith exalts on the 8 stone pillars gradually began to relax. Everything was as they had predicted. The 8 revolutions formation was much more difficult to break than the spacetime formation after all. In truth, every single one of these temples was quite extraordinary. Autarch Kong had only been able to escape his temple thanks to Autarch Titanos sacrificing his avatar. Once Ayer gets here, we'll have completed our mission. The Sith exalts continued to wait silently. As for Ning, he was now seated in the lotus position at the very center of a world of lava. Time was sped up to a rate of 100x around him as he continuously pondered the problem before him. Ning had already notified Titanos, Mog, Skyfeeder, Bolin, and the others. All 6 autarchs were helping him with suggestions, but none of them were able to come up with any true solutions for this deceptively simple cycle of 8 worlds. Oftentimes, the simpler something was the fewer flaws it had. One of the simplest measures was to just construct a dimensional cage to imprison someone, one which was so stable and tough that there was no way to break through it. However, simplicity carried its own stringent requirements. Ji Ning and the autarchs were so overwhelmingly powerful, and had such limitless reserves of energy that no mere dimensional cage could possibly withstand their assaults. The 8 Revolutions formation went about it in another way. It generated multiple worlds, each of which Ning was able to break through fairly quickly. But the worlds continued to be generated one after another. All of these worlds are extremely stable. Maintaining this sort of world can't be easy, Ning mused. And there can't really be an endless amount of worlds. Break! Ning once more rose to his feet in 3-headed, 6-armed form. He transformed into a dazzling streak of sword light which slammed against the dimensional membrane. After the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, the dimensional membrane was hacked open, revealing a freezing world of ice. Ice filled the entire world, making up its continents, mountains, and valleys. Ning stepped through the dimensional rift and into this frozen world. It doesn't really matter which direction the tear is created in. The end result will still be a new world. Given how stable these worlds are, there can't be that many of them. And yet they continue to loop in on themselves in an endless cycle. The only way this is possible is if these 8 worlds are actually moving to line up in front of me. That way, no matter where I go, I'll see an endless procession of worlds before me. By now, Ning had a rough idea as to how this 8 cycles formation had to work. It consisted of several dozen or several hundred worlds that were perhaps arranged into a spherical shape. Ning was located at the very center of this sphere, so no matter where he went he would enter a new world. Once he did so, the other worlds would relocate themselves to keep him at their center. No matter where he went, he would remain trapped in the center of the formation. He'd never be able to make it out. This was his current theory. Perhaps it wasn't perfect, but he felt confident that this was more or less how it worked. However, this theory just made Ning feel even more worried, precisely because of how simple it was. The simpler something was, the fewer flaws it would have. Its only real flaw is that these worlds have to constantly move and shift around as I do. If they didn't, then I would eventually be able to advance beyond the scope of the formation. This moving process has to take time. It takes me the time needed to boil a kettle of tea in order to break through a world, and that's more than enough for them to readjust themselves. Ning mused. If I could break through the worlds over 10 times faster, perhaps it wouldn't be enough time for the worlds to relocate themselves perfectly, resulting in some openings that I can exploit. Based on his current level of understanding, he knew that using force to breach this formation was completely hopeless. The 8 formations formation would continuously rearrange its internal configuration with each world he escaped. Power wouldn't work. What he needed was speed. He needed to move fast enough that the formation wouldn't be able to reconfigure in time, resulting in flaws being revealed. This is my only option. Ning could come up with no ideas save for this one. But how am I supposed to break through these worlds faster? 2 options came to mind. The first was to somehow make himself become more powerful. For example, if he managed to reach a greater level of understanding with regards to the Tao of spacetime, he would be able to quickly and more easily breach those dimensional walls. Alternately, if he managed to create the Oblivion Sword Tao, then he could use its all-encompassing destructive force to devour everything in his path. Ning had the feeling that once he created it, he would become much more powerful, and he could use that power to more quickly breach those dimensional barriers. However, improving his personal strength was an extremely difficult goal. He had already devised the spacetime sword Tao. Ning had no idea how he was supposed to upgrade it any further. The concept of oblivion he had only gained after scrying the secrets of the sphere of annihilation. This was a form of power that was capable of destroying an entire chaosverse. Ayer had found this mysterious item from within the infinite void, and in all his countless eons of existence he had never found a second such item. Ning's avatar remained trapped within the annihilation hive, and it had never stopped analyzing this technique. The second option was to find flaws in the dimensional membranes before him. If he could find some flaws, he would be able to break through them much faster with much less effort. I've been constantly training in the Oblivion Sword Tao. There's no way to rush it. Ning inspected the area around him. My only choice is to find flaws within these dimensional constructs. Whoosh, whoosh. His sword light became watery, flowing across the dimensional membrane and causing it to first shudder, then crack. Ning stared at the cracks, watching them quickly heal. These dimensions were created based on the secrets of spacetime. Every single part of the dimensional membrane seems to be identical. There don't seem to be any flaws. As Ning remained trapped within the 8 Revolutions formation, the war outside began to pick up the pace. Autarch Skyfeeder's avatar ended up being tricked while hunting down Sith, and was trapped within a temple, as was Autarch Bolan's avatar. Autarch Stoneral's avatar was more formidable. He was a wary man and a mastery of illusions. When the Sith temple appeared, they discovered that they had trapped nothing more than a mere projection. And now that the temple had revealed itself, Autarch Stonerule immediately set down a grand formation around the temple, securely sealing it away and ensuring that it was unable to escape. For now, the clashes remained fairly low-level, as Autarchs could replace lost avatars with slightly weaker ones. In the end, the real focus of the war remained on Emperor Darknorth. If Emperor Darknorth died, the Annihilation Hive would no longer be checked. It would continue to furiously devour the energies of the Chaosverse. The only other person who understood how the reverse vortex formation worked was Autarch Titanos, whose avatar had already been destroyed. His new avatar wasn't strong enough to keep the Annihilation Hive in check. Titanos would have to go in person if he wanted to stop the thing. Darknorth was the strongest member of the 7 cultivator leaders, while Titanos was the second strongest. If the former was slain while the latter was tied down, they would have all but lost the war. If we can kill Darknorth, we'll have won. Ayer viewed killing Ning as a mission of critical importance. As far as he was concerned, Ning was a greater risk than all 6 of the other Autarchs combined. On the 69th day of Ning's capture. In recent days Ning would only occasionally break through to a new world, then spend most of his time strolling about before beginning to meditate. Ah, so is that how it works? Ning opened his eyes, his gaze as deep and fathomless as the starry skies themselves. Countless stars seemed to be swimming through his eyes. This was a sign that he had reached a truly incredible level in the Tao of numerancy. Suddenly, Ning's body rapidly increased in size. Boom! He transformed into a towering 3-headed, 6-armed giant who wielded all 6 of the Northbow swords. He strode across the land, his 6 swords also increasing in size, as he used them to deliver repeated chops of swordlight against the dimensional membrane all around him. When Ning's swords moved, multiple sword shadows appeared around them. There were chops, stabs, thwacks. All sorts of attacks filled the area around him. What's going on? Something's wrong with that world. It's destabilizing. The Sith exalts responsible for maintaining the 8 Revolutions formation were quickly shocked. They had only grown more confident in their formation as they had watched Ning fail to make any progress. They had allowed themselves to relax. But now all of them were shocked. This was because the world Ning was in had begun to shudder, almost as though the entire world was unable to remain stable and was at the verge of collapse. I can't send in additional energy, the black-haired Sith Exalt called out in shock. We're blocked from sending our energy into any part of the dimensional membrane of that world. Something's disrupting the conduits. The lack of energy is causing the dimensional membrane to be unable to repair itself. He's going to break through much faster than before. How is this possible? How did he do this? The Sith Exalts were frantic. Previously, Ning needed the amount of time for boiling a kettle of tea in order to break through a dimensional membrane. This was because each time he assaulted the dimensional membrane, the formation would quickly send in more energy to reinforce it. This was why even after he did manage to tear a rift open, the rift would quickly close after just 3 seconds. But now, the dimensional membrane was no longer being resupplied with energy. That made the destruction process much faster. It didn't make sense. The energy transfer was an invisible, formless process which saw energy be directed straight into the membrane itself. By all rights, there should be no way to stop such a thing. However, to a person who had reached a sufficiently high level of insights, all things were possible, be it creation or destruction. Ning had spent many days in accelerated meditation, figuring out a way to accomplish this by joining together his numerancy sword Tao, Spacetime Sword Dao, Light Sword Dao, and Dark Sword Dao. Boom! 3 gaping holes appeared in different parts of the world Ning was trapped in. Ning glanced through the holes, only to see 3 completely different worlds. He smiled. Dimensions revolve. A strange, murderous voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, Ning saw the 3 different worlds outside the rifts begin to spin away. The world he was in became completely detached from them, and slowly Ning began to see the 4th and 5th worlds which were revolving around him. Not good. A terrifying sense of danger instantly flooded Ning's mind. They can no longer hold me, so they are going to try and kill me instead? These temples were all manned by Sith exalts. They could be used to trap, but they could also be used to kill. Autarch Titano's avatar and Autarch Okong had to work together to survive the one they were in, with Titanos eventually losing his avatar in order for Okong to escape. These temples were not easy to deal with. Ning had the vague feeling that staying within this world would be even more dangerous, and so he immediately transformed into a streak of light and shot outwards. Whoosh! As soon as he exited the world, his face paled. In the past, a new world would greet him once he exited the previous one, but this time was different. This time, he was within an empty region which had many enormous pocket dimensions. Above him, below him, to his left, to his right, the entire area was filled with those spinning worlds. Ning was able to see over 20 of the things. They all circled around him, with him being at the very center. It really is as I had predicted. These worlds are all mobile, which is why I would always enter a new one after breaking through the old one. Ning became all the more certain of his hypothesis when he saw this. Now that I'm breaking through the worlds much more quickly, they aren't able to keep up, and so they've chosen to discard the useless trappings entirely. Emperor Dark North. A cold voice rang out. Are you absolutely sure that I'm Dark North? Ning replied, relaxed. His body was glowing with such radiance that the Sith exalts were only able to see a glowing figure and were unable to make out his features. I can't imagine anyone save you, Emperor Dark North, who would be able to so quickly understand and deconstruct the 8 Revolutions formation. The cold voice replied. The 8 Revolutions formation isn't just meant for trapping people, it's also filled with many killer mechanisms. Emperor Dark North, our original plan was simply to trap you. However, you are forcing our hand. We'll have to kill you now. A second deep voice boomed out. Ha! Ning stared at the many worlds revolving around him, then let out a loud laugh. What a joke! If you were able to kill me, you would have done so long ago. In the end, this is my homeland. We cultivators are far more powerful than you in our own chaosverse. Kill me? Even if you have the assistance of this temple, I'll wager you aren't sure of your chances. The faces of the 8 Sith exalts stiffened slightly. It was true. They had to admit that they weren't 100% sure they could kill Dark North. Not even Ayer was confident that they could accomplish this, which was why he had merely ordered them to trap Ning and tie him down. If they could keep Ning trapped until Ayer arrived, their chances of victory would increase to 100%. Alas, there was nothing the Sith exalts could do. Now that Ning had already worked out how the 8 Revolutions formation operated, he would probably be able to escape within an hour if left to his own devices. Thus, they had chosen to transform the 8 Revolutions formation from a trapping formation to a killing formation. All of the temples had terrifying offensive powers built into them. The same was true for the 8 Revolutions Spacetime Temple. Hopefully we can kill him. Even if we cannot, we can still use Annihilation mode to buy ourselves some more time. It's already been 69 days. If we can buy another 10 plus days, we'll have accomplished something great. He's forcing us to do this. Attack! Attack! The 8 Sith exalts immediately activated the offensive functions in the 8 Revolutions formation. Ning's face hardened as he stood there in the empty void, staring at the vast worlds which were spinning around him. He could clearly sense that each of the giant worlds were accumulating and preparing to unleash a terrifying amount of power. Freezing energies, flaming energies, watery energies, vital energies, metallic energies. All types of energies were beginning to pour out of the many worlds. The different types of energy were beginning to build together, and in the end they resolved into 8 different types of energy which materialized in the forms of titanic dragons. The vast energy dragons all looked completely different, but they were all around 10 million kilometers long and 1 million kilometers wide. Each energy dragon contained enough power to cause even Ning to feel a sense of shock. These things were definitely on the autarch level, and in fact they significantly surpassed Ning in raw might. However, Ning was able to remain quite calm. These were nothing more than formation constructs which did not possess true sentience. They knew nothing of the Tao. The 8 enormous dragons slowly began to swim through the air towards Ning, their ponderous bodies blocking out everything in Ning's vision. Ning maintained his 3-headed, 6-armed form and warily waited for them with his 6 northbow swords at the ready. Finally, all of them joined together to form a series of loops. Some of them formed the inner loops while others formed the outer loops. A dragon that seemed to be formed from stone energies was the first to move towards Ning, and when it did, Ning finally struck. Break! Faced with the durable-looking stone dragon, Ning immediately used the 5 elements sword Tao. In truth, all 8 energy dragons were based upon the energies of the 5 elements, and so the 5 elements sword Tao was the most suitable response for all of them. Ning's sword light was filled with vitality. It drilled hard against the stone dragon, exploding with dazzling light as it sought to tear through it. The 5 elements sword Tao truly was a strong counter for the stone dragon, but Ning's full force strike was only able to just barely shatter the stone dragon apart. Moments later, the other energy dragons began to swarm towards him, while the stone dragon began to reform from its shattered parts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 8 energy dragons continuously coiled around Ning in layers. Ning destroyed one after another, but new ones were continuously formed. How long is this going to take? Ning was growing anxious. Why is it that I feel escape is even more difficult than it was earlier? The 8 Sith Exalts continued to maintain careful control over the formation, not daring to relax in the slightest. Using the formation like this is consuming far too much energy. It is depleting energy many times faster than trap mode did. We won't be able to last too long. The black-haired Sith Exalts said worriedly. We have to. Even if it costs us every last scrap of energy, we have to last until Almighty Air arrives. Hold on for as long as you can. The 8 Revolutions formation had many different mechanisms within it. Trap mode was just the start, ensuring that any foe would find it difficult to escape. Next would come a terrifying number of attacks. However, the Sith Exalts weren't confident in being able to actually kill Ning with those attacks, and so they continued to pour all of their efforts into simply trapping Ning and keeping him tied down. So long as Ning didn't escape, they would have won. But this process would consume an enormous amount of energy, especially with Ning launching so many attacks against them. Boom! 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 The 3-headed, 6-armed Ning continuously assaulted the energy dragons using his 5 elements sword Tao. He didn't pause for even a second, because he already discovered a flaw in the formation. These dragons are formed from energy and given physical heft, making breaking them difficult. Without a doubt, maintaining them takes up an absolutely shocking amount of energy at all times. If I furiously attack, their energy expenditures will be insane. I refuse to believe they'll be able to sustain such high levels of energy expenditure for too long. That's the weak spot of this formation, its energy consumption. Break! Ning didn't worry about his own energy running dry. He was an Omega Emperor in his own Chaosverse. He had an endless supply of energy from the Chaosverse itself. Boom! 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 He destroyed yet another dragon, and once again a new dragon came in its stead. The 8 energy dragons continued to coil around him and suppress him, preventing him from escaping but paying an enormous cost in energy to accomplish this. After 6 full days of this war of attrition, the Sith Exalts were finally unable to maintain it any longer. If this continues, in just one day our 8 Revolution Spacetime Palace will collapse under its own weight due to lack of energy. The female Sith Exalt said hurriedly. Even if we can manage to last for an extra day, it won't be enough time. Air won't be able to make it. Damn this Emperor Dark North. He's been attacking non-stop this entire time. If he took a slight break, we wouldn't have it this rough. By all rights, we've prepared such a powerful energy wellspring that it should be more than strong enough to last us until Almighty Air arrives. But Emperor Darknorth won't stop his crazed attacks. Well, we are trying to kill him. You didn't really expect him to just stand there and wait for death, did he? Enough. Let's attack. Cancel trap mode and activate the annihilation mode. Annihilation mode has much more powerful attacks. Emperor Darknorth might be an incredible genius, but he still might very well die to it. We're out of other options. The Sith Exalts had been trying to buy enough time for Ayer to arrive, since that would guarantee them victory. Alas, they no longer had enough time. Their only choice was to fully activate Annihilation mode, with the original trap mode having been nothing more than the first phase of the formation. Materialize. The 8 Sith Exalts simultaneously began to activate their respective parts of the formation. Rumble. The energy dragons that had been coiling around Ning suddenly began to roil about in midair, tangling around each other as all of them simultaneously shot towards Ning. Even the enormous linked worlds off in the distance began to move once more, causing Ning's face to change. The trap mode had worked in a gradual function by pressuring Ji Ning and slowing him down. Each time he destroyed one of the 8 energy dragons, it would quickly reform and go after him again. The overall tempo of the battle was fairly slow. But now, everything suddenly sped up. The 8 energy dragons began to simultaneously coil around Ning in a ferocious fashion. Ning knew just how terrifyingly strong these dragons were. If he wasn't able to withstand their attacks, he would probably be ground to dust. Even his true soul would be ground apart by them. Break! Ning chose to discard all defenses and instead use his sword arts to charge straight towards the ice dragon which was closest to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword light flashed like the spokes of a giant windmill, instantly landing multiple consecutive cuts upon the frozen dragon's body and chopping deep into it. Ning seized this opportunity to burrow all the way inside the dragon. Bang! All the other energy dragons collided into each other, not even touching Ning, who was now inside the ice dragon. Phew! Ning let out a sigh of relief. There's no way for me to block all 8 of those dragons head-on at once. But by hiding inside one of them, I was able to sidestep the problem. Whoosh! The ice dragon Ning was inside of quickly began to crumble and break apart, taking away Ning's hiding spot. A moment later, a new ice dragon began to reform at the outer perimeter of this region. As soon as Ning revealed himself, all of the dragons once more swept towards him. Break! Ning's sword light flashed with incomparable sharpness and severity, tearing through the body of the water dragon and allowing him to dodge inside. No matter what dragon he faced, he was able to find the perfect sword art to counter it. He would burrow deep inside an energy dragon's body, using it to avoid the many other attacks. Humph! I wonder how long you'll be able to keep playing like this. Ning wasn't worried at all, continuing to dive into the bodies of the energy dragons to avoid their combined attacks. This increased tempo means that the energy dragons are breaking apart 10 times faster than they were in the past, with the overall formation expending far more energy than merely 10 times that of before. How long could they possibly sustain this? Generally speaking, when accelerating the attacks of a formation like this, the energy expenditure would skyrocket an astronomical amount. Ning's guess was spot on. After just 1 hour, the Sith Exalts were no longer able to maintain this tempo of battle. We aren't able to kill him. Emperor Darknorth is just too strong. He can almost instantly tear through one of our formation dragons. Our energy reserves just don't last long enough. Let's go to the final formation, the 8 Revolutions Annihilator formation. I hope the 8 Revolutions Annihilator is able to kill him. It definitely will kill him. The 8 Revolutions Annihilator is so powerful that it should definitely be mighty enough to take his life. The Sith Exalts were all desperate for victory. The 8 Revolutions Annihilator formation was the final and most powerful offensive technique the temple possessed. If even this failed, then Ning would be able to break the formation and escape shortly afterwards, which meant that they would have failed in their mission. As Ning was busy blocking those frenzied attacks, the 8 energy dragons suddenly skyrocketed in power once more. They blasted out countless streams of power in every direction, aiming them at the giant worlds which were constantly shifting position in the perimeter around Ning. The worlds of water, freezing ice, blazing fire, stone, and more began to link together in an intricate and marvelous manner, forming a single complete whole. Above Ning, the many worlds had come together to form something which looked like an enormous 8 trigrams shape. Below him, the many worlds had come together to form something similar. The 2 sets of 8 trigrams were rapidly crashing down towards Ning, who was trapped between them. It was like the lower set was a grindstone, while the upper set was a millstone. All of the worlds surrounding Ning had been completely joined together, giving him no chance to escape at all. As for the energy dragons, their energies had been completely merged into this formation as well. Not good. This was a straightforward crushing attack, spread across such a vast area that Ning wasn't able to dodge it at all. His only choice was to meet it head-on. Ning knew that the most critical moment had come, and he readied his 6 northbow swords while maintaining his 3-headed, 6-armed mode. This all took time to describe, but in truth it took less than a heartbeat for these worlds to come crashing down towards Ning. They moved at an absolutely astonishing speed. Clang! Ning used his own sword arts to defend. 3 of the northbow swords executed the numerancy sword Dao. The numerancy sword Dao was so incomparably intricate that it could truly be described as peerless amongst all divination Daos. This formation attack he was facing was divided into 2 parts, and Ning wanted to attempt to redirect some of their power against each other. Thus, he used the numerancy sword Dao to do just that, lessening some of the pressure off him. His 4th northbow sword, he used to execute the spacetime sword Dao in generating a spacetime membrane which covered him. He was now within an independent spacetime continuum which would easily deflect many attacks. As for his final 2 swords, he used them to execute the 5 elements sword Dao. They embodied the gentleness of water, the weightiness of the earth, the vital energy of wood. The 2 8 trigrams formations continued to come crashing down towards each other. Ayer had called this annihilation mode, and it used 8 different sources of power to create a single source of overwhelming power. Boom! 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 Ning began to fight back against the 2 8 trigrams crashing towards him. He once more was like Pangu cleaving apart heaven from earth, using all 6 of his northbow swords to resist the crushing pressure of this formation. However, Ning quickly sensed that yet another source of mighty power was crushing towards him. This caught Ning off guard, and he hurriedly moved to block this one as well. And yet, moments later, another source of power was crashing against him. The 8 trigrams were crashing towards him but were also swiveling, which generated a strange type of power that clashed against Ning, making it even harder for him to defend. Bang! After defending against the 5th surge of power, Ning could feel his entire body trembling. Some blood came spewing out from his mouth. Not good. Ning knew that his body was starting to break down under the stress. It was formed from the power of mana and was as strong as any universe treasure, but it still wasn't able to take this level of pressure. Ning instantly transformed his body into a form of blurry swordlight. This was his invulnerable sword form. Autarka Kong, when faced with grave danger, had been forced to use his own invulnerable form. Now Ning was forced to do the same. His body was no longer corporeal, making it incredibly resistant to any attacks. As the master of the eternal Omega Sword Dao, Ning was most skilled in the invulnerable sword form. His body was now formed from countless streaks of sword light which dispersed the crushing power pressing against him. Even though he was now incorporeal, his 6 arms continued to wield the northbow swords in fighting back against the attacks crashing against him. Boom! 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 3 more surges of power came crashing against him. This power, the power of the 8 revolutions, came in a total of 8 waves. Ning's blurry body of swordlight was able to deflect the majority of it, with the remaining power within the limits of what he could tolerate. However, his energy was now being depleted at such a rapid pace that for the first time in many years, Ning began to feel as though he wasn't able to keep it up for much longer. During his previous fights, he had been able to instantly replenish as much as he used up. He had never felt as though he didn't have enough energy. This was simply because the amount of energy he was using to restore and repair his body was simply too enormous. After all 8 waves of destructive energy were finished, the attacks paused for a brief moment before launching yet another 8 waves. But that brief pause was enough for Ning to completely recover all of his energy. Ha! This formation of yours is useless against me. Ning roared with laughter. After he endured just 3 more cycles of annihilation mode, boom! The dimensional membrane pressing down on Ning from above in the form of the 8 trigrams suddenly collapsed. It was unable to endure it any longer. It must be remembered that the crushing process was carried out by the dimensional membranes of the various worlds. The dimensional membranes were very tough, with Ning needing to attack for the time needed to boil a kettle of tea in order to destroy them, but the power of the annihilation mode simply placed too much strain upon them, far more strain than Ning himself had to endure. Ning had been focusing on defending and redirecting its power away while using his invulnerable sword form to absorb the rest. The great pressure needed to destroy Ning caused the dimensional membranes to be put under such great stress that they collapsed after a short period of time. This could technically be considered a flaw, but it wasn't really. This was because if 3 consecutive attack cycles of the 8 revolutions annihilation was insufficient to kill an opponent, it meant that the formation itself just wasn't strong enough. It had failed. As soon as the formation above him shattered, Ning immediately charged upwards to escape. Break! Ning immediately used his sword arts to slash upwards. He had long ago discovered where the weak points in the dimensional membranes were, and just 6 seconds later he exploded past them. The various worlds outside were still trying to rearrange themselves. Clearly, they hadn't formed a perfect seal yet. Swoosh! Ning transformed into a streak of light, shooting through the seams that still existed between the moving worlds. Stop him! Quick! We've already converted all of the worlds into annihilation mode. It'll take time for us to switch back into trap mode. We won't make it. The Sith exalts were panicking. Ning was simply too fast. He wasn't going to just stand there as a fool and wait for them to reform the trap mode and imprison him once more. And in truth, given his power, he would be able to break through in just an hour. The annihilation mode had been very dangerous. But after breaching through 2 worlds, Ning was on the road to escape. Boom! After blasting through 1 final dimensional membrane, the entire world seemed to change before him. He had already reached the outsides of that vast temple, and he could even see the endless great dark outside as well. He had escaped. Swoosh! Ning transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the skies. He immediately saw the Sith exalts seated atop those distant stone pillars, their faces filled with looks of terror. None of you will escape. Ning's murderous voice boomed throughout every inch of the temple. The Sith exalts could sense Ning's murderous intentions. None of them hesitated as they all immediately transformed into streaks of light, charging inside the formation. The difference in power between them and Ning was simply too great. They had no chance at all of winning a frontal clash. Their only chance was to hide within the formation. Heart World Projection, Descend, Sword Dao Domain, Manifest. Ning instantly used all of his most powerful domain-type techniques, sending both his Heart World Projection and his Sword Domain crashing down upon them. The Sith exalts felt as though they were swimming through molasses as their flying speeds dropped dramatically. They were very close to the formation and should have been able to enter it in the blink of an eye, but they were now moving 1,000 times slower than before. Hurry up and run! Hurry! The Sith exalts continued to do their best to escape. Good luck, everyone. There's no way he can kill all 8 of us at once. The Sith exalts were quickly able to judge the situation. The 8 of them were scattered in 8 different directions around the vast temple. They were all physically flying towards the center of the temple because space-time in the area had been suppressed, making warping through it impossible. Ning was very fast, but the 8 Sith exalts were all very close to the formation. They'd be able to enter it soon, and Ning wouldn't be able to kill all of them before the rest made it inside. Die! Ning instantly charged towards the closest Sith exalt, a female whose eyes were filled with terror. Don't kill me! The female exalt screamed, her voice filled with a strange cadence that tried to seep into Ning's soul and true soul. This was an illusory technique. Playing around with illusions in front of me? Ning smiled coldly. When he had been in the failed downmerge state, his cracked true soul might have been weak enough to partially succumb to such a technique. But now that he had succeeded, his true soul was far more powerful than ever before, and he had also gained a high level of mastery over the Tao of illusions. How could this Sith exalt possibly shake him? Die! Swordlight howled past him in the form of countless dimensional blades. Ning knew that these Sith exalts all had such powerful bodies that one or two blows probably wouldn't be enough to kill him, and so he unleashed all 6 northbow swords in a windmill of rapid-fire attacks. Given Ning's power, 20 strikes was all that was needed to completely annihilate her. Ning then began to fly towards the other Sith exalt close by. And no! The fiery armored Sith exalt had a look of despair and resentment in his eyes as he stared at the 8 revolutions formation in front of him. It was just inches away, but Dark North's terrifying domain pressed down upon him with such might that he was only able to fly very, very slowly. Ning, in contrast, was able to fly at maximum speed. He arrived in just a moment, and his terrifying swordlight descended as well. Once again the most terrifying offensive Tao in all the Chaosverse, the eternal Omega Sword Tao, revealed its deadly brilliance. Strengthened by Ning's perfect mana, it had only become even more powerful than the past. This Sith exalt was tougher than the previous one, but it still only took Ning a total of 26 strikes to slay him. Ning turned his gaze towards a bald and muscular Sith exalt off in the distance. That Sith exalt instantly started to panic. Run, everyone! Run! Whoosh! Ning quickly sped towards the man. Slash! His swordlight hammered the Sith exalt from afar, and the heavily wounded exalt just barely survived it and charged into the formation. By now, the other 5 had all entered the formation as well. Thank goodness we made it inside. The 6 lucky survivors all felt a sense of fear rack their hearts. The exalts glanced at each other, their eyes filled with joy at having survived. That had been utterly terrifying. They were supposed to be autarchs, but here in this Chaosverse they had been weakened so dramatically that they were at most comparable to the Blaze Sun ruler in power. This was the natural disadvantage all invaders faced. They would be suppressed and prevented from using even a wisp of the Tao's power. He won't be able to break through the formation so easily. We're safe inside here. For now, we're saved. We did our best, but we weren't able to carry out Ayer's orders, the Sith exalts said to each other. Look over there! The black-haired Sith exalts suddenly cried out fearfully. 2 of them had perished, but the 6 of them were still more or less in control over the entire temple and were able to keep the 8 revolutions formation active. Their control over the formation allowed them to clearly see what was happening outside, and they saw Ning transform to become absolutely towering in size, on par with the entire temple itself. The titanic Ning was now far larger than many chaos planets. He was in 3-headed, 6-armed form, and his 6 northbow swords had increased in size to match. Die! The titanic Ning roared furiously, sending his 6 gargantuan northbow swords descending like the punishment of the heavens towards the formation protecting the temple. After being lucky enough to escape once, Ning wasn't going to be so foolish as to dive back inside. However, he wasn't going to let the Sith off either. As far as the other autarchs, Autarch Titanos had been forced to sacrifice an avatar to allow Autarch Akong to escape, and Akong himself suffered heavy injuries. He was in no condition to keep tussling against the Sith exalts. Autarch Stone Rule had merely used his avatar to set up a few formations to seal that temple away, making it impossible for them to escape. Autarch Stone Rule didn't dare to use his avatar to actually enter the temple and fight them there. Ning was the only exception. He had enough power to continue fighting against and killing these Sith exalts. This was because he was actually capable of defeating even the most powerful formations they had thrown at him. Boom! 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 Ning sent the 6 colossal northbow swords crashing down with all his power. The outermost dimension protecting the 8 revolutions formation was destroyed in just 3 seconds, but the formation quickly began to regenerate and rebuild the destroyed dimension. Not good. He already knows how to solve the 8 revolutions formation, and there are only 6 of us left. It's hard for just 6 of us to keep the entire thing active. The formation is going to be much less stable than before. Hold on for as long as we can. Keep it stable, men. The 8 Revolutions formation has many different worlds within it. It will take him time to destroy them one by one, while the 6 of us can continue to remake new ones. After attacking for a while, Emperor Darknorth will probably give up. The Sith Exalts clung onto this faint hope as they struggled to defend. There was no way Ning would spare them. He continued to use all of his power to furiously assail the formation with his 6 Northbow swords, destroying one world after another. New worlds were quickly reborn, but this was costing the Sith an enormous amount of energy. A short while later, a figure flew over towards Ning from afar. This was Autarch Mog's avatar. Dark North. Autarch Mog's avatar had actually arrived long ago, but he hadn't dared to intervene by going inside. Haha, Mog. Perfect timing. Ning laughed. Give me a hand. It doesn't matter what techniques you use. Just hammer away at the formation with all your power. Sure. Autarch Mog's body transformed to become absolutely towering in size, and he manifested a total of 6 arms as well, each of which wielded a long and slender saber. He began to furiously assail the temple's formation alongside Ning. Ning understood the flaws within the worlds, and so his attacks had already put the formation under incredible stress. Now that another Autarch-class combatant had joined him, the stress was further amplified. The worlds began to crumble even faster than before. Now, a world was crumbling every 2 seconds. One world after another shattered before their blows. We're almost at the point where we can't keep up with how fast they break our worlds. Our energy stores are almost gone. The Sith Exalts were filled with despair. If they were at full power, they could at least use the space-time formation or other formations to protect themselves once the 8 Revolutions formation broke apart. But they had virtually exhausted their energy stores in their attempts to first trap and then kill Ning. Now, Ning and Mog were forcing them to use up their final bits of energy. We're finished. Their faces were filled with despair. Boom! 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 The final worlds were broken apart, causing the 6 Sith Exalts to abandon all hope. As the remnants of the 8 Revolutions formation began to crumble, they shared a final glance. If Almighty Ayer succeeds, those of us who died in battle might have a chance to be revived. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out, followed by the complete collapse of the remnants of the 8 Revolutions formation, which now lacked any controllers. Self-detonation. Mog's avatar gritted its teeth. Why are the Sith so loyal? None of the Sith Exalts we captured and tortured after the last war have surrendered either. Destroying one of their temples counts as a victory in my book, Ning said. He waved his hand, drawing the remnants of the temple into his own estate world. Let's go. Let's leave. Mog nodded. Ryup. The two tore through space-time and left side by side. Ayer was still flying through the great dark at maximum speed. He looked calm, but flames could be seen flickering deep within his eyes. He was eagerly looking forward to the moment where he could kill Emperor Darknorth. By killing Emperor Darknorth, his victory over this war would be secured. Whoosh! The barefoot Ayer came to a sudden halt within the empty darkness of space. He stared off into the distance. He could sense the deaths of each and every Sith Exalt under his command, and his face gradually grew increasingly unsightly to behold. Ayer could sense that 2 of the Exalts in control of the 8 Revolution Spacetime Temple had just been slain. Clearly, the situation had just taken a turn for the worse. Generally speaking, so long as the formation protecting the temple was undamaged, the Exalts in control wouldn't be killed. A short while later, he could sense that the other 6 Exalts had all died as well. All 8 of them died. All they needed to do was trap Emperor Darknorth for 82 days. They just needed to hold out for a few more days. Those useless idiots. Ayer felt rage blazing away at his chest. He had been preparing for countless eons. Victory had been within his grasp. But at the most critical moment, his servants had been unable to keep Emperor Darknorth confined. How could he not be angered by this? If I can't kill Emperor Darknorth, I'll have to switch to the second plan and start killing off the other autarchs one by one. Aer nodded slowly. This was a more difficult prospect. Killing Emperor Darknorth would have given him a 99% chance of success. Now that Ning had escaped, his chances of success had just dropped sharply. Still, he remained confident in his overall chances. He knew what forces he had available and what his opponents were capable of, which was why he felt so confident. Aer suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! 3 figures suddenly appeared by his side. Their auras were all tremendously powerful, far more powerful than the auras of ordinary Sith Exalts. All 3 of them appeared humanoid, and it looked as though 2 were male while 1 was female. The first man was dressed in black robes, while the second was dressed in red robes. As for the woman, she was dressed in dazzlingly beautiful silver robes and had a soul-stirring smile on her face. Aer. The 3 bowed fractionally to show respect, but they addressed him simply as Aer, rather than giving him the title of Almighty Aer, as most Sith Exalts did. It is now time for the 3 of you to take action, Aer said. You need to remember your promise, the black-robed man said sinisterly. Don't worry, after this battle is over, I'll give you your freedom and also give you treasures as a form of thanks. My master himself has personally attested to this. Are you really worried that I would go back on my word? Aer said. The 3 traded glances, then nodded. Starting today we shall operate in 2 groups, Aer said. What's this? You won't be needing us to help you against Emperor Darknorth after all? Oh, I know. Those useless subordinates of yours weren't able to tie him down for long enough, right? The silver-robed woman laughed. The 2 men next to her had mocking smiles on their faces as well. Aer frowned slightly, then continued. Yes, they weren't able to tie him down. Emperor Darknorth has already escaped. Our only choice is to carry out our second plan. The 4 of us will work separately, with you 3 in one team and me by myself. The cultivators don't even know that we exist, so if we are careful we might just be able to ambush and kill 2 of their leaders at once. Agreed. The 3 all nodded. Remember, once we separate you need to hide behind the treasure I gave you. Don't reveal any hint of your aura at all. Once the Chaosverse discovers any traces of your auras, the cultivator leaders will also be instantly warned as to how dangerous you are, Aer said. Aer was at such a high level of enlightenment that he could cut off all detection from the Chaosverse by himself, but the Sith Exalts and the 3 people before him could not. Thus, they had to use the treasure which Aer had given them. This was the reason why Ning and the others hadn't noticed any of the hidden dimensions prior to them disgorging their contents at the start of the war. Don't worry. We won't make such foolish mistakes. The red-robed man smirked. This is your first time entering a different Chaosverse. It is best to be cautious, as you are unable to use the power of the Tao here. You'll be much weaker than you are used to, Aer warned. These 3 weren't his subordinates, and so he could not command them. All he could do was offer them warnings, for fear of them making a mistake and revealing themselves before they managed to kill a native autarch. If that happened, this war would become even more difficult to win. The cultivator autarchs were in their own Chaosverse and backed by the boundless power of the Tao. All of them were mighty beyond measure, and the only way to kill them was to catch them off guard. Once Aer revealed himself, the cultivator leaders would be able to quickly flee and hide from him. As for Emperor Darknorth, he was the most powerful of the local cultivators. If Aer had to fight him by himself, victory was far from assured. Aer was still being suppressed by this Chaosverse. After all, that was why he had brought his second trump card as well. He had been planning to work alongside those 3 powerful experts. Together, they would have spelled certain doom to Ning. But of course, that was only if Ning had remained trapped inside the temple. Outside the temple, Ning could flee whenever he wanted to. It was very difficult to kill anyone who was of the same level of strength. Let's head out, Aer instructed. Whoosh! An ordinary-looking realm ship suddenly appeared next to him with a hegemon in control of it. This hegemon was a Sith descendant who had been born into this Chaosverse, and so his aura was identical to that of an ordinary cultivator's. The hegemon was responsible for control of the realm ship and sending it hurtling through the Chaosverse. while the 3 experts would remain hidden within a treasure the hegemon carried. Very good. Ayer watched as the realm ship departed, cold light shining in his eyes. Thus far, the cultivators have only lost a few avatars. None of them have actually perished. I'll wager that they have no idea that the temples were only meant to confuse them, making them lower their guard once they knew what they were up against. Those weren't my real trump cards at all. Come then, let's see who shall be the first autarch. I kill once I reveal my presence. Ayer waved his hand, causing a white lotus to appear in his palm. Rumble. Ayer's energy flowed into the white lotus, quickly spreading out to cover an extremely vast area that was 100 times greater than the area Ning could scan using his god sense. Ayer could accomplish this because he had vastly surpassed all the others in terms of insight, even though he was being suppressed by the Chaosverse. As for the White Lotus, it was an incredibly valuable scanning treasure which his master had helped him forge. So, who shall be the first to die? Ayer smiled as he stepped into a spatial rift, hurtling through spacetime. He moved to one region after another, wandering through many different regions. Ever since the temples had appeared, the cultivator autarchs had stopped attacking in person and had only sent out their avatars to do battle. Thus, actually locating one of them was no easy feat. Time flowed on, one day after another. In the end, Autarch Skyfeeder and Autarch Bolan's trapped avatars all ended up perishing in battle. However, the temples ended up being trapped by the other autarchs who cast giant formations around them, making it impossible for them to flee. Thus far, the Sith had revealed a total of 5 temples. These temples had cost the cultivators 3 autarch avatars belonging to Bolan, Skyfeeder, and Titanos. As for the temples themselves, Ning had captured one, while the other 4 had been sealed and rendered immobile. The cultivators had lost 3 peak power avatars, but they quickly began to remake new ones, even though the new ones would be significantly weaker for quite some time. Over 2 months after Ning had escaped the 8 Revolutions Spacetime Temple, whoosh! Ayer's muscular form suddenly exited a spacetime rift and appeared within a realmverse. He continued to hold that white lotus in his hands as he carefully scanned the vast area around him. Ayer revealed a look of delight. During the past 2 months, he had been searching for the autarchs in a manner that was reminiscent of looking for a needle in a haystack. Thankfully, he was able to warp through spacetime just as fast as the autarchs were, while his scanning treasure completely surpassed autarch-level capabilities. During the past 2 months, he had managed to discover Autarch Stoneral's avatar. But to reveal himself in exchange for just an avatar? There was no way Ayer would make that type of trade. I finally found one of the actual autarchs. This aura seems familiar. I encountered it countless times over the eons. Isn't this Autarch Mog, who stood guard over our sealed lands for all those years? Ayer revealed a smile. Perfect. Autarch Mog, I'll use your life and your blood to anoint my war banner. A mountain peak which was floating in space. There were some ordinary-looking log cabins at the top of this mountain, and a tall, skinny, black-robed figure was seated in the lotus position within one of those cabins. His face was covered with scales, and his eyes were shut. The temples were all quite troublesome to deal with, and so the autarchs had chosen to draw back all of their true bodies and only permitted their avatars to roam the outside world. This mountain peak might look ordinary, but it had been personally fashioned by Autarch Mog for him to cultivate in. Without his permission, not even the other autarchs would be able to approach without him noticing. But right at this moment, a barefoot and gray-robed figure suddenly appeared before the mountain peak. This figure had a benevolent, sympathetic smile on his face. It was Ayer. Ayer stood there in empty space, staring at the floating mountain before him and the clearly visible log cabins at the very top. Given his abilities, he was able to sense that within the log cabin sat Autarch Mog. Generally speaking, for someone like Autarch Mog, it was impossible for him not to notice when someone was staring at him. However, Ayer was able to do so without him noticing anything at all. Autarch Mog of the Cultivators. He really spent quite a bit of effort putting this mountain together. It is filled with all sorts of seals and scanners. Ayer smiled as he continued to inspect the place. Autarch Mog's various warning systems and barriers were perhaps quite troublesome for other major powers on his level, but they were nothing more than parlor tricks to something like Ayer. Ayer was able to see immediately through the many flaws of these defenses. This was due to the far superior level of insight he possessed. He had been able to create things like the Annihilation Hive and the Formation Temples, all of which had stunned Jining and Titanos. Everyone had been certain that only a Lord of Chaos could have created such incredible edifices. Ning and the others certainly weren't able to create such things, but finding a few weak spots and exploiting them was much easier. Even so, only Autarch Titanos had been able to devise the reverse vortex formation, while Ning had spent many days before managing to overcome the 8 Revolution Spacetime Temple. This was a testament to the difference in insight between them. When the Autarchs had set down those many layers of seals around the heart of the Scythelans, they have felt that the Scythe would be unable to escape. But in truth, those seals had been an utter joke to Ayer, who was able to bypass them with ease. The only reason he pretended his forces were sealed away was to ensure that the cultivators would lessen their vigilance against him. In truth, he had long ago sent his countless hegemons and emperors to the various secret dimensions. This mountain might be able to stop the Autarchs, but it cannot bar my path. Ayer smiled as he walked closer towards it. Whoosh! His entire body became vaguely incorporeal and semi-translucent. He slowly strolled forwards, moving towards the mountain peak and then climbing up it. The many barriers atop the mountain were completely incapable of barring his path. Autarch Mog was highly skilled in the Tao of space, and his various seals and barriers were all-dimensional in nature. However, Ayer was using an even more profound application of the mysteries of space to become part of ordinary space itself, making the barriers completely ineffective against him. After walking for 10 seconds, Ayer came to a sudden halt. He frowned slightly as he stared at the distant log cabin. A Tao domain field? This was a bit more troubling. Tao domains were also known as essence domains. Ning had his sword Tao domain, while Autarch Mog had his space Tao birth essence domain. This was a time of war. Although Autarch Mog's true body was not taking part in combat right now, he still vigilantly kept his domain up at all times. He didn't put too much effort into it, but it was still enough to cover half of the mountain. Any enemies who penetrated this mountain would be instantly discovered by his domain. The power of his domain comes from the Chaosverse itself. It represents a domain formed by the power of the prime essences. I can avoid the prime essences and make it impossible for them to detect me, but I'd be discovered as soon as I entered the reach of his domain. Ayer pondered this question. Suppressed by this Chaosverse, I'm unable to use any of the Tao's power at all. I'm stronger than these native autarchs, but not by that much. I don't have the overwhelming advantage that I should. This was why he had brought 3 mighty helpers when he had gone off to fight Ning. Now that he knew Ning had escaped, Ayer had parted ways from the 3. They were each responsible for killing 1 autarch. But now that they had separated, Ayer only had a 80% chance of killing Autarch Mog, who was even weaker than Ning. I'm hidden in the darkness. He has no idea how strong I am. I'll definitely be able to kill him in this battle. Time to attack. Ayer began to make his move. He reached out with his ivory-skinned right hand, penetrating the space Tao birth essence domain and sending a series of gentle, comfortable ripples straight into the mind of Autarch Mog, who was still seated in the log cabin. Autarch Mog suddenly felt very comfortable and at peace. This gentle feeling caused a hint of a smile to naturally appear around his lips. Freedom, release. The glorious joy brought by the light filled his every thought, banishing all his worries and concerns. Whoosh! The alabaster hand shot out with incredible speed, piercing through the various spatial barriers and the impediment of the essence domain to strike towards the log cabin. His domain had clearly been intruded upon, but right now, Autarch Mog only felt a sense of relief and release, as though he had never been as free and relaxed as he was right now. It's all in the past now. All my worries and concerns are over. Wait. No. The war against the Scythe just started. We're in the middle of a war. How could I possibly be truly relaxed and carefree? Autarch Mog quickly came back to his senses, and when he did he immediately saw that hand pierce through his domain. By now it had already reached the log cabin. The alabaster hand passed straight through the cabin itself, not damaging it in the slightest. A tremendous sense of danger filled Autarch Mog's mind, terrorizing him. How could I have ignored it when it passed through my domain? How could I have been drawn into a state of completely relaxation without even realizing it? Autarch Mog was utterly terrified by the implications of this. Being trapped in an illusion was one thing, but this had been no illusion. His spirit and his thoughts had been manipulated without him even realizing it, even though he was an autarch. He had only come back to his senses after sensing the obvious contradiction of him being at peace during a time of war. Who did this? Autarch Mog had no time to analyze things. He immediately manifested 6 arms, clasping a saber in each hand and using them to launch a marvelous coordinated attack against that alabaster hand. His saber light flashed like dimensional edges, moving with inscrutable speed. The alabaster hand danced towards him in such a gentle, beautiful, and graceful manner that Autarch Mog's spirit was shaken once more. Flick! The fingers of that hand gently brushed against the saber light, causing it to be dispersed and redirected elsewhere. Flick! Flick! 2 of Mog's other sabers were pushed aside as well. The alabaster hand had used almost no power to defend, but none of Autarch Mog's attacks were able to land on it. Mog's 3 remaining sabers spun in concert to form a tight defense around him out of saber light that was linked together with space itself. It was as though an independent dimension was standing in front of him, helping him block. Ryup! The giant hand suddenly became bright and sharp, tearing past 2 of the sabers. Mog's defensive saber arts were his pride and joy, but they were completely unable to defend against this giant hand. As for the dimensional barrier he had erected before him, it was instantly pierced through as the giant hand stabbed at Autarch Mog's chest. Run! Autarch Mog was truly stunned and terrified. The 7 autarchs had often sparred against each other and held Dao debates with each other, but not even the most powerful, Jining, had been able to gain such a major advantage over him in their fights. This person is significantly more powerful than even Dark North, Autarch Mog exclaimed to himself in amazement. As he retreated, the light from the giant hand had already reached out to stab him in his chest. Autarch Mog could sense a sharp, penetrative force dig deep into his body, causing him to vomit out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly summoned the mana in his body to resist this attack, but the invading energy was extremely difficult to deal with. In the end, Autarch Mog was only able to cancel out the invading energy with his mana by throwing an enormous amount of energy at it. This had actually cost him more than 30% of his total power. A single quickly clash had resulted in him being badly wounded. Boom! Autarch Mog was sent flying into the walls of the log cabin from this blow. The log cabin instantly blew apart, and even the barriers surrounding the area began to tremble. The surrounding area collapsed, transforming into a dark region of primordial chaos, and from within the darkness emerged a gray-robed, barefoot man who strode through the collapsing dimension with ease, completely unaffected. "Who are you?" Autarch Mog shouted frantically. In all his battles against the Sith, he had never once encountered any individual who held such a terrifying advantage in power over him. "My name is Ayer. I'm here to kill you." Ayer smiled, but he moved incredibly fast. He gave Autarch Mog no reprieve at all, charging towards him right away. "Flee!" Autarch Mog knew that he had just run into a terrifyingly strong foe. If this battle continued, he'd probably end up dying here. Without hesitation, he chose to immediately flee. When Ayer saw that Autarch Mog was trying to warp through space-time to escape, he tapped his foot downwards. Freeze! An invisible ripple sprang out, completely sealing off space-time in the area around them, making it impossible to warp away. "He's actually even more formidable than I am when it comes to the Tao of space?" Autarch Mog could quickly sense how space-time had been locked away. He himself was also capable of suppressing space-time, but he wouldn't be able to do it this easily or to this effect. He couldn't help but feel amazed as he transformed into a streak of light and began to physically flee. Ayer frowned as he watched Autark Mog flee. These native autarks are able to use the boundless power of the Tao. In my homeland, I could exterminate these creatures with the wave of a hand. But in their own chaosverse, killing them is really quite difficult. An ordinary chaos planet. A white-robed Ji Ning was seated in the lotus position atop a boulder, surrounded by a 100x temporal acceleration field. He was trying to deconstruct and solve the formations protecting the temple which had been sealed away by Autark stone rule. It remained a source of potential trouble, and Ning felt that it was best to get rid of it. Ning's face suddenly tightened. He could sense that a new, terrifying danger had just appeared far in the distance. This danger was so great that Ning could sense his heart clenching. It was every bit as dangerous as the Annihilation Hive. What's going on? Ning was puzzled by this, as were the other autarks. Everyone could sense this terrifying new threat. As soon as Ayer had attacked Mog, the prime essences of the Chaosverse had immediately detected and locked onto him. This was their first time finding him and realizing what a terrifying threat he posed. Perhaps he wasn't an immediate a threat as the Annihilation Hive had been, but he was an expert who had reached incredible levels of insight. So long as he was alive, he would cause endless troubles for this Chaosverse. He could even create new Annihilation Hives. Strictly speaking, he was more dangerous than anything else around. Suddenly, Ning could sense a message coming from Autark Mog. I just suffered an attack from a Sith expert. He attacked me by himself, and he was able to completely bypass all of the formations and seals I set down around myself. He even managed to invade my domain while influencing me so that I didn't notice in the slightest. Thankfully, I was able to recover in time, but even so he was able to deal me a heavy injury in our first head-on clash. He's too strong, far stronger than me and significantly stronger than even Dark North. If I had to fight him head-on, I'd probably die after just a few rounds of battle. What? Ning was shocked, as were the other autarks who were receiving this information at the same time. Since when had the Sith become so powerful as to be able to overwhelm an autark in soul combat? In all these years, it was an ironclad rule that autarks were completely invincible in soul combat. What type of treasures did he use? Ning immediately asked. Autark Titanos and the others were asking the exact same question as well. Nothing. He didn't use any treasures at all. He didn't even use a weapon. His hand alone dealt me a grave wound, and he said his name is Ayer. Autark Mog said. He didn't even use a weapon, but was still able to heavily injure Mog in just one clash? Ning was stunned. I can't believe such a powerful figure managed to remain hidden for so long. He must have been biding his time for eons. And now that he's revealed himself, he's definitely going to launch an all-out attack. Why doesn't he use a weapon? Is it perhaps because weapons are essentially meaningless to him? Or is it perhaps that his hands are his weapons? Either way, he's relying on his own power. The information which Autark Mog had sent over caused many different thoughts to flicker through Ning's mind. The Sith are suppressed by our Chaosverse and unable to use any of the power of the Tao at all. For him to be this powerful while suppressed, how powerful would he be if he could use the Tao? Ning mused to himself. There's no way he's an ordinary autark, nor can he be merely an Omega Emperor. It is highly likely that he is actually an autark of an Omega Tao. An Omega autark. This was the only possibility Ning could come up with which could explain this person's strength. Ning wasn't the only one to come to this conclusion. The other autarks did as well. In truth, they had suspected this possibility long ago. They had long postulated the possibility that the real instigator of the Sith incursion was an Omega autark, but all of them had believed that someone who had reached such an invincible level as the Sith Lord of Chaos wouldn't have taken the risk of entering a foreign Chaosverse. Once he came in, he would lose his connection to his own Chaosverse and be suppressed by the foreign Chaosverse, resulting in him being so dramatically weakened that he could very well perish. In the outside world, a Lord of Chaos was completely invincible. Why take the risk? But now, a Sith named Ayer had appeared. Could it be that he was a second Omega autark of the Sith Chaosverse? This person named Ayer, Autark Mog continued, is overwhelmingly powerful. I'm absolutely certain that he is an Omega autark. I can think of no other possibilities. He's reached incredible levels of insight and is able to suppress spacetime with ease, and he's even better at it than me. My insights into the mysteries of space are like a joke to him. They are completely ineffective. He's definitely surpassed me in the Tao of space. An Omega Autarch. Ning and the others instantly were certain of this. This Ayer had a higher level of insight than the Autarchs and was superior to Mog in the Tao of space, which was Mog's specialty. He had to be an Omega Autarch. Be careful, Mog, Ning sent back. There was nothing they could do to help, because they were all too far away. It would all be up to Autarch Mog himself. Autarch Mog was continuing to flee through space. Autarch Mog! The pursuing Ayer suddenly roared from behind. Boom! An invisible wave of force instantly surged into Autarch Mog's body. Autarch Mog felt as though the world around him had changed, transforming into a dazzlingly beautiful ocean, while he himself had become a seagull soaring through the skies above it. Break! Autarch Mog had a perfect Tao heart and a powerful true soul. This mighty shout allowed his tremendous willpower to instantly tear the illusion to shreds. The casting of the illusion and the breaking of the illusion had happened almost instantaneously. Your illusions are a bit tougher than Stoneral's, but they still don't amount to much, Autarch Mog replied, his voice echoing in the emptiness of space. Damn! Ayer frowned when he saw this. In a foreign chaosverse, he was unable to use the power of the Tao and was suppressed as well, but in at least one area he remained at peak power illusions. This was because illusions were aimed directly at the soul and true soul. The greater your insights into the art of illusions were, the more powerful your illusions would become. The Tao had little to do with it. Alas, Ayer was an Omega Autarch but had not reached autarky through the Tao of illusions. If Ning, for example, became an Omega Autarch, it would be through the Omega Sword Tao. His specialty would still be the sword. The same was true for Ayer, who was skilled in the Tao of light. You won't be able to escape. Ayer gritted his teeth, unleashing one of his ultimate attacks. Anywhere else, he could use any techniques as often as he pleased. Here in this chaosverse, however, he had to consider how much energy these techniques would take up. His energy consumption was commensurate to his vast insights, and replenishing energy was extremely difficult for him. Omnipresent light. Ayer's body suddenly began to release a vast amount of light. Countless rays of light soared out in every single direction, illuminating every part of the vast void around them. The rays of light illuminated even Autarch Mog himself, and when they shone upon him, he felt them pressing down upon him with terrifying power, trying to force him to kneel down. This tremendous pressure caused him to slow down dramatically. This was the most powerful domain-type technique which Ayer had created after becoming an Omega Autarch. Wherever his light reached, all had to submit to him. In the outside world, his light alone could actually kill ordinary Autarchs. Here in this chaosverse, it was dramatically weakened and so only served to generate a suppressive effect. How could there be such a powerful binding effect? It's far stronger than any of my domains. Autarch Mog was shocked. The suppress effective was so powerful that his speed had been nearly cut in half. Whoosh! Ayer flew towards Autarch Mog, his entire body glowing with boundless light and a sympathetic smile on his face. Why must you fight this, Autarch Mog? You must be tired. Truly impressive, Ayer. You should be an Omega Autarch of the Sith race. I'm thoroughly impressed. Even without being able to use one whit of the power of the Tao, you still possess incredible power. Autarch Mog smiled coldly. But this is our homeland. Do you really think you can kill me? Humph. Boom. An enormous golden bridge that was 1,000,000 kilometers long suddenly appeared behind Autarch Mog. The bridge even had a refined 3-story tower next to it, and Autarch Mog was standing right at the entrance to the tower. He smiled coldly as he stared at the distant Ayer. Ayer? Dare you step onto my bridge? What is this? Ayer's face turned grim. He could clearly sense that this vast golden bridge was emanating an aura of terrifying power which came from the prime essences of this chaosverse. You Sith have your trump cards, but so do we. Did you think we had none? Did you think we spent all these countless eons just waiting for death like fools? Autarch Mog stood there atop his bridge at the entrance to the tower. This should be the final, last gasp attempt by you Sith to take over our Chaosverse. We had been planning to reveal the Golden Bridge of Freedom during the final battle. But you unexpectedly drove me to the brink of death and forced me to reveal it now. Golden Bridge of Freedom? It uses the power of the prime essences of this Chaosverse. Ayer had an ugly look on his face. Yes, as you suspect, it is modeled after your Daugard towers. Autarch Mog smiled coldly. We've been analyzing your Daugard towers for countless eons now. Although the Golden Bridge of Freedom isn't quite as marvelous as your Daugard towers, it is still able to make use of some of the power of the quintessence. The cultivator leaders had known for many years that calamity could spring upon them anew, and so they had been laboring without pause to prepare for this day. A Golden Bridge of Freedom had some of the effects of a Daugard tower. While one was standing atop the bridge, one would be virtually invincible. This was one of the trump cards the Autarchs had been preparing for this war. Only the power of the Chaosverse itself was truly boundless and without limit. When Ji Ning had visited the essence wellspring of the Blaze Sun domain, he had discovered that its energies vastly surpassed that of any Autarchas. And that was just the tip of the iceberg when compared to the Chaosverse as a whole. The Chaosverse was so powerful that just attempting to bind it, even without it fighting back, would result in death to Ning and the other Autarchs. Trying to force something like this would result in the collapse of the True Soul. Its power was simply unimaginable. Compared to the Chaosverse as a whole, the power over the Tao which Ning or the Autarchs could wield was like a drop of water in a vast sea. The Daugard Tower was something which could allow powerful experts to make use of a greater amount of the Chaosverse power. Daugard Towers were exquisitely designed. After the Autarchs had acquired several Daugard Towers from the Dawn War, they had spent many years analyzing them before finally creating similar treasures known as Golden Bridges of Freedom which had 30% of a Daugard Tower's power. The native cultivators already had the advantage of fighting on home turf. Now that they had Golden Bridges of Freedom, their defensive prowess was dramatically strengthened. Come on, Ayer, O mighty Omega Autarch, come and do your worst. Show me just how tough you are. I am in my own homeland and standing atop my golden bridge. If you can still kill me, I'll gladly admit defeat. Autarch Mog stood at the entrance to the tower, glaring daggers at the distant Ayer. A golden bridge of freedom which is based on our Daugard towers, eh? Ayer quickly regained his usual equanimity. He smiled coldly. Fine. Let's just see how powerful you are when standing on your golden bridge. Gold bridge. Boom. Ayer put his palms together as though in prayer, causing an utterly dazzling streak of light to appear between them. The light slowly grew brighter and brighter, as though it was the very essence of all light itself. As for his palms, they had become the sole source of light in the entire area, and was far more dazzling than the solar star of the three realms had ever been. Ayer simply stood there calmly in space, his palms folded in prayer while emanating increasingly brilliant levels of light. He's building up power. Autarch Mog's heart was pounding as he stared from atop the golden bridge. This strike was clearly going to be far more powerful than the previous one. This strike could be described as the most powerful strike which Ayer was capable of. However, it did have a flaw. It wasn't very agile and could only be used as a devastating frontal assault. Even worse, in this foreign Chaosverse, it took him a bit of time to build up power even when he was simply drawing upon his own energy reserves. If he had tried to do this earlier when he had ambushed Mog, the power build-up alone would have startled Mog and sent him fleeing. As for during his pursuit of Mog, the two were flying far too fast and there was no way he could build up the energies necessary for this technique. Damn! Autarch Mog frowned. In the end, the Golden Bridge of Freedom remains a pale shadow of a true Daugard Tower. Its only advantage is that it is mobile while Daugard Towers are completely immobile, but even so it moves very slowly. The vast golden bridges were slow and not very agile. They were primarily used to keep their occupants alive, which meant that Autarch Mog's only choice was to watch as Ayer built up strength and wait for the attack. As for putting away the golden bridge and then fleeing once more, without it, he would die even more quickly. Exterminate! Aer suddenly roared. His left hand drew backwards while his right hand struck outwards. Instantly, all of the power from those two incomparably dazzling hands of light became concentrated in his right palm, causing it to glow even more brightly than before. The mighty presence and aura of this attack alone was enough to render Autarch Mog speechless. If he tried to take this attack head-on by himself, he would definitely be crushed to death by it. The empty void of space itself seemed to shudder and moan in fear as that giant right palm of incandescent light reached out towards Mog. Not happening! Autarch Mog immediately summoned his golden bridge, sending it flying upwards to block for him. Alas, while the giant palm wasn't very agile, it was still far more agile than the enormous golden bridge. It was easily able to dodge past the blocking bridge and smash straight past it. The golden bridge had an awesome aura of the Tao protecting it, but the giant palm smashed straight through the barrier like it was nothing and continued straight for Autarch Mog. Golden Bridge! Autarch Mog roared loudly. The tower behind him had 6 corners and 6 highly noticeable windows. The tower suddenly emitted 6 rays of prismatic light filled with the entire bridge's boundless power and Tao, using them to push back at the giant golden palm. Boom! 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 The 6 ribbons of light did their best to push the palm back, but they were unable to do so. In the end, all they could do was to bind themselves around the giant palm like chains. The giant palm continued to press onwards, but it was clearly much slower than before. Without the bridge, I might not be able to withstand you, but standing atop it, you can do nothing to me. Autarch Mog manifested a total of 6 arms, each wielding a long saber, then used all of his power to attack. Countless dimensional ripples filled the air around him, merging together to form a single giant dimensional blade that smashed against the giant golden hand head-on. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out unabated. The giant golden palm quickly dimmed, then retracted backwards. Autarch Mog was smashed backwards against the tower. He vomited out a mouthful of blood, but a crazed smile was on his face. Haha, Aer, you aren't strong enough. Although he was injured, he was able to recover before finishing his words. As for the distant Aer, he felt a sense of pity in his heart. He had consumed an enormous amount of power to unleash his most powerful attack. Still, it had been worth it. Now he knew exactly how strong the golden bridges of freedom were. Not bad. Aer smiled. Whoosh! He retreated backwards, then disappeared without a trace. Autarch Mog finally let out a sigh of relief. Aer had put him under a tremendous amount of pressure. Ning and the others were all anxiously awaiting news from Autarch Mog. All of them were worried about him. I'm fine, I'm fine. Autarch Mog quickly sent word back to them. Only then did they let out sighs of relief. That Aer fellow really was powerful. Even though I had the golden bridge of freedom, he was still able to overwhelm me. However, he wasn't able to actually kill me. When he saw this, he chose to leave instead of continuing the fight. Autarch Mog said. Tell us a bit about the fight against Aer, Autarch Titanos said. Very well. Autarch Mog began to narrate the battle in detail. Ning and the others listened attentively, working together to analyze what had happened. In truth, it had been a fairly simple battle. Aer had only struck a few times in an effort to conserve energy. I can't believe Omega Autarchs are still this powerful when they are being suppressed and unable to use any of the power of the Tao. Autarch Titanos let out an amazed sigh. So the Sith invaders are definitely led by an Omega Autarch. This is terrible news, and judging from how Aer simply left, it's clear that he has other tricks up his sleeve and hasn't been driven to the brink just yet. We can't let our guard down until we win the final battle, Autarch Akong said. I'm sorry, friends. I had no choice but to reveal the golden bridge of freedom. Now he knows our most powerful defensive technique, Autarch Mog said. They had prepared some trump cards of their own for the final war, but the golden bridge of freedom was their strongest defensive trump card. If even it had been unable to withstand Aer's power, they would have been in serious trouble. In a war, using unexpected trump cards at a critical moment to catch an opponent off guard could produce some truly incredible results. Thus, trump cards generally were saved for the very end. When Ning and Akong had been trapped within their respective temples, they had faced several dangerous situations but hadn't been driven to the point of revealing their golden bridges of freedom. In addition, those bridges had a weakness. They could only be used for defensive purposes. Using them within the temples wouldn't have helped Ning or Akong actually escape. Mog, if you didn't use the golden bridge you would have died. Our side would have lost 2 Autarch-class combatants. That would have been a far greater loss, Autarch Skyfeeder said. Be careful, everyone. Ayer has failed in his first attempt, but he'll probably prepare something even more deadly next time. So long as we keep the bridges active, they probably won't be able to do anything to us. Within the darkness of space, Ayer stood there in the void by himself, his body covered with a layer of ripples which blocked the Chaosverse from detecting him. Whoosh! A blurry pillar of light appeared before him which slowly resolved into a trio of figures. These were the 3 powerful subordinates he had sent out earlier. Ayer, why have you contacted us? The 2 men and the woman looked at Ayer. Have you fought against any of the cultivator leaders yet? Ayer asked. We're still searching for them. The Chaosverse is simply too large. Just finding them is a task in and of itself, the silver-robed woman said. I need to warn you that they have something akin to a Daugard tower they can use, Ayer said. Trap them before attacking them. All right. The 3 were shocked by this news. Ayer nodded, then broke the connection. Atop a tall mountain located within a desolate, barren planet. At the peak of this mountain there was a stone house. In front of the stone house was a white-haired, dispirited-looking man who was seated by himself and drinking some wine. This was one of the most supreme leaders of this entire Chaosverse, Autarch Bolin. Desolation, destruction. The white-haired man stared at the vast world before him. He suddenly splashed the wine in his cup towards the world, sending it splattering outwards like a fine drizzle which moistened the earth before him. Slowly, plants began to grow out from the earth, including trees and grass which caused the planet to turn green with life. The white-haired man frowned slightly as he watched. The color of life. Can it be that an autarch is only able to control a single Daubirth essence? He shook his head. There should be at least a tiny chance of controlling 2. He felt certain that he had already reached an incredibly high level of insight into the cycle of life and death. In fact, it wasn't too far off from his Claw Daubirth essence in terms of profundity. And yet, no matter how he tried, he remained unable to form his Samsara Daubirth essence. Death and life. Life is absolutely marvelous and intoxicating in its grandeur. Autarch Bolin watched as the planet transformed, smiling respectfully as he watched life rise in all its awesome grandeur. Suddenly, his face tightened and he turned to stare at the empty void beyond the planet. The space around the Chaos planet had suddenly changed. An enormous being had just appeared within the empty space, and compared to it even the Chaos planet was nothing more than the size of this creature's fist. This creature looked like a giant gray bear, and it stared coldly at the planet and Autarch Bolin with its single cyclopean eye. An Autarch-class void dweller? Autarch Bolin murmured softly to himself. And it seems space-time has been sealed. Cultivator, you shall be the first person I kill within this Chaosverse. The giant gray bear boomed loudly. It reached out with its giant paw to swat at Bolin. These void dwellers were born with tremendous natural gifts and they each had their own specialties. As for this giant bear, its specialty lay in its terrifying raw strength. Of the various Autarch-class void dwellers Ayer had caught in the infinite void, it was without a doubt the physically strongest. Ryup. The planet was surrounded and protected by many formations, but the giant bear paw caused them all to instantly crumble. Autarch Bolin stared at the incoming paw coldly, a giant golden bridge with a tower on it appearing before him. Autarch Bolin himself moved to stand in front of the tower. This was indeed the same type of protective treasure which Autarch Mog had used, a golden bridge of freedom. Since its existence had already been revealed, Autarch Bolin chose to use it right away as he could sense that this was a dangerous situation he was in. Die! The giant paw came crashing down upon the golden bridge, tearing through its aura of power. Playing around with claws in front of me? A hint of a cold smile flickered across Autark Bolan's face as he manifested 6 arms. All 6 of his hands arced into a claw and then tore at the giant furry bear paw slamming down towards him. These strikes were so ferocious as to cause even the frozen spacetime around them to twist. Autark Bolan's claws were filled with unfathomable power. They seemed very ordinary, but they also seemed to contain countless transformations within them. Boom! Autark Bolan's 6 claws clashed head-on against that giant bear's paw. Autark Bolan couldn't help but take 2 steps backwards, while the gigantic Autark-class void bear stumbled backwards as well. It stared at Autark Bolan with some astonishment. "You aren't too shabby, cultivator. Die!" The giant bear began to go berserk, roaring as it pounced at Bolan. It sent out consecutive blows with its 2 giant paws, which came crashing down like 2 vast celestial objects with so much pressure that even spacetime was completely flattened. This attack was so powerful that Autark Bolan had no choice but to defend himself using the might of the Golden Bridge of Freedom. Boom! 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 The giant Autark-class void bear continued to furiously assault Autark Bolan for 3 full seconds, but it remained unable to do anything to him. "Vile Sky, you aren't going to be able to kill this cultivator as long as he is standing on that golden bridge," a loud voice boomed out. "Give up on trying to do it yourself. You need our help." Autark Bolan's face tightened slightly as he turned to stare into the distant void. He barked from the golden bridge, "Show yourselves!" "Ha ha! Show yourselves? You are ordering us around. Do you really think you are worthy of giving us orders? You are too weak." Multiple voices rang out from the empty space around the world. Moments later, the vast void itself seemed to change, transforming into an even vaster grasslands that had a white layer of clouds in the skies above it. As for Autark Bolan himself, he was now standing atop the grasslands. "Eh?" Autark Bolan stared at the grasslands which had just appeared around him. He inspected it closely, carefully attuning himself to the vital energy contained within every single stalk of grass. "This is an actual, real grassland? Why does it seem as though the grasslands extend off into infinite?" Autark Bolan inspected the world around him clearly. There were clouds above him, but the grasslands seemed to have no end, stretching off as far as he could see. Despite his power, he still wasn't able to see just how vast this world was. Was this a joke? He could even see to the ends of a realmverse. "Break!" Autark Bolan continued to stand atop his golden bridge as he reached out to tear at the skies, seeking to tear them apart. Slash! His 2 hands clawed at the layers of clouds. Autark Bolan felt as though the clouds were incredibly tenacious. He was able to tear through a few of the clouds, but he wasn't able to break through all of them. "I refuse to believe this." Autark Bolan began to furiously attack with all 6 arms, using them to tear at the clouds in the skies. This was what the cultivator Autarks usually did. They had such boundless amounts of power that they didn't fear exhaustion, and so using a furious barrage of attacks to crush one's foes was usually the best method. After the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, Autark Bolan finally managed to completely tear through the final layer of clouds, pulling open a giant gaping hole in the skies. Swoosh! The golden bridge beneath him rapidly shrank in size as he rode it through the gaping hole. After flying through the gaping hole, Autark Bolan first stared downwards at the many clouds he was standing upon, then upwards at the many clouds which still filled the skies above him. Suddenly, a hoarse voice filled the skies. "Ha ha! Keep clawing your way through. This isn't like those puny temples. Although there are only 9 layers to this world of grass, each layer is thicker than the last. You have no chance at all of breaking through the final layer of clouds. And you won't even be able to get there. The shifting fields of spacetime here will ensure that you are forever trapped within the first layer of clouds above the grasslands." "Who are you?" A Sith exult. As soon as Autark Bolan had sensed how spacetime had been suppressed in this area, he had known that the danger was tremendous. "Don't compare me to those pitiable fools. I'm not one of Aier's subordinates." A clear voice suddenly rang out in response within the clouds. "Gore!" Far away, the clouds suddenly parted to reveal an enormous figure. This was the giant cyclopean bear which had attacked Autark Bolan earlier. "Riot!" Autark Bolin immediately turned to stare at two other directions. The clouds parted in two separate places, revealing two different creatures which began to fly towards him. The first was a red-eyed, white-furred humanoid, whose body was covered with a bloody red miasma that radiated a demonic aura. Autark Bolin couldn't help but shudder slightly. This creature seemed to have been born out of pure malice and spite. As for the second creature, it was like a giant storm cloud. Its body was blurry and indistinct, but one could vaguely make out hundreds of evil-looking eyes as well as countless tentacles reaching out from the clouds. 3 Autark-class Void Dwellers? Autark Bolin remained quite calm. These Autark-class Void Dwellers might be on par with me in strength, but that's only due to their natural abilities. Their insights into the Tao are laughably low, while I have the Golden Bridge of Freedom protecting me. I should be able to keep myself completely safe. But the world of grass which has imprisoned me is quite marvelous. The grass should all be real, and it has 9 layers of clouds as well as 3 Autark-class Void Dwellers protecting it. Thus far, the only place we have seen 3 Autark-class Void Dwellers has been that behemoth hive. None of the temples had any inside. The 8 Revolutions Spacetime Temple which had trapped Ning had only held Sith Exalts. The same was true for the other temples. None of them had Autark-class Void Dwellers. The Annihilation Hive, however, had 3. Now that 3 more had appeared within this world of grass. Autark Bolin had the feeling that this grassland world was probably far more dangerous than any of those other temples. What he didn't know was that the world of grass was arguably the most deadly weapon which the Sith had prepared for this invasion. A giant one-eyed bear, a red-eyed white-furred humanoid, and a giant storm cloud. The 3 Autark-class Void Dwellers circled Autark Bolin and his golden bridge from 3 different directions. Autark Bolin didn't panic in the slightest. He had experience in dealing with Autark-class Void Dwellers, as he had worked with the others to kill 2 of them during the Dawn War. Later on, Ji Ning and Autark Mog had captured 2 in the Annihilation Hive and then negotiated with the strongest one to have it leave their Chaosverse. Thanks to these experiences, Autark Bolin knew 2 important things about these Void Dwellers. First, there was no way to compel Autark-class Void Dwellers to swear lifeblood oaths. They had simply entered verbal agreements with the Sith which they could renege upon at will. Second, they could be negotiated with. Gentlemen, Autark Bolin sent to the 3. We cultivators have fought against you and your fellow Void Dwellers on multiple occasions. During the last war we killed 2 of your kind, and just recently we fought against 3 more in the behemoth hive the Sith constructed. We ended up capturing 2 of them, while the other one decided to work with us, and so we granted it safe passage out of our Chaosverse. HRM, the 3 Autark-class Void Dwellers circling around Autark Bolin were slightly startled. They knew that others had been captured by the Sith, but the 3 didn't know what had happened to them. We have a decided advantage against the Sith in this war, Autark Bolin said persuasively. Not a single one of us Autarks have perished in either the Dawn War or this war, while the Sith have suffered heavy losses and countless casualties. We've captured and slaughtered a large number of their exalts. I would wager that the one you fear the most is their leader, Ayer. Right? Heh. Ayer should be an Omega Autark. He's very powerful, and outside this Chaosverse he would vastly outstrip us in might. However, this is our home. The Chaosverse rejects him, preventing him from using any of the Tao's power. He's merely on the same level as us in power. He tried to ambush Autark Mog earlier, but in the end he had to retreat with his head hanging low. They've suffered catastrophic losses, while not even Ayer is able to do anything to us. All of us are alive and well. Our side stands a much greater chance of winning this war. Autark Bolin continued. I know that you have been forced to take part in this war. If you insist on battling us to the death, once we win there's no way we will spare you. However, if you choose to betray them and work with us instead, we'll help you out. Afterwards, I'll send you out of our Chaosverse and grant you your liberty. I can swear a lifeblood oath on this, Autark Bolin said. Betray them and join you? Impossible. The 3 Autark-class Void Dwellers instantly sent messages of rejection. Haha, fine. I won't force you to actually betray them, All you need to do is to pull your punches during these battles. Both of us will hold back by 50%. All we need to do is put on a show for the Sith to watch. I, Bolin, will definitely remember your show of friendship and can swear an oath that once the war concludes, we won't make things difficult for you. We'll send you out of our Chaosverse. Although the 3 Autar-class Void Dwellers had many misgivings about this, a short while later they sent back a response. Fine. Deal. We'll believe you for now. These Void Dwellers might look stupid, but in truth the infinite void they wandered through was unfathomably vaster than any Chaosverse. The Chaosverses were merely the largest celestial bodies that existed within the infinite void. The infinite void was so vast that it contained truly innumerable lifeforms. As creatures who rose to reach autarch levels of power, they naturally were quite crafty and understood how to balance pros and cons. They harbored great hatred for the Sith, but Ayer was so overwhelmingly powerful that there was no way for them to fight back against him. Still, Bolin's words had indeed convinced them. There was no guarantee that the Sith would truly win this war, and so they wanted to prepare a way out for themselves. Attack! The mental conversation had been an extremely quick one. Anyone watching from the outside world would have simply seen a brief stare-down, followed by immediate combat. The 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers began to launch a frenzied series of blows against Autarch Bolin. Even though they were holding back on their strikes, they were still forceful enough to cause space-time to twist and distort around them. Autarch Bolin was at a complete disadvantage and had been completely suppressed, but his 6 arms were able to work together in marvelous fashion, allowing him an airtight defense that completely protected him against their attacks. Both sides were holding back by 50%, but no one watching from the outside would be able to notice anything at all. These creatures of the infinite void do not train in the Tao. They have low levels of insight, rendering their incredible natural gifts completely useless. They clearly have autarch levels of power and are able to overpower Autarch Bolin, but they aren't able to kill him even though they outnumber him 3-1. 3 people were conversing via godsense in the void beyond this battle. We're simply using them to tie him down. They serve well as brutes and foot soldiers. It's enough for them to have completely suppressed him. In the end, it'll be up to the 3 of us. Let's find a chance to make our move. Autarch Bolin continued to fight from atop the Golden Bridge of Freedom. He seemed to be using all his strength to resist the combined attacks of these 3 Autarch-class creatures. And in truth these Void Dwellers had been blessed with ridiculous strength and innate power. They might not have trained in the Tao, but they could break almost anything with raw power. Mog had found it quite difficult to handle just one of them in the Annihilation Hive. Bolin now had the aid of the Golden Bridge of Freedom, but he still found defending against them difficult even though both sides were holding back. The reason why he had asked for both sides to hold back was so that he would have the capacity to deal with something unexpected. Autarch Bolin stood there atop the Golden Bridge, both himself and the bridge being sent staggering downwards by the force of the Void Dwellers' blows. Both were sent smashing into the thick clouds below them. Suddenly, whoosh! An iridescent violet gold chain suddenly shot out of the clouds, moving as agilely as a snake as it lashed at Autarch Bolin. Ha! Autarch Bolin turned pale. This whipping motion from the violet gold chain had a strange cadence and gave off a strange sensation. Only someone who had reached an incredibly high level of insight into the Tao would be able to unleash such a strike. Without question, this was an Autarch caliber technique, and the power rippling from the chain surpassed even Autarch Bolin's own level of power. Boom! One of Autarch Bolin's 6 arms instantly expanded in size, and he reached out with a claw hand to try and seize that chain. Faced with Autarch Bolin's full-strength claw attack, the violet gold chains suddenly switched from a lashing motion to a coiling motion, seeking to wrap themselves around him. Clang! Autarch Bolin missed with his grab, but one of his fingers managed to land a clawing blow upon the chain. However, the chain managed to easily deflect the power of his blow and continued with its coiling attack. Whoosh! Right at this moment, yet another violet gold chain appeared from the skies above Autarch Bolin. This one descended towards him with overwhelming power, dealing a furious lashing blow against him. Clank, clank, clank. 3 more violet gold chains suddenly appeared from the clouds above, the clouds below, and to his left. Every chain was attacking in a manner which was difficult to defend against. At peak power, Autarch Bolin was able to fight with 6 arms, but he still had to use at least 3 of them to defend against the 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers while pretending to be wounded by them. And this was with the Void Dwellers holding back. If they weren't, he would have suffered a truly heavy injury. Use 3 arms to fight back against 5 of those violet gold chains? He was caught flat-footed and knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Whoosh! Finally, yet another violet gold chain appeared to his right. This time, Autarch Bolin wasn't able to defend at all. The chain violently lashed Autarch Bolin across the chest, catching him completely off guard. Bang! His entire body caved in, then completely imploded from the power of the strike. But a heartbeat later his body transformed into countless specks of light instead. He had just used his invulnerable form and was trying to heal. Haha! Still trying to survive? Your body's been destroyed. Struggling is useless. You are dead. Those 6 violet gold chains flew out with incredible speed and power, showing no mercy at all as they furiously assaulted those specks of light. Autarch Bolin's dispersed energies were being repeatedly annihilated, and just a short while later his fleeing form had been completely annihilated. He had been completely suppressed in power. Autarch Bolin had been slain just a heartbeat after the 6 chains had appeared. He had simply been overwhelmed by the number of enemies he faced. The power quickly fled from the levitating golden bridge, and it came crashing down into the deep clouds below it. It tumbled across the clouds, with even the tower being twisted by the collision. The sounds of battle finally fell silent, while the 6 chains disappeared back into the clouds once more. Well, that's certainly a shame. The 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers stared at the fallen golden bridge which now lay atop the clouds, feeling rather regretful. They didn't like the Sith one bit, and they couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy that the native Autarch they had just reached a pact with moments ago had perished almost immediately afterwards. Let's go. The 3 Void Dwellers quickly departed into the clouds as well, leaving behind just the fallen golden bridge and a few scattered treasures. Moments later, a willowy, silver-robed woman suddenly stepped out of the silent clouds and moved to stand next to the fallen golden bridge of freedom. This weapon Iyer fashioned is certainly powerful. We were able to crush and kill this native Autarch with ease. The silver-robed woman waved her hand, collecting the fallen treasures and estate worlds which lay strewn across the clouds, then gave the bridge a close look. I imagine Iyer will be interested in taking a closer look at this pseudo-Daegard tower. Whoosh! With a wave of her hand, she collected the golden bridge as well. She then scanned the surrounding area, a delighted smile on her face. That was pretty easy. She then stepped away into the void and vanished without a trace. Within a vast sea of fire located within the Great Dark, many space-time rifts could be seen at the borders of this sea of fire, and Iyer was walking through it barefooted. He was hastening towards his proudest creation, the grassland world. But suddenly he came to a halt. Eh? An eager look appeared on his face. It seems they have something to report. A blurry pillar of light appeared in front of him, quickly resolving into 3 figures. It was the 2 men and the woman he had sent off earlier. The silver-robed woman was holding a miniaturized golden bridge in her hands, and she was casually flipping it up and down. When Iyer saw the golden bridge, he couldn't help but smile. You succeeded? It was very easy. The silver-robed woman raised an eyebrow. That native Autarch named Bolin died before we even had to go all out against him. Autarch Bolin? Iyer was unspeakably delighted by this. Although he was quite confident in the grassland world, the most powerful weapon he had ever created, he had still been worried that something unexpected might happen. Now that he knew the results, he finally managed to relax. It made sense. The grassland world was overwhelming powerful, and he had to come up with a way to compel those 3 into coming here and helping him take control over it. It really wouldn't have made any sense if they had failed. Iyer, you've been suppressed by this chaosverse to such a degree that although you are a bit more powerful than the native Autarchs, you are still on their same overall level of power. In the end, the weapons you've created are actually stronger than you, the silver-robed woman teased. It's true. Ayer nodded in acknowledgement. I might be weakened, but my artificing skills remain untouched. Back in his homeland, Ayer was so overwhelmingly powerful that these complicated artifacts and treasures were useless to him. A single palm from him would have far more power than any artifact possibly could unleash. Here, however, artifacts like the grassland world were much more dangerous than even Ayer himself. What should we do next? The red-robed man asked. Shall we keep ambushing the other natives? The black-robed man said in a cold voice. The grassland world can hide its aura and prevent the Chaosverse from sensing and locating it. We can keep hunting them down. No, Ayer shook his head. Without question, the other autarchs were notified right away once Bolin died. They'll be extremely cautious and won't give us another chance like this. He wasn't a fool, and he didn't treat the autarchs as fools either. Previously, Ning and the others had been certain that they were safe. They never would have imagined that such an overwhelmingly powerful weapon as the grassland world would appear without them even being able to detect it. The grassland world had been so powerful that it had only been forced to reveal part of its true power in order to slay Autarch Bolin. Then what should we do next? The silver-robed woman asked. Now that you've already revealed yourselves, we should prepare for a frontal clash, Ayer said with a smile. We've already killed one of the native autarchs and seized the initiative. Now hurry up and send the grassland world to reinforce the 4 trap temples. Go rescue my exalts and bring them into the grassland world. They'll be of great use to you there. Fine. Very well. All 3 agreed to the order. They all knew that while the Sith exalts were individually weak, in sufficient numbers they were still able to be extremely effective in battle. Unlike those foolish autarch-class void dwellers, the Sith exalts had all reached incredibly high levels of insight into the Tao and were the equals of the native autarchs in insights. Let's go. I'll join forces with you as soon as I can, Ayer said. The blurry pillar of light vanished. Ayer was in a superb mood. There were only 7 autarchs to begin with. Now that Bolin had died, only 6 were left. Several of the 6 had seen their original avatars destroyed, and their new avatars remained fairly weak. Another peak avatar had been tied down within the Annihilation Hive. On the Sith side, none of their peak combatants had been lost to date. Given the current situation, we should definitely be able to win a head-on clash. Ayer smiled. He had been preparing for this battle for many, many eons. He had made multiple plans for victory, and as he saw it, they were completely flawless. The simplest plan had been to gain victory through the Annihilation Hive. He hadn't expected it to be resolved that easily, but fortunately he hadn't placed too much hope on gaining victory so easily. A quiet, ordinary chaos planet. Ning was pacing around, filled with worry. Just now, he had received a message from Autarch Bolin. I'm under attack. An Autarch-class void dweller has appeared, and space-time has been frozen around me. Ning felt rather uneasy upon hearing this. Autarch Mog had been ambushed but had been lucky enough to survive. Now Autarch Bolin had been ambushed as well? Did the Sith feel confident in being able to breach the defenses of the Golden Bridge of Freedom? Had they really sent just one Autarch-class void dweller to accomplish this? All space-time around me has been subsumed by a vast world of grasslands. I can't see to the ends of this world. The skies above me are filled with a thick layer of clouds that are incredibly tough. I'm using all my power right now to break through the clouds. I've finally broken through the clouds. There's actually an even higher layer of clouds above me. An enemy in this world has just informed me that this place has a total of 9 cloud layers, each of which is harder to breach than the last. I apparently have no chance of breaking through the final layer whatsoever, and it is supposedly protected by constantly shifting spacetime, which will keep me forever trapped here at the first layer. I'm being attacked by a total of 3 Autarch-class void dwellers. Haha, I've managed to successfully persuade them into holding back. They've been forced to take part in this war and don't really want to battle to the death. It was easy to persuade them. Autarch Bolin continued to send one message after another to the others. Generally speaking, Whenever the autarchs were in a dangerous situation, they would constantly send messages so that even if they died, the survivors would gain a better understanding of what dangers the deceased had faced and so wouldn't repeat their mistakes. Time continued to flow on. Not good. A violet gold chain just appeared from the clouds. Another one just appeared out of nowhere. These chains are incredibly powerful. They have to be on par with Dark North's full force strikes. They are not only strong, they are also incredibly profound. These chains are definitely being used with autarch class techniques. They are very difficult to deal with. 3 chains. For chains? 5 chains. I can't hold on much longer. 6 chains. I can't hold. These messages came very fast, one after the other. As soon as the final message came, Ning could sense that Autarch Bolan's aura had suddenly vanished from his message talisman. The talisman had become an ownerless object, with Ning no longer able to sense any karma tying him to Autarch Bolan any further. The karmic links between them had been completely severed. There was only one explanation for this. He died? Bolan died. Ning was stunned. Not just him, all 5 of the other autarchs were stunned as well. An autarch had died. There had been dangerous situations in the past, such as when Autarch Akong had been trapped within that temple or when Autarch Mog had been hunted by Ayer. But this was the first time in the entire long history of this Chaosverse that an autarch had been killed. This was completely unprecedented. Autarch Bolan had just been killed? He was dead. Ning felt many complicated emotions. Anxiety, sorrow, pain, grief, and smoldering rage. This isn't the time to grieve. Bolan's dead. He was trapped within that world of grass, and as soon as those chains appeared he was killed. That world of grass is 100 times more dangerous than the temples we faced prior to this. We have to be careful not to fall into the same trap. Autarch Titanos was the first to send a message to the others. Agreed. We can't make the same mistake. Don't let them succeed with another ambush. We now have 2 options before us. The first is to enter the quintessence. There's no way they would be able to enter the quintessence without the prime essences discovering them. The second option is for us to maintain a vast domain type sea of mana around us at all times. The mana will be infused with part of our true soul, and so we would immediately notice them once they went anywhere near us, no matter what type of masking technique they use. Autarch Skyfeeder immediately sent. We can't set up a sufficiently large domain with our mana. I'm worried that their world of grass is so vast that it could still encompass and trap us when used from outside that range. Autarch Akong rebutted. Our only choice is to join forces, Autarch Titanos said. They quickly began to discuss what their next steps should be. They had paid a high price for this lesson. There was no way they could allow themselves to be ambushed in such a manner again. As for hiding into the quintessence, they weren't really willing to take this option. Just as they were negotiating in the midst of their rage and grief, suddenly, a new message was sent to the 6 of them from Autarch Bolan's message talisman, even though it no longer had Bolan's aura and appeared to be ownerless. I am Bolan. I'm not dead yet. When Bolan reflected on what had just happened, he couldn't help but feel both a sense of fear and joy. When he had been assaulted by those violet gold chains, he had immediately known that the situation was extremely grim. The chains were attacking with techniques that were just as profound as him, and as soon as all 6 had appeared he had begun to feel a sense of despair. The difference between them was just too great. 5 chains alone probably would have done him in fairly quickly. 6 chains had completely broken through his defensive lines. When his body had been lashed apart, he had transformed into his invulnerable form and attempted to keep himself alive. He wasn't willing to give up until the very last moment. But as those chains had continued to lash away at him and his energies were completely annihilated, he began to feel a mixture of total despair as well as deep resentment in his heart. In that final instant before his death, he had suddenly broken through the final bottleneck in understanding the mysteries of life and death. He had reached the level of true perfection, and he immediately sent the tiny remaining bits of his dispersed energies, which had been mixed into the clouds, into a state of false death. This was a new technique which Bolan had naturally and instantly gained when he had mastered his Samsara Daobirth essence. The false death state was a state of neither death or life. It was quite marvelous, causing one's aura to completely vanish and all karmic links to be severed. There was no way for anyone to sense his existence. In truth, Bolin had long ago reached incredible levels of insight into the cycle of life and death. His very aura had changed due to his many eons spent meditating on its mysteries, and his skill in life and death was very close to his skill in the Claw Daobirth essence. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had already created the Claw Daobirth essence, he probably would have long ago formed the Samsara Daobirth essence. However, anyone who already mastered a Daobirth essence would be influenced by it, making it incredibly difficult to break through in a second Daobirth essence even if one had reached a high level of enlightenment in it. It wasn't until the final moments when he hovered at the brink of death that he managed to understand his final flaws and reach perfection in this Dao. So this is how it works. When I had merely mastered 10 hegemonic Daos, the accumulated insights were enough for me to vault into understanding the Claw Daobirth essence. But in understanding the cycle of life and death, I had to slowly advance one step at a time. I was able to improve the power of this Dao and reach a level which was very close to that of my Claw Daobirth essence. But it wasn't until I personally was at the verge of death that I understood how to truly master it. Bolin nodded to himself. When mastering the first Daobirth essence, it is easy because nothing interferes with it. The second one, however, is 100 times more difficult. It requires constant, non-stop searching. Fortune and calamity ride together. I was driven to the brink of despair, but it allowed me to master the Samsara Daobirth essence. Bolin was in a fairly good mood right now. After entering the false death state, he was able to avoid all forms of detection. But of course he didn't dare to take any actions at all. For the sake of making it look real, he had voluntarily abandoned his golden bridge of freedom and some of his other treasures. He didn't discard his message talisman, however, because only autarchs could use them. He had given up his many other message talismans. The Sith had never seen an autarch message talisman before, and so they didn't realize what was missing from the many they had taken from him. He knew that his friends would probably be heartbroken once he entered that false death state, and so he waited until the opponent left with his treasures and his bridge before stealthily sending them a message through the message talisman. I am Bolin. I'm not dead yet. This message completely shocked Jining, Titanos, Mog, and the others. Bolin, you are still alive? Is this for real? Why can't I sense your existence? Are you truly Bolin? Do you have any proof? They were all so excited that they could hardly believe it. However, only the original owner of an autarch message talisman was able to use it. Logically speaking, there was no way for the Sith to send any messages once Bolin died. At the same time, they also knew that Ayer had reached a much higher level of insight than they had. It was possible that he might have a way of decoding their message talisman, and so they felt a sense of wariness. Ahaha! Don't worry, I really am Bolin. Kong, I'll have my avatar meet with you shortly. That'll be enough to prove that I'm telling the truth. Autarch Bolin understood his comrades' misgivings. Ning and the others kept their avatars fairly close together, as they had been working together on how to deal with the sealed temples. Ning himself was fairly close to Mog's avatar, while Bolin's avatar was fairly close to Akong's true body. After just the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, Bolin's avatar finished warping through spacetime and reached Autarch Akong. Akong, Bolin's avatar, dressed in black robes, suddenly appeared of nowhere without causing any sound or stir. No lines of karma appeared either. It was as though it didn't really exist in this world. But when he spoke, his voice whispered across an empty stretch of the void. Moments later, a few ripples could be seen, followed by a towering array of castles appearing in the empty region. Autarch Akong was quite lavish in preparing his dwelling place. Is that really you, Bolin? Autarch Akong stared at Bolin's avatar. An overwhelming sense of familiarity flooded through him, allowing him to feel all but certain that this was Bolin. But he was still wary that this might be one of Ayer's tricks. My true body remains trapped within that world of grass and is still in a false death state. I've blocked out all my auras and all karmic links for fear that the Sith might be able to find out that I'm alive through karma, and so I was forced to do the same for my avatar. I'll release a bit of energy. Test it out for yourself. The black-robed Bolin smiled as he waved his hand, causing a stream of energy to fly out. Akong was delighted as soon as he sensed it. This type of energy was far too familiar for him. This was mana formed through the Claw Daobirth essence. Each expert's mana contained its own unique signature which was completely unfakeable. Ning, for example, had a pure Omega Sword Dao sheen to his mana. You spoke of a false death state? What type of state is that, for even us to be unable to sense you? Autark Akong asked curiously. I've already taken control over the Samsara Daobirth essence, the black-robed Bolin said. Many secrets are hidden within both life and death. Entering a pseudo-dead state was quite simple. Autark Akong stared at the black-robed Bolin, his eyes filled with curiosity. The man was clearly standing right in front of him, but all of Akong's other senses were telling him that Bolin didn't seem to exist. This odd feeling made him sigh with amazement. So you've come to comprehend 2 Daobirth essences? What have you gained from it? Autark Akong asked. Nothing special besides the fact that I now have 2 Daobirth essences to use. The black-robed Bolin shook his head. We already know that Ayer is more skilled than Mog in space and more talented in illusions than Stone Rule, and that he vastly outstrips Titanos in artificing. He's extremely formidable in every single area, while his specialty lies in light. Even without the power of the Dao, he's still able to crush us in a fair fight. Now that is truly impressive. Those of us who reached autarky via fused Supreme Daos will remain ordinary autarks. Even if we gain an additional Daobirth essence, we're still far from reaching the level of the Omega autarks, the black-robed Bolin said with a laugh. But of course, the power of the Samsara Daobirth essence is tremendous and I've grown quite a bit stronger due to it. I'm also able to use these 2 different Daobirth essences together. Who knows? Titanos might not be a match for me now. Haha. Different essences had different levels of power. Previously, Autark Titanos had been the strongest save for Ning because his was the Karma Daobirth essence. The Samsara Daobirth essence was also an extraordinary essence, and given that Bolin had another essence as well, it made sense that he had grown significantly stronger. Good. Kong was overjoyed. For someone on their side to be strengthened was wonderful news. He quickly sent word to the others, all of whom were similarly overjoyed. For Bolin to still be alive was simply wonderful. Autark Stone Rule suddenly sent to everyone. According to Bolin, that world of grass seems to be extremely powerful. I'll wager we haven't seen its full power yet. Yes, it was absolutely terrifying. It completely dominated me. If I didn't manage to master the Samsara Daobirth essence at the critical moment and avoid detection via the false death state, I probably would have died for real. Even at my current level of power, I won't be able to escape, Bolin said. Ning said, given how powerful this world of grass is, we have to come up with some sort of countermeasure. I'm currently right in the middle of that world. I know exactly where it is, so you don't need to worry about being ambushed, Bolin said. Huh? Ah, right. Haha. Kong laughed. Bolin's within the world of grass, which means we now have a perfect understanding of its movements. Titanos chuckled as well. This was an unexpected bonus. Where is the world of grass right now? Ning asked. It's been advancing at high speed for quite some time. Judging from its path, it should be headed towards the 9 Cicadas Temple, Bolin said. Ning and the others were all enlightened. Of the temples the Sith had sent out to attack the autarks, 1 had been defeated by Ning while 4 had been sealed away. The 9 Cicadas Temple had been given that name by the autarks because it was covered extremely strange carvings of 9 cicadas on them. The temple were controlled by 9 Sith exalts, the most of any temple they had encountered thus far. If it is flying towards the 9 Cicadas Temple, it is probably planning on rescuing those exalts, Akong said. We can't let them join forces, Ning said hurriedly. The Sith have repeatedly taken advantage of their higher level of insight to ambush us, Autark Titanos said. Now, thanks to Bolin, we know the exact path this world of grass is taking. That means we can set a trap for it and play a nasty little trick on that terrifying weapon. Right? Let's set up a trap. Ning's eyes lit up. Let's give them a good hard beating, Autark Mog agreed hurriedly. He had been ambushed not too while ago and was itching for revenge. Hopefully we'll destroy the entire thing, Bolin said. The prospect of giving the Sith a taste of their own medicine was making their blood pump with excitement. Ji Ning and the others began to work hard to produce a plan which would be perfectly tailored to dealing with this terrifying new threat, the grassland world. Everyone including Ning knew deep in their hearts how important this battle would be. In fact, it could be said that if they won this battle, they would probably have won the entire war. If they lost, then they would probably have lost the war as well. The price of defeat was simply too great. All of the countless native life forms of this entire chaosverse, from the lowliest of ordinary mortals to the most exalted of hegemons and autarchs, would be completely exterminated. Not a single one of them would be left alive. The entire chaosverse would be completely remade into one which was suitable for the Sith and inimical to all others. Ning knew that they couldn't afford to lose this battle. By now, the Sith hegemons and emperors no longer posed much of a threat. It was up to the final battle between the supreme elites of each side. We destroyed one of those temples and trapped 4 of them. Even if Ayer gets personally involved, we should be able to withstand him via the golden bridges of freedom. Right now, the only thing the Sith have which poses a threat to us is that world of grass. In truth, it is an apocalyptic danger, Autarch Titanos said. It only needed a fraction of its power to kill Bolin. Even though Bolin now controls 2 Daobirth essences, he's still forced to hide via the false death technique and doesn't dare to face it head-on. In other words, none of us are a match for that world of grass in soul combat. Ning agreed with this assessment. The terrifying power which the world of grass had displayed previously was enough to cause even Ning to shiver with fear. We'll never have a better chance than this, Autarch Titanos said. We are hidden in darkness. While they stand revealed to us, we can make all preparations necessary and focus all of our power against the world of grass. When Ayer ambushed Mog, he didn't produce anything even as remotely terrifying as the world of grass, Autarch Bolin said. That was his big reveal. So he definitely would have gone all out in that attack. For him to not use a world of grass leads me to suspect that the entire Sith race only has a single such weapon. I'm sure that it wasn't easy for him to make such a terrifying weapon. Hell, I'm amazed they were able to create it at all. Right? If Ayer didn't carry one, that's probably because they're only IS-1. If we can defeat the world of grass, we would have gotten rid of our greatest threat and essentially won this war, Autarch Stone Rule agreed. This is now our last, best chance to gain victory. We have to win. We must win. The 7 strongest members of the cultivator civilizations were filled with determination to win. Ning and the others were going to put everything they had into this fight. Every single one of them was going to take part, and so they began to hasten towards the 9 Cicadas Temple from their respective stations throughout the Chaosverse. Autarch Stone Rule was the slowest when it came to travel speed, and so Autarch Skyfeeder actually went to him to carry him with her. Just a bit over a month later, they all reunited near the 9 Cicadas Temple. As for the grassland world, it was still on its way. It wasn't quite up to par with Autarchs when it came to warping through spacetime. We still have nearly a month left. The bulky 9 Cicadas Temple hung there in the void of space. The 9 Sith Exalts still focusing on defending it from within. Ning and the others wouldn't be able to breach its defenses anytime soon, so they simply left it trapped within their formations. The Autarchs were located in a region of empty space outside the formations, sealing the temple away. Autarch Titanos' 2 fleshy antennae were standing up straight, quivering with killing intent. He began to make the arrangements. During this next month, we need to finish setting up any and all helpful formations. We don't have much time. Move fast, everyone. All right. Ning, Bolin's avatar, Autarch Skyfeeder, Autarch Akong, Autarch Stone Rule, and Autarch Mog all chorused in unison. Time began to flow in a rapidly accelerated pace around them. Autarch Skyfeeder was responsible for keeping time sped up, while Ning and the others were responsible for setting up the formations. They already knew exactly where the grassland world would be arriving, and so they would set up the grand formation there. The entire formation covered a huge area. as it was meant to encompass the entire grassland world. In order to make the formation as strong as possible, they even infused some of the mysteries of the golden bridges into the formation. When the time came, the formation would be ready to accumulate an enormous amount of the Chaosverse power. The formation was divided up into two different parts. The outer formation would be maintained by Ning, Bolan's avatar, and the true bodies of the autarchs. The inner formation would be maintained by the other 5 autarch avatars. The inner formation would serve as the vanguard for doing battle against the grassland world. If they suffered any casualties, the inner formation would be the first to go. Haha, I'm done. The formation's been set up. Ning and the others had worked hard and quickly. In the end, they managed to finish the entire grand formation with 2 days to spare. I'll take the dust 1 position. Ning stood there within a specific part of the formation. Boom! The overwhelming power of the Chaosverse instantly crossed an infinite distance to appear in the region around him. Ning's location seemed to have transformed into an endless vortex of darkness which devoured all of the power of the prime essences. This grand formation had 2 poles, which represented Yin and Yang. Ning was responsible for one of them while Titanos was responsible for the other, as the 2 were both skilled in formations. As for the other 5, they were responsible for helping and strengthening the power of the formation. The formation is complete. All of us are now much more powerful than we are normally. With so many empowered autarch-class combatants working together and joining forces, we'll definitely be able to destroy the grassland world. Autarch Titanos let out a loud laugh, completely confident in their chances. Right? The chains that attacked me were powerful, Bolan's avatar agreed. But we have so many autarch-class combatants that we would have more than enough power to each take on a single chain without being affected. Unfortunately, 2 of the 5 avatars at the vanguard are very weak. My avatar and Skyfeeder's avatar were both destroyed and had to be remade, and so they are only at half strength. Even with the formation supporting them, they are just barely as strong as they would be at their peak. Autarch Titanos shook his head. It is enough. The true bodies will be launching attacks from afar in support, right? Mog laughed as well. Although they spoke confidently, all of them remained quite cautious. They had an enormous advantage in this battle as they had chosen the battlefield and prepared formations for it, ensuring that they could unleash the absolute maximum power possible. However, they didn't dare to truly go all out and leave themselves with no way out. If they really did die, the cultivators would never again have a chance of reversing this defeat. Thus, if this battle really did end up poorly, then the true bodies who were located in the outer part of the formation would be able to flee at any time. The reason why Bolan's avatar was also located in the outer part was to keep his continued existence a secret. Otherwise, the Sith would immediately find out that Bolan hadn't really died. A total of 12 autarch-class combatants had gathered together within the formation, and they were empowered tremendously by it. They were right to speak with confidence, but also right to be wary of this terrifying grassland world weapon the Sith had devised. They are about to arrive. Autarch Bolan's true body was in constant contact with them. 5 more warps through space-time and they'll arrive. Make your preparations, everyone, Autarch Titanos said. Hide the formation's power. Don't make your moves until they enter its range. Titanos had been alive for longer than any of the others, and he had been the most powerful before Ning's rise to power. Everyone was accustomed to him giving the orders, and he had been the one to devise the majority of the components of this formation. Ning and the others had only played a supplementary role. Silence. The entire formation fell completely and utterly silent. Ning and the others all stared intently, nervously awaiting the most critical battle of them all. According to the information Almighty Ayer gave us, they should be arriving soon. We'll be able to escape. The 9 Sith exalts within the 9 Cicadas temple were all seated in the lotus position, eagerly awaiting the grassland world's arrival. They had felt extremely restless and uneasy after being sealed away here, as all they could do was passively watch and wait for the cultivators to eventually breach the formations protecting them. They should arrive in just another day or 2. Rumble. A dimensional rift suddenly appeared just 100 billion kilometers away from the Nine Cicadas Temple, followed by a silvery white ship flying out of the rift. This was an ordinary-looking realm ship, while the person commanding it was nothing more than an ordinary hegemon. However, the 12 Autark-class combatants hidden within this region all knew the truth. They knew that the grassland world was hidden within that realm ship, because Autark Bolan's true body remained trapped inside. They've entered the net. Autark Titano's eyes shone with baleful light. Activate! Activate! Ning and Titanos were in control of the Inyang poles, and they simultaneously activated the formation with the other 5 working in concert with them. Rumble! An utterly apocalyptic amount of power instantly filled a vast region of 10 trillion kilometers. The mere flow of power caused the void of space itself to be ground into countless sand-like particles, instantly disintegrating the silver realm ship. As for the Sith descendant who was commanding it, he stared in terror as he himself was disintegrated into dust. The only thing left behind was a strange ovaloid object. This ovaloid object was the most powerful Sith weapon, the grassland world. We've been trapped. What's going on? How could there be a trap here? We cut off all connections to the outside world and are undetectable. There's no way the cultivators could have tracked us here. How could they have set up a trap in advance? The black-robed man, the red-robed man, and the silver-robed woman were standing atop the clouds, staring at the outside world. They were able to see past the grassland world's dimensions with ease. The world outside had been transformed into a writhing realm of primordial chaos, filled with such power that even they shuddered at it. Did they perhaps manage to guess that we were going to come and rescue the Exalts and so set up a trap in advance? The silver-robed woman asked, puzzled. They trapped a total of 4 temples. How could they be sure that we would come to the Nine Cicadas Temple first? The red-robed man boomed. Could they have set up traps around all 4 temples? The black-robed man asked in his icy voice. Impossible. You can see how much power the formation outside is using. The ambient power alone is enough to annihilate realm ships with ease. The cultivators must have poured all their power into creating a formation of such power. The silver-robed woman said. There's no way they could simultaneously maintain 4 or 5 formations of such power. The red-robed man shook his head. In the end, this is their chaos verse. They must have come up with some other way of tracking out whereabouts. No time to waste on wondering how they did it. Right now, our biggest problem is that we've already been trapped. Then what should we do? The black-robed man said with a frown. Unlike the other Sith Exalts, they weren't truly Ayer's subordinates. Thus, they didn't really care too much about whether Ayer won or not. They had only taken part because they had been required to, while the promised rewards ensured that they weren't excessively opposed to helping out. However, when they could sense that they were in mortal danger, there was absolutely no way they would throw away their own lives for the sake of this war. Outside this chaos-verse, they could kill these autarks with ease. Here in this chaos-verse, these local autarks were terrifyingly powerful. Now that they had joined forces and used a mighty formation, the 3 felt even more nervous. We can't risk ourselves. Absolutely not. If Ayer wants to take risks, let him do it. The black-robed man muttered. Let's see just how strong the grand formation is. Let the fools go. The silver-robed woman said. We ourselves can just stand back. Fine. The black-robed man and the red-robed man both agreed. By their very nature, they looked down upon those 3 fools. Hey idiots! Hurry up and get over here! The silver-robed woman shouted. Soon, 3 enormous creatures emerged from beyond the clouds. The first was the giant cyclopean bear, the second was the red-eyed white-furred humanoid, while the third was the tentacled storm cloud. These Autark-class void-dwellers were extremely displeased at the contempt which these 3 powerful Sith displayed towards them. They could sense it keenly, but they were weaker than the 3 Sith and so there was nothing they could do. What do you want? The giant cyclopean bear rumbled unhappily. We have business for you, of course, the silver-robed woman snapped. The grassland world has already been trapped by the cultivators. We don't know anything at all about the situation outside, and so we need you to help investigate it for us. Investigate. The 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers were filled with both rage and fear. They knew just how powerful these 3 Sith were. And yet, the Sith were too afraid to go outside and so we're sending them out? The 3 of you are skilled at staying alive. The silver-robed woman's eyes flashed coldly. I suggest you go immediately. Don't force our hand. They had to go, whether they wanted to or not. The 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers exchanged glances, communing in secret. We can go if you want, the red-eyed, white-furred humanoid said hoarsely. But we'll need to keep part of our bodies within the grassland world. We'll only let parts of ourselves go outside. That way, we can be sure to keep ourselves alive. If you want us to completely depart from the grassland world, we'd rather die than comply. It'd be death either way. Right. The Cyclopean bear and the tentacled storm cloud both chorused. Haha. So you 3 idiots aren't as dumb as you look? The silver-robed woman snickered. Don't worry. We don't stand to benefit from your deaths. All we want to do is to use you to investigate the outside world. We can agree to your terms. Now hurry up and go. Find out what's going on outside so we can take the appropriate countermeasures. The 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers could no longer refuse, and so they immediately soared upwards through the clouds. They went through one layer of clouds after another. The clouds were normally quite resilient, but when they flew through them the clouds all parted before them. Soon they reached the 9th and final layer of clouds. Be careful, everyone. They exchanged glances, then nervously began to fly through the 9th layer as the 2 men and 1 woman below them watched intently. Ning and the others were using the formation to blanket and smother this entire region with their power. After trapping that ovaloid object, they quickly saw it dramatically expand in size. Boom! 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 It grew to be 10,000 kilometers in size, 100,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers, 10 million kilometers, 100 million kilometers. Suppress it! Autarch Titanos commanded. Ning and the others began to pour the power of the formation into doing just that. Boom! Boundless amounts of power began to coil around the grassland world, compressing and crushing it. As it continued to expand in size, the amount of pressure it faced continued to increase as well. By the time it reached a size of 9 billion kilometers, it was unable to expand any further. Every single part of its enormous bulk was under utterly horrendous levels of pressure. I can't believe a mere artifact is able to resist the power of our formation and still expand to such a great size, Ning said. It really is far more powerful than any of the temples we saw earlier. Find its weak points. If we can't find any, just launch an all-out attack, Autarch Titanos sent mentally. All right. Let's take a close look at the thing. Ning and the others all began to inspect the grassland world from their various vantage points, searching for weak points. Alas, they couldn't see anything from the outside. A short while later, as they were still inspecting the thing, a gray part of the ovaloid object suddenly began to ripple like the clouds. An enormous creature began to emerge, quickly resolving into the giant head of the vast, foolish-looking Cyclopean bear. Next to his head was a storm cloud that seemed to be filled with countless black tentacles as well as an unremarkable-looking red-eyed, white-furred humanoid. Each just sent parts of their bodies from within the rolling screen of clouds, keeping the rest of themselves within. They stared curiously at the outside world, but they saw nothing but a mishmash of chaos. How could they tell what was going on? Autarch-class Void Dwellers. Ning recognized them right away. Those were the 3 which attacked me previously, Bolan's avatar sent. Perfect. Everyone, attack. When they retreat, follow them inside the grassland world, Autarch Titanos ordered. All right. Attack. Ning and the others began to carry out the plan they had practiced a number of times in the past. The 5 avatars of Titanos, Mog, Skyfeeder, Stone Rule, and Akong within the inner formation all began to activate their respective parts of the formations. They transformed into an enormous 5-headed black serpent, with each head representing one of the avatars. The main head of the black serpent was led by Autarch Titanos, who commanded the other 4 in attacking. As for the ones in the outer formation, they were even more powerful but chose to be cautious and launch long-range attacks from afar. Go! Autarch Mog waved a finger from afar. Whoosh! 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 A series of round arcs of saber light flew out, filled with the boundless mysteries of the space Daobirth essence. Bolan's avatar waved a finger as well, causing 10,000 beads to appear which were filled with the mysteries of the Samsara Daobirth essence. To keep his true identity hidden, he did not use his Claw Daobirth essence. The other autarchs all used their most powerful long-distance attacks as well. All Das are the sword. Ning willed his 6 Northbow swords to come flying out, filling them with the power of his mana and linking them together with the power of the other autarchs. Ning was responsible for guiding the powers of all 6 autarchs, because as an Omega Emperor he was skilled in virtually every aspect. He understood illusions, karma, the samsara of life and death, and both space and time. He was a bit weaker than Bolan when it came to life and death and a bit inferior than Titanos when it came to karma, but he remained incredibly skilled in all respects. Thus, he was the perfect mediator for their powers, allowing the 6 to join together in a flawless manner and truly transform their attacks. It was a pity that Ning's avatar was still tied down within the Annihilation Hive. Otherwise, he could have also taken responsibility over the 5 avatars attacking from the inner formation, allowing them to become even more powerful. The 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers were in the 9th layer of clouds of the grassland world, nervously reaching out to the outside world. See anything? The Cyclopean Bear said, carefully scanning the primordial chaos outside. I don't see a damn thing. The tentacled storm cloud was extremely cautious as well. Look out! The red-eyed, white-furred humanoid's eyes were glowing with bloody red light as it stared intently towards a distant place, and it suddenly sent a mental warning to the others. Ryup! An enormous black 5-headed serpent suddenly slithered forward from within the mishmash of primordial chaos, its head glaring ferociously at the 3 as it charged towards them with an overwhelming aura. I'll block it! The red-eyed, white-furred humanoid was the closest to the serpent. It felt a sense of fear, but it still sent its 2 furry arms forward in an attempt to block. Whoosh! The 5 heads of the black serpent suddenly attacked simultaneously while using the full power of the entire formation. This strike completely eclipsed that of any ordinary autarchas and was every bit the equal of Ayer's ultimate attack. Dodge! After the black serpent crushed the red-eyed, white-furred creature, it cruised straight towards the tentacled storm cloud. The storm cloud creature was terrified, but it still sent out many probing tentacles to try and defend against the impact while preparing to flee. The black serpent slithered closer towards it, the 5 heads striking simultaneously once more and tearing countless tentacles apart. However, the serpent was noticeably slowed down by them. A heartbeat later, the black serpent gave a little wriggle and then shot out once more, its speed skyrocketing to incredible heights as it flew towards the final remaining combatant, the giant Cyclopean Bear. Autarch Titanos' avatar was standing in the central head, and it murmured to itself, "Where there is cause, there is effect. Karma lies in all things." The 5 heads of the serpent struck out in perfect harmony. Boom! The giant Cyclopean Bear furiously struck out with its twin paws, managing to block the attack of the black serpent head-on. It was the physically strongest of the Autarch-class Void Dwellers, and so although it was at a noticeable disadvantage, it wasn't instantly destroyed by the clash. "Ha-ha! I'm not as fragile as those other 2. The giant Cyclopean Bear laughed excitedly. Titanos, prepare to enter the grassland world. Ning sent mentally. Behind the giant black serpent, a sword suddenly appeared. The sword shone with dazzling light and was filled with awesome power. The 5 heads of the black serpent were able to cooperate together in perfect harmony thanks to the power of karma. But this sword had transcended mere cooperation and represented many different powers being merged into a perfect whole. Ning was commanding all of the long-distance attacks from the 7 autarchs in the outer formation, and he manifested them through his sword Dao to create a terrifying divine sword that surpassed even the black serpent in power. Chop! The awesome divine sword came crashing down with such power that even the Cyclopean Bear felt a sense of fear. It hurriedly retreated, seeking to use its paws to defend once again. Slash! Sword light descended, annihilating all within its path. The upper body of the giant cyclopean bear was completely destroyed by this strike. Ah! The giant cyclopean bear was completely terrified. Thankfully, it had kept its life core within its lower left leg, and its entire lower body remained within the 9th layer of clouds. As a result, it was able to survive this strike. The three had only agreed to expose part of their giant bodies, precisely because their life cores were what really mattered the most. Swoosh! The vast sword stabbed straight into the 9th layer of gray clouds. It shuddered slightly, seeking to tear through the surrounding area and rip apart the hundreds of millions of kilometers of clouds. Thanks to the divine sword, Ning immediately sensed a powerful force resisting him. Bolin was right. The 9th and outermost layer of clouds is so incredibly durable that ordinary autarchs have no chance of destroying it at all. Even though we're joining our power together and summoning the might of the Chaosverse itself, we'd probably only be able to cut apart 100,000 kilometers of it. Autarchs were completely unable to breach the 9th layer of clouds, while a full-force blow from this divine sword was able to break through 100,000 kilometers of it. This was a testament to the sword's might. The more of the clouds you wanted to destroy, the more power was needed. Titanos, help me keep the rift in the clouds open. Ning sent mentally. Leave that to me. Titanos sent the black serpent in to cover the rift while sending back, I'll leave the attack against the world of grass to you. The towering black serpent slithered its way into the tier within the gray clouds, its 5 heads slowly swiveling around its body and keeping the tier open, preventing the gray clouds from covering it back up again. It must be understood that once the tear was closed, Ning's squad wouldn't even be able to sense the insides of the grassland world, much less maintain the sword and continue to fuel it with their mana. They had to keep the tier open and prevent it from closing. The black serpent was filled with unearthly power, but it was only able to just barely maintain a 1,000-kilometer-sized rift. Sever the connection to the outside world. Quick! Sever it! The red-robed man shouted frantically. The grassland world truly was a complete world unto itself, and as such could be completely detached from the rest of the Chaosverse, making it impossible for the Chaosverse to sense and detect it. The 2 men and the woman inside the grassland world were absolutely horrified at the power of that sword. There's no way to break the link, the silver-robed woman said frantically. That black serpent is preventing the clouds from reforming. We can't break the connection. Not good. That sword is about to attack, the black-robed man bellowed. The giant black serpent continued to hold the gray clouds apart within the 9th layer, while the mighty sword transformed to become incomparably vast as it stabbed downwards. Boom! The tip of the sword stabbed through the 8th layer, then the 7th layer, the 6th layer. Clang! A violet gold chain suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The dazzling iridescent chain flew towards the black serpent which was holding the rift in the clouds open, and it was quickly followed by yet another chain as well. The violet gold chains launched continuous attacks against the giant black serpent. If they were able to destroy it, the clouds would close over and sever the tip of the sword from the outside world, preventing it from controlled and thus causing it to collapse on its own. Clang! 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 More and more violet gold chains appeared. The hilt of the absolutely titanic sword remained within the 9th layer of clouds, while the tip of the sword continued to stab downwards. Break! Ning caused a series of sharp surges of sword ki to fly out from the hilt of the sword. Each stream of sword ki was shaped like a fish, and a total of 36 swordfishes quickly flew out and took up blocking positions before the black serpent. They then began to swim together to form a whirlpool of swordlight which smashed outwards at the encroaching violet gold chains. These 36 streams of sword ki merely represented 20% of the divine sword's power, but this defensive sword technique in the form of a vortex of swordlight was still enough to suppress all of the attacking chains. By now, there were 9 violet gold chains which were furiously assaulting the whirlpool of swordlight, only to be unable to break through. Break! 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 The toughest layer of clouds was the 9th one. With the black serpent maintaining the tear, the other 8 layers were now much easier for the gigantic sword to stab through. Boom! 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 The sword continued to penetrate one layer of clouds after another. This sword is too powerful. These native autarchs must have come together and used something akin to a Daugard tower which allows them to summon the power of the Chaosverse. Then had Emperor Darknorth merge all of these disparate energies together with his Omega Sword Dao. This sword is so powerful that not even all three of us working together can stop it. The two men and the woman hidden in the center of the grassland world began to grow a bit nervous. If I knew that this was going to happen, I would have had us rendezvous with Ayer before coming here. Ayer could have dealt with these problems, the silver-robed woman said anxiously. Ayer had instructed them to go rescue the Sith Exalts, while he himself was coming from a completely different region of the Chaosverse. As a result, their reunion was delayed. He was overconfident in his grassland world, the red-robed man said frantically. That sword is about to pierce through the last layer of clouds. We're hidden here in the depths of the grassland world, while the sword isn't able to blink through the earth above us. There's no way it'll be able to injure us, the black-robed man said coldly. But if we let them cause destruction unchecked, they might end up destroying some of the important components of the grassland world. Once we lose this weapon, the upcoming battles will be even harder, the red-robed man said. That's not our problem. Staying alive is what matters. Losing a weapon is a minor matter. We've done our utmost, the black-robed man said. Ning's sword was filled with the power of 7 Autarch-class combatants. It started at the 8th layer of clouds and stabbed through one layer after another. The clouds sought to form whirlpools of defensive energy to resist, causing the sword to come under tremendous pressure, but it was still able to persevere. And so, just like that, it punched all the way through the first layer of clouds. Bolin, return immediately, Ning sent mentally. Bolin's true body was hidden within the first layer of clouds. The towering divine sword had stabbed through all 8 layers of clouds. Mana flowed through the area immediately around it, blasting away at its surroundings. This was the combined mana of Jining, Autarch Titanos, Autarch Bolin, and all of the others. For their mana to be there was equivalent to them being there in person, and they could use mana to scan and scurry an area. Every single drop of mana contained parts of their soul and true soul, after all. As their mana surged through the area, it quickly covered the area where Autarch Bolin's true body was located. You finally made it. An unremarkable spark of energy quickly began to fly through the mana towards the titanic sword. This was the form Autarch Bolin's true body had taken once it entered the false death stage. Thank you, everyone. Bolin's true body only showed itself after going inside the giant sword, and he immediately laughed loudly and delighted. All this time, he had been worried that his hiding spot would be discovered, at which point he would have nowhere to run and would most assuredly die. Bolin, hurry up and take control of the formation. With your main body in control, we'll be able to up the power even further, Ning sent. All right. Bolin's body quickly sped up through the interior of the giant sword, rising through the clouds. The divine sword was like a giant mountain which stretched from the very bottom all the way through the 9th layer of clouds, allowing Bolin to easily traverse the grassland world and stealthily pass through the 5 heads of the black serpent which were keeping the rift in the clouds open. No one was the wiser as he reached the void outside the grassland world. I've made it out alive. Only after exiting the grassland world did Autarch Bolin finally let out a sigh of relief. He flew the void and quickly reached his avatar's location in the formation, which he swapped with. The power of the entire formation instantly increased by another 20%. His avatar had already died once, after all, and so it was fairly weak. It was by far the weakest link in the outer formation, far weaker than the true body. Congratulations, Bolin. Bolin. Remember that you owe us some fine wine for saving you from that calamity. Stone Rule, Akong, and the others all sent happy messages to him. Autarch Bolin smiled. Easily done. I'll send my avatar back and hide inside the grassland world in my stead. Who knows, it might serve us in good stead. He then willed his avatar to fly back into the grassland world, following the same path he had taken in leaving. After mastering the Samsara Daubirth essence, Autarch Bolin was superior to all other autarchs when it came to hiding himself. He was able to completely hide his aura and sever all karmic connections, making it impossible for even the Chaosverse to detect his existence. Even if his avatar ended up being discovered and failed its missions, its loss was a minor matter. To let his true body die while exploring would be a true shame. Boom! After the towering sword stabbed straight through all of the blocking clouds, it stabbed into the grasslands themselves. However, the grass was so extremely sturdy that the sword didn't manage to pierce too deeply inside of it. There's no way to dig any deeper into the grassland, Ning sent mentally. Gentlemen, what do you think we should do? The grassland world's core should be located deep within its depths, Autarch Titanos said. Based on what I've seen from researching various powerful Sith weapons, the most powerful formations will be located around the most important regions. Right now, the problem is that the sword needs to endure the restrictive power of 8 layers of clouds while continuing to drill downwards. It's only able to unleash a fraction of its full power, and I don't think there's any chance we'll be able to damage the core components while doing so. Right? Ning agreed. Stabbing through the 8 layers is already consuming a bit over half of the power, while those 9 chains are taking up another 20%. That leaves just 30% to deal with the grasslands below. The two of you can decide on what to do, Autarch Mog said. You two understand formations better than the rest of us. You decide. Autarch Akong agreed. The other Autarchs were going to let Ning and Titanos take the lead because they were the most skilled in the Tao of formations. Titanos in particular had spent countless eons analyzing artifice and weaponry. The remaining 30% stands no chance of punching through, Ning agreed. Then let's get rid of those 9 layers of clouds first, Autarch Titanos said. The clouds serve as a protective eggshell around the yoke. If we can scrape away the clouds, we can deal with the interior as we please. Destroy the 9 layers of clouds? Ning was intrigued. The core is inside the grasslands, while the 9 clouds are outside. There has to be some sort of formation keeping these troublesome clouds active, Titanos said. Which means if we can destroy the relevant formations, the clouds will disperse on their own. Ning agreed. Right? These two understood formations very well, and they quickly managed to come up with a method for dealing with the clouds. Break for me! Ning began to twist and turn the titanic sword, sending it chopping back and forth through the clouds. Each time it did so, it created new gaping wounds within the lower 8 layers of clouds. The clouds continued to cover the tiers, while the sword continued to stir its way through them like a spoon. The process continued, with the clouds reforming each time after the divine sword cut through them. This rapid healing process consumed an enormous amount of energy. The mana within the divine sword was able to follow the energy ripples of the healing process, allowing formation experts Ning and Titanos to discover 9 different energy wellsprings in the time needed to boil a kettle of tea. So they are located in 9 different places at the farthest corners of the clouds? Not even autarchs were able to see to the ends of the vast grassland world, because there were space-time formations blocking their sight and hiding 9 critical components of the formations powering the clouds. Break! The sword assaulted the 9 points with raw force, stabbing out towards the ends of the grasslands and blasting through space-time barriers with a rumbling sound. Although the sword only had 30% of its full power left, it still had more powerful than any full-force strike from one of the 7 operating independently. The space-time barriers were completely incapable of stopping it. They completely imploded and crumbled, revealing the true scene behind them. Here there were a series of thick clouds. All 9 layers of clouds were grouped together here, masking something. 9 layers of clouds are protecting this place? Ning and Titanos were delighted. Their guesses had been spot on. Otherwise, why would this place be so carefully hidden and protected? The enormous sword first withdrew back to the outermost 9th layer of clouds, reuniting with the black serpent. Then, break, break, break. Ning and Autarch Titanos worked in harmony, the divine sword leading the way with the black serpent following right behind it. The 9 violet gold chains sought to bar their path, but they were held back by the sword light radiating from the divine sword. The divine sword tore through the 9th layer of gray clouds as it made its way to the place hidden by formations previously. Break! The black sword immediately took responsibility for keeping the 9th layer of clouds open, while the divine sword pressed the attack. It quickly broke through all 8 layers of clouds, revealing countless glittering runes and complicated glyphs which were working together in an unfathomably profound manner. Energy was being sent from deep within the grasslands into the runes, which then sent the energy into the layers of clouds. This is a conduit formation. Ning and Titanos were delighted. It's incredibly complicated. I don't understand it at all, Autarch Titanos said. Let's break it. Right? Ning didn't understand it either. Even if they spent 10 years working on it, they probably wouldn't manage to figure out more than a tiny bit of it. The best way to deal with a complicated formation like this was to overwhelm it with power. The divine sword pierced through the opening which the black serpent was maintaining, carrying apocalyptic levels of force as it cut through the 8 layers of clouds and then stabbed against the runes. Boom! Countless runes and glyphs began to tremble. Haha! Illusory runes, eh? Then I'll destroy spacetime in the area. Let's see if your formation can remain stable then. Ning continued to violently attack, striking each blow with maximum power and causing the runes to shudder and flicker. Deep within the depths of the grasslands, the 2 men and the woman were beginning to truly panic now. What should we do? They found the formation linking us to the 9 clouds almost right away. The red-robed man frowned. Should we ignite the quintessence core? The black-robed man said nervously. Ignite the quintessence core? The silver-robed woman and the red-robed man were both stunned. The quintessence core referred to the energy source powering the entire world. The reason why the autarchs had been unable to truly break into the Scythelans which had invaded their chaosverse was precisely because the Scythelans had its own miniaturized quintessence. This quintessence core provided the Scythelans with energy, allowing the Scythe to construct those stable and deadly Daugard towers. However, over the eons the energy of that miniature quintessence had been gradually depleted. By now there was little remaining. The reason why the grassland world was so powerful was because it had a quintessence core of its own as well. Ayer had asked his own teacher to give it to him, and his teacher had obliged. That was the only reason why Ayer had been able to create this mighty weapon. Otherwise, there would have been no way to power the grassland world. Even the mightiest of weapons needed sufficiently strong external power sources here. This was a foreign chaosverse, after all. They were rejected here and could not draw upon the local prime essences. Igniting the quintessence core will consume an enormous amount of energy. If we use it all up, we'll have lost this battle, the silver-robed woman said. We should check with Ayer first. She immediately reached out to contact Ayer. A short while later a blurry pillar of light appeared which gradually resolved into the tall, barefoot, balding figure of Ayer. What is it? Ayer asked. The cultivators set up a trap for us here. The grassland world has been caught, and the 9 layers of clouds are unable to stop them, the silver-robed woman said quickly. They've even discovered the conduit formation powering the 9 cloud layers. Soon they'll have destroyed it. Once the 9 clouds are destroyed, the grassland world will be at the verge of destruction as well. What? Ayer's face was drained of all blood, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He was unable to remain calm any longer. The grassland world was Ayer's most important trump card, the one he intended to rely on to utterly defeat the cultivators and conquer this chaosverse. It was the main reason why he was so confident in his ultimate victory. If the grassland world was destroyed, his chances of victory would become virtually nil. He'd all but simply have to wait for defeat. Thus, as soon as Ayer heard this bad news, his mind became filled with many thoughts. For example, how did the cultivators manage to prepare a trap in advance? How was it that the protections of the grassland world had been breached so easily? The latter, he had an answer for. He suspected that the silver-robed woman and the other 2 weren't ready to defend it with all their strength. But the former? For now, he truly couldn't understand how the cultivators had managed to set up a trap in advance. He didn't have any time to waste asking these extraneous questions. He immediately ordered, protect the grassland world at all costs. Ignite its quintessence core right away. Ignite the quintessence core? The silver-robed woman blinked. Right? I'm on the way and will be there within a day. You have to hold. Ayer's face was as cold and hard as ice. I have to win this war. I have to take control over this chaos-verse. If you can't hold on until I get there, don't blame me for what I'll do to you. The three couldn't help but shudder. They knew that if Ayer became truly infuriated with them, just thinking it chilled their hearts. If Ayer's countless eons of planning ended up being ruined by their cowardice, he might actually kill them. Understood. We're igniting the quintessence core right now. We'll definitely hold on. The three hurriedly promised. Fine. Ayer's eyes flashed coldly. Things might seem dangerous, but we still have a chance. If the cultivators have been able to beat you so easily, that means that most likely all of them are there. If possible, trap them all inside the grassland world. Do your best to tie them down for as long as you can. Once I arrive, we'll kill them all. We stand the best chance if we can make the battlefield be inside the grassland world. Understood. The silver-robed woman and the other two said hurriedly. The two sides then broke the connection, followed by Ayer's figure vanishing from the pillar of light. The three finally let out sighs of relief. They felt a great deal of trepidation towards Ayer. He was normally an affable person who always had a sympathetic smile on his face. But in their homeland he was second only to the Lord of Chaos. If they truly did cause his countless eons of hard work to go up in smoke, no one could predict how berserk he would become. Ignite the quintessence. The three traded a glance, then immediately activated the quintessence core. The quintessence core was an indigo sphere that was located at the deepest depths of the grassland world. It was filled with an utterly inconceivable amount of power. This tiny sphere had significantly more energy inside it than the entire Blaze Sun domain. It had once been an incredibly vast energy source which had spun through the infinite void, but the Sith Lord of Chaos had ended up harvesting it. Not just any quintessence could be harvested like this. The ones which could be harvested while remaining intact and independent were vanishingly rare. Boom! Right as they began to ignite the quintessence, a thunderous boom rang out from the outside world, followed by a loud laugh. Ha ha! We broke one! Ning's voice rang out excitedly. Come! Let's break the next one! Yes, let's go! Autarch Titanos was delighted as well. After thoroughly destroying the runes and glyphs, they wrecked the entire formation. It was now incapable of transmitting any more energy to the 9th layer of clouds, causing its healing speed to lessen. However, destroying just a single nexus wouldn't be enough to cause the 9th layer to actually collapse. There were 9 formations providing energy after all. One of them has been destroyed already. The faces of the silver-robed woman and the other two turned pale. Boom! The quintessence core ignited, causing the entire world to flare with 10,000 times more power than before. The grassland world became filled with power, with a blurry blue light appearing everywhere within it. As for the 8 remaining conduit formations, they began to pump energy out at their absolute maximum capacities. A vast torrent of energy pumped out, causing all of the formations throughout the grassland world to skyrocket to maximum power. Still, there was a limit to how much the conduits could pass through. The remaining amount was simply wasted. One of the 9 formations generating the 9 cloud layers had been destroyed, after all. Despite that, the power of the formations still rose by over 60%. If all of the formations had remained intact, the power would have instantly doubled. Riot. Autarch Titanos was right in the middle of using his giant black 5-headed serpent to keep a rift in the clouds open, while Ning used the giant divine sword to attack yet another conduit formation. All of a sudden, all of the clouds began to glow with blurry white light. The white light was very comfortable and carried the blessings of radiance, but it also caused the restrictive pressure generated by the clouds to skyrocket in power by 60%. It must be understood that once one reached an extremely high level of power, improving by merely 10% to 20% was already extremely difficult. A sudden increase of 60% made it impossible for the Black Serpent to keep the rift open any longer. I can't break through it any longer. The Divine Sword had to fight back against the combined assault of the 9 violet gold chains, while also enduring the restrictive pressure of 8 different cloud layers. There was no way for it to keep attacking the formation, especially now that the power of the violet gold chains had increased multifold and the clouds had grown more powerful as well. I can't keep holding any longer either. Autarch Titanos was similarly anxious. His Black Serpent was fighting back against the 9th and strongest cloud layer. Deep within a giant palace inside the grassland world, the red-robed man and the other 2 were seated here, head raised and staring past the dimensional barriers to see what was happening in the world outside. Below them were a host of other figures, including the 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers and a number of Sith Exalts. Ayer had a number of spare Exalts who hadn't been needed to control the various temples, and they had been assigned to the grassland world. Bowenya was here as well. "Should we attack?" the black-robed man said in his cold voice. "Not just yet." The red-robed man frowned. "We still haven't managed to locate the true bodies of the Autarchs yet. That sword is merely composed of energy and magic treasures. Now that we've ignited the quintessence core, they won't be able to cause any further damage to our formations. Let's wait for their true bodies to descend, then trap them inside. When they are inside, we'll be ready to wrap this battle up." "Agreed." The silver-robed woman nodded. Ning and the others were indeed in a tough situation. The power of the 9 cloud layers in the grassland world had increased dramatically, while the violet gold chains had become several times more powerful as well. They were finding it difficult to fight back. "Withdraw." The Divine Sword, previously capable of piercing through 8 cloud layers, quickly retracted to the 9th cloud layer, and then flew over to help the Black Serpent push at the rift. Once the rift was closed, all connection to the outside world be lost. They would no longer be able to control those treasures using mana or godsense, resulting in the collapse of the sword. Ryayip. The Divine Sword was still mighty enough to tear the 9th layer of gray clouds open, but it was only able to tear a 1,000-kilometer hole now. Ayer has yet to make his move. That means he probably hasn't arrived yet. This is a perfect opportunity which won't come again. We need to seize this moment to destroy this weapon. Autarch Stone Rule sent mentally. "I feel like we should have us attack in person now," Autarch Akong said. "Agreed. However, we need to remain cautious. Our true bodies should just remain in the outermost layer of clouds and keep it open," Autarch Titanos said. "We can't go any deeper inside. Once we do, the Sith will probably use certain tricks to keep us trapped in there. We'd be shut off from the outside world and unable to maintain our connection to the formation, at which point we would probably all be wiped out." Ning and the others were all wary of this possibility as well. They couldn't afford to take a risk like that. "All right, let's make our moves." Just a short while later, a towering figure suddenly appeared within the void and strode towards the gray clouds. This vast figure was barefoot and almost completely naked, wearing just a fur loincloth. It had 7 faces and 14 arms. The face in front resembled that of Ning's, while the 3 faces to the left side and the 3 faces to the right side resembled those of Autarch Titanos and the rest of the 6. The towering figure's body was covered with a blurry layer of sword light, and the very act of walking caused it to emanate an aura of terrifying destructive force. Ning and the others had such powerful bodies that they were strongest in close combat. This formation incarnation was formed by the 7 of them using the power of the outside formations, but led by Ning using his Omega Sword Dao. All 7 of their true bodies were located inside this formation incarnation. As soon as it had been created, it had emanated a natural aura of infinite sword light. Every single movement it made was filled with ineffable might. Being responsible for this incarnation is incredibly taxing. Ning could feel his entire body aching, as could Autarch Titanos and the others. Not only did they have to keep the giant formation in the outside world active while controlling the divine sword, they also had to physically join together in this vast formation incarnation. Splitting their energies 3 different ways like this was no easy task. While we keep the sword active, We'll only be able to use 70% of this formation incarnation's power. Ning mused to himself. From a tactical standpoint, they would become deadlier if they completely abandoned the sword and instead focused on pouring all of the formation's energies into this incarnation, using 100% of its power. Still, it wasn't yet necessary for them to take such a drastic step. Ryup. The formation incarnation strode forwards towards the grayish clouds, its 14 arms reaching out simultaneously in ripping motions. The clouds around them quickly began to roil about as a vast area of 10,000 kilometers was torn open by it. It was quite easy for the formation incarnation to keep this rift open, freeing up the giant black serpent and the divine sword to continue stabbing downwards. Deep within the palace located in the depths of the grassland world, the silver-robed woman waved her hand, causing an image to appear next to her, which displayed what was happening in the world outside. All of you look so nervous. Fine. We'll let you see what's happening outside. That way, you can tell Ayer that the three of us are being diligent in our efforts. The three Autarch-class Void Dwellers and the Sith Exalts all stared at the images next to her. They saw a towering, seven-faced titan dressed in just a fur loincloth reach out with 14 arms. The arms were filled with absolutely unearthly power as they tore apart the 9th layer of clouds and then kept the rift open. Aside from the Titan, there was also the giant black serpent and the gigantic sword. The black serpent was under assault by 9 violet gold chains. The serpent was clearly finding it rather hard to endure the assault, even though streaks of swordlight were assisting it in resisting the chains. As for the giant sword, it had pierced through the 8 layers of clouds and was slamming against the runes and glyphs surrounding the conduit formation. Slash, slash, slash. It was clear to everyone that by the time the sword had pierced through the 8 layers of clouds, it had virtually exhausted all of its power and posed very little threat to the divine glyphs and runes. They didn't even tremble. We're in no danger. After we ignited the quintessence core, these cultivators are no longer a threat to us. Bowena and the other exalts agreed. The only thing they have which could threaten us is that Titan. It has to be a formation incarnation. Given its power, I imagine the cultivator leaders are located right inside of its body. A skinny Sith Exalt said. We've ignited the quintessence core, but it's still able to handle the 9th layer of clouds with ease. That means it has to be even more powerful than the sword. Kiblo is right. Our greatest threat right now is that formation incarnation. Another Sith Exalt immediately agreed. The 2 men and the woman at the front of the temple let out cold chuckles. The silver-robed woman explained, Actually, our only worry is that the formation incarnation will not come inside. If it dares to do so, we'll be ready to launch a full-strength counterattack against it. We'll do everything possible to cut off its connection to the outside world. Once that happens, it'll no longer be reinforced by the might of the outside formations, at which point the incarnation, the black serpent, and the giant sword will all be dramatically weakened. Their fates will be in our hands. Ayer has already issued orders, the black-robed man continued coldly, to seize this opportunity to trap them inside the grassland world. Once Ayer arrives, we'll launch our final killing strokes and annihilate them all. But what if they don't come inside? A Sith Exalt said. That's why we aren't attacking yet, the black-robed man said. The more power we display, the more vigilant they will be. Let's just wait patiently. They'll begin to grow impatient once they realize they cannot destroy the grassland world, at which point they might charge inside. The Sith Exalts below all murmured amongst themselves. These 3 clearly had completely different attitudes. The Exalts had to risk their lives and do everything in their power to fulfill Ayer's commands, while these 3 simply had to do enough. Still, this was indeed a good plan to lure the cultivators inside. The outside world. As predicted, Jining, Titanos, Stone Rule, and the others were all feeling extremely anxious. They had already done everything they could, save for sending in their formation incarnation, but they remained unable to destroy the formation. What should we do? If we continue like this, we stand no chance of victory at all, Autarch said anxiously. Should we take the risk of charging inside? We cannot. Autarch Skyfeeder immediately refused. Right now, we hold the upper hand. It is the Sith who cannot afford to waste time. They need to force a final battle as soon as possible. We, on the other hand, shouldn't take on unnecessary risk. Actually, we are drawing closer and closer to victory, Autarch Titanos said suddenly. Eh? Ning and the others were all startled. What is the greatest flaw which all powerful Sith weapons share? Autarch Titanos asked. Energy. This grassland world has to be using up an absolutely enormous amount of energy. You all saw how, after we destroyed the first conduit formation, the power of the entire grassland world suddenly skyrocketed. Even the air itself is glowing with blue light, and we can all sense how much power that light holds within it. Ning and the others all nodded. Clearly, the energies of the grassland world are being depleted at an incredible rate. In fact, it is literally leaking power, Autarch Titanos continued. When we first started to cause damage and attacked the conduit formation, the grassland world didn't have this sort of crazy response. Why? Precisely because of how much energy it would consume. They weren't willing to pay such a heavy price unless absolutely necessary. If we can force the grassland world to continue depleting its energies at this rate, it'll soon break apart on its own, Autarch Titanos said with a smile. Right? Once its energy source is gone, even the most powerful of weapons will become nothing more than a pile of refuse. Let it continue using up its power source then. All the other autarchs agreed with this idea. Besides, Akong, Autarch Titanos continued, Skyfeeder, Dark North, and the others are unwilling to take the risk of going inside because they can sense that something isn't quite right. When we first started to attack the world of grass, they initially sent out those 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers to fight back against us. After those 3 fled, not a single Sith has come out to stand in our way. Do you really think such a vast world of grass wouldn't have someone in control of it? Even ordinary temples have several Sith exalts and powerful golems protecting them. Does this world of grass really just have a few chains guarding it? Autarch Titanos said. Yes, I have the feeling that something is off, Ning said. There's no way such a powerful weapon would only be defended by a few chains. Autarch Titanos nodded. That's why I have the feeling that they are intentionally holding back to lure us inside. Once our true bodies go through the clouds, they'll be ready to show their daggers. This would instantly become the final battle of this war. But the final battle has to be on a battlefield of our choosing, not this world of grass. Agreed. They would rather give up this opportunity than take on such enormous risk. So long as they remained alive, they were still winning, and would have a chance to gain a final victory in the future. Ning and the others were of the same mind on this, and so they quickly calmed down. They continued to use the Black Serpent and the Divine Sword to assault the conduit formation, forcing the grassland world to pay a heavy price in energy and keep the quintessence core ignited. The Sith continued to wait from their hiding place deep beneath the grass, waiting impatiently for the formation incarnation to come inside. But the autarchs simply refused to do so. Time flowed on quickly. A full day went past in the blink of an eye. The ignited quintessence core was consuming energy thousands of times more quickly than it normally would. This single day had cost it the equivalent of dozens of years of energy. This was an absolutely shocking rate of energy consumption, which was why the 3 had been so hesitant to ignite the quintessence. This single day had caused the quintessence core to shrink by 1 full size. Whoosh! A tall, barefoot man was striding through space-time rifts, frantically advancing through the void. I'm almost there. Ayer was both anxious and furious. His calculations indicated that the ignited quintessence core could only last for around 3 days. Normally, it would have been able to last for over a century. Now, however, it had lost nearly 40% of its power. How could he not be impatient? Damn it! They still haven't gone inside. He had paid such a heavy price, but with nothing to show for it. If the cultivator leaders had barged into the grassland world, he would have ordered his subordinates to launch the final battle in order to keep them trapped there at all costs. By the time Ayer himself reached the grassland world, he would kill them all. Ayer was absolutely certain of being able to kill them when the battlefield was within the grassland world itself. And yet, A full day had gone past. The cultivators had to know that they weren't able to break the formation apart, but they refused to go inside. After yet another warp through spacetime, he finally arrived at the scene of the battle. This entire region was covered by an enormous formation, but Ayer appeared directly within its borders. As he did so, Ning and the others instantly sensed Ayer's appearance. "It is Ayer." Ning and the others were all shocked. "He's simply incredible. Our formation should have suppressed spacetime, but he was able to tear through our suppression and warp through spacetime. The suppression was useless. No wonder our seal against the Scythelans was completely useless." Ning and the others were all stunned by Ayer's might. Omega Autarchs truly did surpass their insights by far too much. Humph! Ayer stepped forward, tearing through spacetime once more and appearing in the grayish clouds which served as the outermost layer of the grassland world. He then easily passed through the clouds to go inside. Moments later, a wave of power swept across the entire grassland world, including Autarch Bolan's avatar, which was hiding within via his false death state. "Neither dead nor alive? Is that Autarch Bolan? So my foolish subordinates weren't able to kill you after all. It must have been you who revealed the grassland world's location." As Ayer's voice rang out, he himself appeared on the first layer of clouds. He immediately reached out towards a patch of empty space, forcing it to suddenly reveal the avatar of Bolan, which immediately began to flee. Boom! The blue light of the grassland world covered Ayer, illuminating his body. Ayer simply waved his hand, commanding the blue light to shoot out. When Ning and the other Autarchs fought, they could command the power of the Tao, and here in the grassland world, Ayer could command the power of that miniature quintessence. Although it couldn't compare to the actual quintessence of the Chaosverse in power, it was still enough to dramatically strengthen Ayer. Ayer swung out a palm which surpassed both spacetime and the cycle of life and death. Bolan's avatar had nowhere to run and nowhere to hide, and it was instantly splattered into nothingness by that giant palm. If Bolan had been here in person, he might have been able to endure for 2 or 3 strikes before falling. This avatar, however, was newly made and very weak. In the grassland world, it was unable to withstand even a single blow from the empowered Ayer. The divine sword had pierced through all 8 layers of clouds, and so Ji Ning and the others were able to see everything happening inside the grassland world. They couldn't help but feel shocked by Ayer's might. Bolan's avatar was newly created and fairly weak, but for it to be destroyed in just a single blow was insane. "Bolan, was your avatar actually destroyed?" Autarch Akong asked. "Even though you are in control of the Samsara Daobirth essence, you still weren't able to escape?" "It really was destroyed. Not even a scrap of energy was left," Bolan said. "If even just a shred of his energy had managed to escape, he would have survived." This was much like how Bolan's true body had been almost completely exterminated. But he had managed to survive at the border between life and death thanks to the Samsara Daobirth essence. That tiny shred of life had entered the false death state and hidden itself. Given that Bolan had access to nigh infinite amounts of energy, he was able to quickly and soundlessly heal himself. However, when Ayer had attacked, his avatar didn't have any chance to escape at all. "He's become even more powerful," Autarch Mog said solemnly. Ning nodded. "In this world of grass, his every strike is empowered by the blue energy of the surrounding area. He has indeed become more powerful here. Neither dead nor alive. He's managed to cut off all karmic links?" Ayer had sought to use karma to link his strike and use it to attack Bolan's true body, but it had been completely cut off from all karma, and so the attack was unable to proceed. Damn! Ayer was in a foul mood. His specialty lay in light. Karma? Life and death? He wasn't really skilled in either of these 2 Daos. As an Omega Autarch, his insights into the Tao of life and death surpassed Bolan's Samsara Daobirth essence by just a hair. As for destroying Bolan's avatar, it made no difference at all because the avatar was a new one. To destroy a peak avatar that took many years to strengthen would have been a resounding success, but a new avatar, Autarch Bolan, would be able to recreate it in a twinkling. "If you won't come in, I'll come for you." Ayer reached out with both hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! One enormous violet gold chain after another began to clatter, their very auras transforming as they soared into the heavens. They seemed to transform into inviolable parts of heaven and earth which nothing could sunder. Moments later, their bodies began to glow with white light, and as they lashed out against the giant black serpent, they seemed to represent the punishment of the supreme heavens. Bang! 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 The fish-like sword light in front of the black serpent sought to block for it, but the violet gold chains cracked them all apart. There was no way to defend at all. Not good. These chains just became even more powerful, far more powerful than they were previously. Our karmic worm isn't going to be able to withstand this. Ning and the others were all shocked. Swoosh! The enormous sword quickly shrank in size as it flew closer towards the giant black serpent, seeking to reinforce it. Inside the giant black serpent were their avatars, after all, and some of those avatars were at peak strength. There was no way Ning and the others wished to lose them. As the divine sword flew over to reinforce the snake quickly retreated and attempted to flee. However, 5 more violet gold chains lashed out towards the giant sword. Clang! 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 Ning and the rest of the 7 had poured tremendous power into the giant sword, giving it incredible strength, but the 5 violet gold chains were just as tenacious. The worst part was, their movements now became incredibly profound as well. Ning's group clearly had a slight advantage in power, but the sword was still unable to shake off those violet gold chains. This was due to the difference in depths of insight between them and Ayer. It was much like how 3 of those Autarch-class Void Dwellers had encircled Bolin to no avail. Even if they truly had attacked Bolin with their full power, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. If your insights were lacking, you wouldn't be able to defeat your foe unless you had an absolute advantage in personal strength. The giant sword had been tied down by 5 violet gold chains. As for the remaining 4, they simultaneously struck out to attack the giant black serpent. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out as they clashed again and again. The giant black serpent hurriedly fled while trying to defend as best it could, but the violet gold chains were now being marvelously controlled by Ayer and tremendously strengthened by the ignition of the world's quintessence core. Although Autarch Titanos was in control of the black serpent and the 5 avatars worked in harmony to defend, the defensive perimeter was still breached after just 1 round of blows. Ryayip, one of the serpentine heads, was securely latched onto by a violet gold chain, then physically ripped off. Crack! Moments later, another serpentine head was delivered a furious blow from up high by a different violet gold chain, and the force of the collision was so great that Autarch Akong's avatar, located inside the head, was completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the 4 violet gold chains' furious attacks had caused the giant black serpent to completely collapse. All 5 avatars died in battle, with none being able to escape. This caused Ning and the others to feel both sorrow and grief, but there was nothing they could do. It had all happened too quickly. As soon as Ayer had returned, he had killed Bolin's avatar, and then immediately used those 9 violet gold chains to launch a series of consecutive attacks. There had been no chance to flee at all. The grassland world was a vast place, while space-time was suppressed here. The black serpent needed to slowly fly away if it wished to escape, but Ayer wasn't going to give it the time needed. This was the exact reason why Ning and the others hadn't dared to risk their true bodies inside. Going in would be easy. Coming out would be very difficult. Flee! The giant sword quickly fled backwards, while the 9 violet gold chains immediately swung to attack it. For a time, both sides appeared to be equal. The giant sword was different from the black serpent. The sword had been formed from a complete merger of the energies of the 7 autarchs. This was far superior to the black serpent, which simply represented 5 autarchs working together in harmony. The giant sword was a single whole and guided by Ning's sword Dao. Every single strike of the sword was filled with tremendous power, making it impossible for the 9 violet gold chains to defeat it, much less destroy it. A short moment later, the giant sword flew out from the grayish clouds and escaped from the grassland world. Ayer raised his head, glaring. If he had poured in all of his power, he would have been able to prevent that sword from escaping. But there was no point. That sword had simply consisted of energy and some universe treasures. Ning and the others could have quickly forged more universe treasures to replace them. I should keep my true killer attacks hidden until the very end. It isn't worth exposing it on just a few universe treasures. Ayer raised his head, staring at the formation incarnation in the skies. The incarnation was staring at Ayer as well. Moments later, it waved its arm and then retreated from the clouds as well. Whoosh! The gray clouds quickly closed over, allowing the grassland world to grow calm again. The outside world. The great formation continued to cover the entire vast area surrounding the grassland world. Jining, Titanos, Mog, Bolin, Skyfeeder, Akong, and Stone Rule felt both sorrow and anger as they stared at the ovaloid grassland world before them. 3 of the 5 avatars they had just lost were peak strength avatars, but they had been wiped out in just a twinkling. This taught them a lesson with regards to just how powerful Ayer was once he joined together with the grassland world. In truth, Ayer had carried the grassland world with him in his mission to kill Ning. Alas, Ning managed to escape before he reached that temple. Thus, Ayer had chosen to separate from his grassland world and gone autark hunting. Autark Mog had managed to survive thanks to his golden bridge of freedom, while autark Bolin had nearly died while only barely surviving thanks to comprehending the samsara Daubirth essence at the critical moment. Ayer and the grassland world combined to form a much more deadly opponent, Titanos said. He has a far higher level of insight than us. Stone Rule slowly shook his head. So what if he does? We'll kill anyone who dares to invade our Chaosverse, even if it costs us our very lives. Autark Stone Rule gritted his teeth. Right at this moment, boom, the ovaloid grassland world quickly shrank in size inside the formation. Moments later, a space-time rift appeared next to it. Swoosh, it flew straight into the space-time rift. This caused Ning and the others to feel their hearts lurch. They had suspected all along that their formations were unable to bind Ayer, but seeing it with their own eyes was still rather demoralizing. Wait, he didn't leave yet. Ning and the others turned to stare at the rift which had just appeared outside the reach of their formation. The ovaloid grassland world had actually just flown out there. Cultivator leaders, did you think that I had fled? No. How could I flee? Ayer's voice echoed throughout every inch of the void. Let's see just how powerful your formations are. Break! Ayer let out a furious shout, and those 9 violet gold chains suddenly appeared on the surface of the ovaloid object. The violet gold chains expanded in size, each becoming 1 trillion kilometers in length as they swept through the void with ineffable majesty. With Ayer in control of them and with the ignited quintessence strengthening them, they began to furiously smash down upon Ning's enormous formation. Ayer was able to immediately see the flaws in this formation, and so his every attack was aimed at a weak spot. Boom! 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 The entire formation immediately began to shudder as a level of power comparable to the divine swords began to hammer down upon its various weak spots. This wasn't a defensive formation. There was only so much punishment it could take. Let's leave for now. Ning and the others were all quite patient. All of them had prepared escape-type treasures, and they had also opened up a space-time tunnel within the formation itself. Whoosh! Ning and the others immediately flew into the space-time corridor and departed. Now that Ning and the other autarks were no longer actively maintaining the grand formation which covered this region, it quickly crumbled beneath the strikes of the violet golden chains. A short while later, 4 figures emerged from the grayish clouds which constituted the surface of the ovaloid grassland world. It was Ayer and his 3 allies. They fled, the silver-robed woman murmured softly. Ayer, this is their homeland. These cultivators can fight or flee as they please. If we aren't able to trap them, we won't be able to kill them at all. They are all extremely wily. As soon as the odds turn against them, they immediately flee. The red-robed man frowned as well. I agree with everything you two just said. Ayer nodded. Killing Ning and the autarks would be very difficult, because they all fled at the first sign of bad news. Ayer was constantly being suppressed by this local chaosverse, and so once they fled in unison he wouldn't be able to chase them down. He could suppress spacetime to make it impossible for them to flee, then warp through spacetime after them. But as he tried to warp close enough to do this, ripples would be generated. Once Ning and the others sensed this, they would instantly flee far away. Ayer still wouldn't be able to catch them. The reason why he had been able to do this to Mog was because he had gotten close enough to use something akin to a domain field to prevent Mog from escaping. Now that Ning and the others were all together and working in concert, Ayer's domain would no longer be able to bind them any longer. In other words, neither speed, suppression of spacetime, nor domains would work. There was nothing which could actually trap Ning and the others. They could come and go as they pleased. It must be remembered that the native autarchs were in no hurry to conclude the war right away. The longer it dragged on for, the better. If it somehow dragged on for a few million chaos cycles, their chaosverse would have given birth to another batch of experts that might include new autarchs or Omega Emperors. Now that the cultivators had the true soul everlasting, the rate at which they produced autarchs would naturally increase significantly. They are slippery and cautious. They won't give us a chance to catch them, Ayer said. Our plan was to use the sudden appearances of myself and the grassland world to achieve dramatic successes, but in the end both failed. However, in the end none of it matters. I fully mapped out all possibilities for this entire war. They won't be able to escape their fate. In the end, we shall still win this war. His three allies were rather puzzled. Such self-confidence. Where did it stem from? If they couldn't even catch or hunt down their foes, how were they supposed to beat them? Let me repeat myself. I fully mapped out all possibilities for this entire war, Ayer said with a smile. Have you forgotten that I sent out the Annihilation Hive at the very beginning of this war? The Annihilation Hive? The three were startled. Haven't the cultivators already discovered a way to counteract the Annihilation Hive? It's no longer functioning, right? The silver-robed woman asked curiously. Imbecile. Ayer glanced sideways at her. I released the Annihilation Hive for two reasons. The first was on the off chance that I might be able to gain total victory if it succeeded in devouring a great deal of this Chaosverse energies and caused it to weaken enough for me to take over. This objective failed. But the second objective was the true objective. I sent it out to make it the most lethal weak point in this entire Chaosverse for the cultivators. Ayer's eyes flashed coldly. Right now, a single one of their avatars is responsible for maintaining the formation that is tying down the Annihilation Hive. All we need to do is charge towards it and destroy the avatar inside the Annihilation Hive, at which point it will start to function again. The Annihilation Hive will once more begin to devour the energies from the Chaosverse, causing it to weaken. The cultivator leaders will be forced to try and stop us. They can't just sit back and watch as their Chaosverse wastes away. Which means that so long as we wait for them at the Annihilation Hive, they'll be forced to come to us. They'll obediently step into the battlefield we have prepared. Ayer smiled. The silver-robed woman and the other two revealed looks of delight. They had thought that the Annihilation Hive was of no further use now that it had been counteracted. They hadn't fully thought through all the other implications. Impressive. So long as the Annihilation Hive continues to function, the cultivators will be forced to come and assault it no matter how reluctant they may be. We don't need to do anything at all. They'll come to us. The red-robed man chuckled. Let's go wipe them out in the battlefield of our choosing. The black-robed man said grimly. No rush. Ayer smiled. A war must be carried out step by step. You might see an occasional setback, but if you fully planned for all possibilities, then you'll still end up the ultimate victor. Right now, what we need to do is strengthen our forces. Let's go rescue those trapped exalts first, Ayer said. Violet gold chains began to fly out towards the still-trapped 9 Cicadas temple. The ceiling formation surrounding it was nothing more than a joke to Ayer. A mere heartbeat later, the seemingly complicated formation had been completely undone, granting the 9 Sith exalts freedom once more. The 9 exalts immediately flew over. When they saw Ayer standing atop the distant gray clouds, they hurriedly bowed. Almighty Ayer, come here. We shall head to the next location. Ayer nodded. The Sith exalts immediately put away the 9 Cicadas temple and flew into the grassland world. Moments later, the grassland world once more tore through spacetime and vanished. As soon as it did, a group of figures suddenly appeared off in the distance. It was Ning, Autarch Titanos, and the others. The 7 of them hadn't fled too far through spacetime. They had quickly warped back in secret to scry this place from nearby. Their movements didn't cause any disturbances, because they were protected rather than rejected by the Chaosverse. In fact, they were even able to borrow the Chaosverse energies to watch their opponents from afar. It was Ning's primary responsibility to watch them, as he was extremely skilled in spacetime and well-rounded in many other areas. Given that he was within his own Chaosverse, simply keeping watch on someone from afar was quite simple. We were ambushed by them previously. There's no way we're going to let them just disappear again. We have to keep tabs on their location at all times, Autarch Titanos said. All of our avatars have been destroyed, which means we have no choice but to simply send our true bodies to carry out this task. Dark North, for now we'll have to trouble you to carry this out as the rest of us work on remaking our avatars. All right, Ning nodded. The others had all lost their avatars, while his was still in the Annihilation Hive and in peak condition. Ning could still sense them from afar. He could follow the ripples generated by the grassland world warping through spacetime and see where it was heading. Whoosh! Ning began to warp through spacetime with the other 6 in tow, maintaining a distance of roughly a realmverse from the grassland world. To Ning, a realmverse of distance was nothing at all. His god sense alone vastly outstripped this, and when he relied upon the powers of the Chaosverse and his link to the prime essences, he was able to watch from an even more ridiculously great distance. So long as the 2 sides maintained a distance of just a realmverse away, Ayer wouldn't be able to easily detect Ning thanks to the Chaosverse constantly suppressing his powers. While Ning continued to pursue the grassland world, Titanos and the others created their new avatars. These avatars merely had 50% of their true power, which was the best they could do on such short notice. Judging from the direction they are taking, they should be going to go rescue another temple, Ning sent. Then let us destroy it in advance, Autarch Titanos said. Given our power, we are completely capable of working together to destroy the temples in a short period of time. Previously, they hadn't considered the temples to be much of a threat. They didn't want to attack the temples and reveal the techniques they could use when fighting together, as this would give their opponents a chance to prepare for them in the future. The reveal had to be reserved for the grassland world, and in the end, they had successfully destroyed one of the conduit formations and forced the ignition of its quintessence core. Let's keep following the grassland world. Whenever it tries to rescue a temple, we'll fly up ahead and destroy that temple, Autarch Akong said with a cold smile. We warp through spacetime far faster than that thing does. Ning and the others held a significant advantage in both flying speed and warping speed. Even Ayer was able to just barely meet Autarch standards of speed in warping through spacetime, but of course this was because he was being heavily suppressed by the local Chaosverse. The cultivators spent nearly a month traveling at high speed. In about 6 or so days, the grassland world would reach a new temple. Skyfeeder, Mog, the 2 of you should have your avatars continue to track the grassland world's movements. Make sure you know where it is at all times. Don't lose sight of it. Out of an abundance of caution, Autarch Titanos gave this task to Skyfeeder and Mog. The 2 of them were skilled in time and space, respectively. The rest of us will head out and move towards the nearest temple at maximum speed, and use all our power to destroy it. All right. The avatars of Mog and Skyfeeder were both extremely confident. A great star-like temple was silently floating within the great dark, surrounded by formations and flowing barriers that surrounded it and kept it completely sealed away. Riot. A rift in the darkness appeared, followed by Ning and the rest of the 7 emerging from within it. Let's begin. Ning, Titanos, and the others exchanged smiling glances. This will be the first time we have the Sword Titan release its full power in battle, Ning said with a laugh. All of them began to pour energy into the formation bases they were holding. Boom! They quickly summoned the awesome power of the Chaosverse, which began to swiftly condense into the form of a nearly new giant who was clad in just a fur loincloth. This titan stood there in the great darkness, his long dark hair spilling across his shoulders. He had 2 arms and a face which looked similar to Ning's but had more of the cold, pure remorselessness of the Tao of the sword. The Sword Titan had 2 different modes. The first mode was the 7-faced, 14-armed mode they had used previously. This mode used up more energy, but it had so much power that the other 6 autarchs could each be responsible for controlling 2 arms as well. The second mode was this mode. It had just a single face and 2 arms. Ning and the others had already concluded that they would have to fight together during the final battle. If they had enough time, they would of course set up formations to prepare the battlefield. Before the battle near the 9 Cicadas temple, they had actually spent nearly a month setting up that grand formation. The real time they spent was 100x as much. However, oftentimes battles would break out suddenly and without warning, giving you no chance to slowly establish the formations you needed. During such times, they would need to make use of mobile formations they could carry with them. They would have to shrink the size of the formation while preserving as much of its power as possible. And so they developed the second mode of the Sword Titan. The second mode was activated by the various formation bases which Ning and the others carried with them at all times. It allowed them to summon the power of the Chaosverse and then materialize this body. Given that it had access to less power, they had to be a bit more sparing with their energy usage, and so they only kept the 2 strongest arms which Ning controlled. The 2 arms which Ning was in control of was where most of the power of the entire Sword Titan was concentrated. More than 90% of the power was there. Gentlemen, let us use the Sky Cleaver stance in cracking this temple, Ning said. All right. The other 6 understood and agreed. Rumble. The loincloth-clad Sword Titan strode through the void, a long sword appearing within one of its hands. This was one of Ning's Northbow swords. Autarch Titanos, Autarch Skyfeeder, Autarch Mog, Autarch Stonerule, Autarch Akong, and Autarch Bolin were inside the Sword Titan. They immediately unleashed their various techniques, filling the Sword Titan's body with their 6 roaring streams of energy. Under Ning's guidance, all of the different energies merged perfectly into the Omega Sword Tao, allowing the Sword Titan to unleash the most powerful of its many fusion attacks, the Sky Cleaver stance. Whoosh! The Sword Titan's 2 hands came together to grasp the Northbow sword in a double grip, then lifted it high into the air. A heartbeat later, it brought the Northbow sword down in an utterly indomitable chop towards the trapped astral temple before them. Boom! Crack! The entire astral temple began to shudder. This strike destroyed 3 of the 6 formations protecting it, and even the remaining 3 formations were shuddering as explosions rang out across the temple. What in the world is happening outside? Didn't Almighty Ayer say that he's about to arrive and save us? Why are our formations collapsing? The 7 Sith exalts inside all felt quite terrified, but the formations sealing them in here prevented them from seeing what was happening outside. All they could sense was that just now, an incomparably sharp power had come crashing down upon them and had nearly blasted the entire temple apart. Kill! The Sword Titan delivered a second chop, then a third chop. Every single blow was filled with utterly terrifying power. The reason why these 2 arms were the strongest arms was precisely because these were the arms which Ning was in control of. The other 6 autarchs worked together to unleash their das, while Ning guided the power of their das into his 2 arms to unleash the most powerful of attacks. If they were in the first mode with 14 arms, the other autarchs would individually control the other 12 arms. However, they were unable to make perfect use of their colleagues' energies. They were only able to mobilize a fraction of it. In other words, those 12 arms combined weren't nearly as strong as the 2 arms which Ning controlled. Thus, even when the Sword Titan was at peak power, more than 90% of its strength came from these 2 primary arms. Boom! 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 Quick! Go into lockdown mode. Completely seal the temple off from outside attacks. The Sith exalts within the temple were panicking like mad. The formations had already been disposed of. Now, their only choice was to try and use the natural sturdiness of the temple itself to defend against these attacks. Ning's Sword Titan did not elect to blink inside the temple. Instead, the Sword Titan continued to launch frenzied blows from outside using the Skycleaver stance. Every single strike contained the full power from 7 Autarch-class combatants which had been perfectly fused together via the eternal Omega Sword Dao. This was a level of power that far surpassed that of the Giant Sword and the Black Serpent, which had fought in the Grassland world, and it was also mightier than the Violet Gold Chains. Boom! 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 The temple was even sturdier than universe weapons, but after nearly 100 blows it finally began to crumble. Moments later it completely blew apart, with the Sith exalts inside being reduced to dust by the leftover power from the final Skycleaver stance. This was as to be expected. Even the Autarchs, the creators of the Skycleaver stance, would have been destroyed in one blow from this overwhelmingly powerful fusion attack. That felt incredible. Unleashing the full power of the Sword Titan was a wonderful feeling. The Sword Titan broke apart, revealing the figures of the 7. Autarch was particularly excited by what they had just done. It's been a long time since I've had that much fun. The Skycleaver stance truly is astonishingly powerful, Autarch Titanos said with a smile. In my opinion, all the various techniques and trump cards we have accumulated over the eons should make it so that we are entirely capable of fighting the Grassland world head-on, Autarch said. Last time we retreated before we really had a chance to test ourselves. That was irritating. I think we were entirely capable of winning if we fought them head-on. Ning shook his head. Don't underestimate the Sith. Dark North is right. There's no need for us to risk ourselves like that. The longer we can delay the final battle, the greater our advantage shall be. We need to slowly bide our time and allow our natural advantage to accumulate into an overwhelming one. You need patience to win a war, Autarch Titanos said. We don't need to be anxious. It is the Sith, it is Ier who need to be anxious. Both sides were led by wily old bastards who had been alive for unfathomable ages. Both had plenty of patience. Ier, for example, had made preparations for all possibilities. Even though he had encountered repeated setbacks, he felt certain that it wouldn't impact the grand scheme of things. He knew that victory would be his. The cultivators, in turn, knew what their own advantages and disadvantages were. If they could make maximum use of their advantages, they'll gain victory in the end. Ier was seated in the lotus position on the grass within the Grassland world, which was hurtling through spacetime. Suddenly his face tightened. He could sense that the auras of the 7 Sith exalts he had been planning to rescue had suddenly vanished. Dead. Ier frowned. Did the cultivators somehow predict that we were going to go rescue them, and so moved ahead of us to destroy the temple and kill the exalts? He began to feel rather suspicious. Let's head in another direction. Ier immediately sent the Grassland world to move towards a different temple, the Six Seals Temple. Half a month went past. Ier had yet to reach the Six Seals Temple, but he could sense that it had also been destroyed. This caused his face to darken. After another half-month, the final remaining temple was also destroyed, with the 6 Sith exalts within being slaughtered. Damn! This Chaosverse continues to suppress us, making it so that we cannot warp through spacetime as fast as those weak natives. In fact, are they perhaps following us in secret? Ier was quite irritated, but there was nothing he could do. He was at an environmental disadvantage here. Fine then. The exalts didn't make too much of a difference. We shall still win without them. Hear my orders. Ier's voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire Grassland world. His 3 colleagues, the Autarch-class Void Dwellers, and the exalts including Bowenya all heard his voice. We are heading to the Annihilation Hive right away. The cultivators must fight us, which means they must engage us in battle. There's no way for them to avoid this. They'll have to battle us to the end. Which means that this is the last battle. If we win, we'll have achieved victory and Ier, promise to give you everything you desire. If we lose, none of you will survive. Ier's face was cold and calm, and his voice was very peaceful as well, but his subordinates all shivered when they heard it. Whoosh! The Grassland world suddenly changed directions once more, moving towards the Annihilation Hive. It was possible that the cultivators were secretly following them from behind, but Ier didn't care. He was going to head straight towards his target openly. The cultivators might know what he was doing, but it wouldn't matter. they would still have to come and fight him. The avatars of Autark Skyfeeder and Autark Mog were charged with following the grassland world. After following its new trajectory for over half a day, they were able to realize where the grassland world was now headed. The Annihilation Hive? The two avatars traded a glance in the darkness. Both of them understood what the Sith were planning, and they couldn't help but turn pale. The Sith are heading for the Annihilation Hive? Jining, Titanos, Mog, Skyfeeder, Stonerule, Bolin, and Akong fell silent. They stood there within the great dark, staring at each other. Titanos said in a low voice, "I imagine you all know what their plan is. They are going to go to the Annihilation Hive and destroy Dark North's avatar. That will allow the Annihilation Hive to continue devouring power from our Chaosverse. We have to fight them there. We can't let it just continue to weaken our Chaosverse unabated. Yes, we have no other options." "We do have another option." Hard light flashed through Autark Akong's eyes. "We're faster than them. Let's get to the Annihilation Hive first and destroy its quintessence core." Destroy the Sphere of Annihilation? The others were all intrigued. "Is it possible?" Autark Titanos looked at Ning. Ning knew more about it than anyone else present. "The quintessence of the Annihilation Hive holds the mysteries of a type of destruction which I have named Oblivion within it. It is incomparably profound and also tremendously powerful. I'm not even close to being strong enough to destroy it," Ning said. "However, when we work together, we are also tremendously powerful. Perhaps we might just manage to destroy it after all." "We have to. Once we destroy the Sphere of Annihilation, they'll have nothing to threaten us with," Autark Akong said eagerly. "Destroy the Sphere of Annihilation. When we join forces, we are virtually unstoppable. We were able to crush entire temples in head-on attacks. I refuse to believe we can't crack that thing." Autark Bolin's eyes were filled with malevolence as well. None of them wanted to be led around by the nose by their foes. However, they all knew that it was uncertain as to whether or not they would be able to damage the Sphere of Annihilation. It was a completely foreign object that they knew nothing about. But they had to make the attempt. If they succeeded, they'd celebrate. If they failed, then they would have to go stop the Sith. "I hope this works." Ning looked at his 6 comrades, silently praying to himself as he did. His avatar had been analyzing the Sphere of Annihilation for many years, and the more he understood, the more nervous he felt. "Come, let us go to the Annihilation Hive." They immediately began to speed towards the Annihilation Hive at maximum speed. Roughly 1 month later, they finally reached the Annihilation Hive. Ayer's team was still far away. They'd probably need over half a month before they would arrive. The Annihilation Hive. The 7 of them stood shoulder to shoulder, staring at the great hive before them. It remained vast beyond measure, but the sucking power from it was now much weaker than when it was at full power. It was still able to destroy the raw darkness in the area around it, but the energies released by the destroyed darkness all returned to the prime essences of the Chaosverse. There was no way to steal them away at all. "Let's try and see if we can destroy the entire thing first," Autark Titanos said. "If we can, we don't need to worry about destroying the Sphere of Annihilation." The Sphere of Annihilation by itself didn't have the power to forcibly take energy from an entire Chaosverse. It was all thanks to the formation supporting it that made this possible. "Dark North." Bolin looked at Ning. "Let's try using the Skycleaver stance with full power," Ning said. The Skycleaver stance wasn't necessarily the best technique to use in actual combat, but it was definitely the best for causing destruction. Soon, the towering, loincloth-clad sword titan once more appeared within the emptiness of space. He strode towards the behemoth hive, glowing with pure sword intent. Every single movement he made radiated power and destruction, and he quickly reached the surface of the behemoth hive. He then drew an enormous sword with his right hand. Skycleaver stance. The sword titan held the sword in a two-handed grip, lifting it up high over his head. The 6 autarchs began to use their various techniques, allowing Ning to guide their different DAOs to merge together and unleash the Skycleaver stance. This was actually just one stance of an entire set of sword arts which Ning had created for them. Boom! The divine sword came crashing down, shattering spacetime and splintering the 5 elements. It destroyed all in its path as it came crashing down with absolutely terrifying power towards the surface of the Annihilation Hive. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, causing even the enormous behemoth hive to tremble. As for Ning's sword titan, a powerful counterforce pushed back against him, sending it stumbling a few steps backwards in space. It was simply too powerful. Not even Ning's sword Dao was able to completely deflect this counterforce, and so the sword titan had to endure much of it. How does it look? Any cracks? Did we cause any damage to it? Ning and the others carefully inspected the behemoth hive while asking each other the same question. They were all hoping that the thing had been at least slightly damaged. Even the tiniest of cracks would symbolize that if they continued to hammer away at it, they would be able to completely destroy it in time. Alas, none of them could discover any cracks at all, which was why they were all asking the others if they saw anything. Nothing. I can't find any. I don't see any damage at all. Their hearts all began to sink. Let's try a few more attacks and see if that does anything, Autarch Titanos said. All right. Ning and the others nodded. They once more joined forces, having the sword titan raise its sword up high for the Skycleaver stance once more. Boom! 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 The sword titan delivered the terrifying Skycleaver stance again and again, furiously smoting the Annihilation Hive and causing it to shudder and even fly backwards. Deep within a 300-meter hidden space inside the Annihilation Hive, there was a formation base with a long-haired man seated in the lotus position atop it. The long-haired man's hair was half black and half white, and he was nervously keeping track of the hive's status. Boom! 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 Every single explosion caused the entire Annihilation Hive to shudder. Who is attacking the Annihilation Hive from outside? Exaltanitya was rather startled and nervous. He was only able to see what was happening within the hive. He was unable to see the outside world. The entire Annihilation Hive is actually trembling. This level of power far surpasses what Emperor Darknorth can accomplish. Can it be that the cultivator leaders have joined forces? Exaltanitya was rather nervous, but a short while later the attacks came to a halt. They dealt over 1,000 strikes, but they weren't able to even scratch the Annihilation Hive. Exaltanitya let out a sigh of relief. The Annihilation Hive was one of the most important Sith trump cards, and it had been just as expensive to create as the Grassland World. It was far more powerful than the various temples. It wouldn't be easy to destroy it. Outsiders have just come inside. Exaltanitya stared at the images which appeared before him. They displayed a stream of power that flew inside the hive and towards its core hive. The light and power surrounding the figure was so blinding that Exaltanitya was unable to see who it was. I have to report this. Exaltanitya immediately contacted Ayer. The formation base below him slowly began to swivel as a pillar of light appeared. A figure appeared within the pillar of light which solidified into the seated form of Ayer. Exaltanitya rose and bowed respectfully. Almighty Ayer, new invaders have entered the Annihilation Hive. They tried to assault the hive from outside, and they attacked over 1,000 times with shocking levels of power. However, they still weren't able to even scratch the Annihilation Hive. Ayer's eyes flashed coldly. Someone actually dared to assault the Annihilation Hive? It must have been those cultivator leaders working together. They are moving closer and closer towards the core. They'll reach the sphere of annihilation soon. Will they be able to destroy it? Exaltanitya was worried. Just keep watching. Don't take any other action, Ayer said. All right, Exaltanitya said respectfully. Whoosh, the pillar of light vanished. Within the behemoth hive, Ning and the other autarchs had already reached the black pyramid located at the center of the vortex of astral clouds, reuniting with Ning's avatar. So this is the sphere of annihilation? Autarch Akong stared at the nearby shadowy black orb, which continued to devour everything surrounding it. It was like an endless hole that swallowed and destroyed all things. It embodied the essence of oblivion, causing the autarchs to feel a sense of trepidation when they looked at it. What type of profound mysteries does this thing hold, for it to be able to destroy all things? It seems as though there is nothing whatsoever which surpasses it, Autarch Stone Rule said softly. They had attuned to many different Daos before, but the mysteries embodied by this sphere of annihilation were more profound than any they had ever studied. It eclipsed all Daos they had seen, the so-called Omega Daos and Daobirth essences. They would all be devoured and destroyed by this power of oblivion. My avatar has been meditating here for many years and is able to replicate a bit of oblivion's power. Ning shook his head. But I still do not understand its true nature. My destruction Daobirth essence is shallow and crude in comparison. Autarch Akong sighed. Ayer might be at the same level of insight as this oblivion Dao, Autarch Mog said. But maybe not. He's so far above us that we cannot judge him accurately. Omega Autarchs had extremely profound levels of insight, perhaps as profound as the mysteries of oblivion. Both were far beyond the likes of these seven to comprehend. In the end, it is simply a naturally occurring quintessence core. It's unable to fight back against us. The seven of us, when working together, can summon the power of the Chaosverse itself. We should be able to destroy it, Autarch Akong said. Ji Ning and the rest of the seven stared at the shadowy black orb. There was utter stillness. Even their auras seemed to have frozen. All of them had experienced countless things as they had ascended the path of cultivation to reach their current heights. But they now felt a sense of tremendous pressure. This sphere of annihilation was an inimical threat to their entire Chaosverse. If they could destroy it, then things would be much simpler. But if they failed, they would have no choice but to begin the final, deadly battle. The seven of them exchanged a glance, nodding silently to each other. They were out of options. They had already tried to destroy both the Behemoth Hive and the Black Tower, but they were unable to do so. Now, their last chance lay in attacking the sphere of annihilation at the center of the tower. Rumble. An awesome amount of the Dao's power was being gathered here, with Ning and the rest of the seven guiding it to form the towering, loincloth-clad titan. They simply didn't have enough time to set up the full formation, as the Sith would be arriving in nearly half a month. Using the second mode of the Sword Titan was the best they could do. Destroy the sphere of annihilation. The Sword Titan strode through the air, a great sword appearing within his hands. Attack! Ning ordered. Within the Sword Titan, the 6 autarchs immediately began to unleash their most powerful attacks. 6 massive streams of energy quickly began to course through the Sword Titan's body, then slowly began to coalesce into one. The Sword Titan lifted up its arms, double-gripping a massive greatsword, and then delivering a furious blow towards the shadowy orb before it. As the sword chopped out, it destroyed all the different types of energy that were in its path, reducing them to nothingness. This was the Skycleaver stance. It has to break. Ning and the rest of the 6 watched hopefully. Boom! The sword smote furiously upon the shadowy orb, which instantly began to twist and distort. The power of the sword was simply too great. The orb was distorted, transforming from being a perfectly round globe into an ovaloid shape. Some cracks actually began to appear at its edges as the sword slashed right through it. Did we succeed? When Ning and the others saw the black orb elongate and crack, they couldn't help but feel a sense of wild excitement. But then, their hearts turned cold. The shadowy black orb once more returned to its normal spherical shape, continuing to devour everything around it while the cracks went back to normal. Try again, Autarch Titanos commanded desperately. Again. Ning gritted his teeth. He truly didn't wish to admit defeat. Boom! 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 The Sword Titan began to strike again and again against the shadowy black orb, each strike filled with such incredible power that the black orb repeatedly cracked apart. But each time, it quickly healed afterwards and then continued to devour away at its surroundings. It wasn't weakened in the slightest. After striking several thousand times, Ning and the others finally gave up. Their hearts were ice cold. The Sword Titan vanished, revealing the bodies of Ning and the other 6. They all stared silently at the shadowy black orb. A long silence ensued. Suddenly, Ning spoke out, "We haven't failed yet." Eh? The other 6 looked at Ning. They had already attacked with all their might. Could it be that Dowlord Dark North had another suggestion? Bolin, ever since you mastered the Samsara Daubirth essence, I've been ruminating on creating a new sword art, Ning said. When we came together to form the Sword Titan, the Skycleaver stance we used was based off a sword art I created which was meant to use the Space Daubirth essence, Time Daubirth essence, Claw Daubirth essence, Illusion Daubirth essence, Destruction Daubirth essence, and Karma Daubirth essence. It employs 6 types of Daubirth essences. But now, Brother Bolin, you have also mastered the Samsara Daubirth essence. I think I can create an even more powerful set of sword arts which employs 7 different Daubirth essences, which would make our Sword Titan even more powerful. Titanos, Bolin, and the others were all delighted by this, right? Their sword art was based off of using 6 Daubirth essences. There was no reason why they couldn't upgrade it to use 7 instead. I already have the rough outline of this sword art in my mind, Ning said. But I've still been in the process of perfecting it. Give me enough time to finish it and make it even more powerful. All right. I'll accelerate time for you. Take it at your own pace, Dark North. Don't try to rush. We still have more than half a month. Titanos and the others instantly worked to assist him. If he was able to create a new sword art, even if it wasn't enough to destroy the sphere of annihilation, it would still strengthen their Sword Titan and make it more formidable during the battle to come. Autarch Skyfeeder took over the responsibility for accelerating time, letting Ning calmly set his mind upon perfecting this sword art. Ning himself had long ago mastered the Samsara Sword Dao. All he had to do was to link it to Bolin's Daubirth essence, which was fairly easy. However, what Ning was trying to do was to perfect this technique and make it even more powerful. He actually had Titanos and the others try the new stance out, then went back to continue working at it. Time flowed on, one day after another. The power of this new fusion sword art grew increasingly mighty. Meanwhile, the avatars of Mog and Skyfeeder continued to follow Ayer's grassland world, ready to report anything that needed reporting. You still have 2 more days before Ayer's world of grass arrives here, Mog said. I've already completed the sword art. Ning nodded. I won't be able to make any improvements unless I'm given another 10,000 years. There were a total of 4 stances to this fusion sword art. Their names remained unchanged. Skycleaver stance, Bright Cave stance, Dawn Moon stance, and World stance. Now that my Omega Sword Dao is guiding 7 different types of Daubirth essences when using this sword art, the power has increased by nearly 30% compared to before, Ning said. Titanos and the others were delighted to hear this. Given how powerful the Sword Titan was, increasing its power by even a tiny bit was extremely difficult. A 30% increase was absolutely incredible. This was primarily due to the fact that the Samsara Daubirth essence was an extremely powerful Daubirth essence to begin with, one which empowered the new sword art tremendously. Let us begin. The 7 exchanged glances, then stared at the distant shadowy orb. They activated the various formation bases they were carrying, summoning the power of the Chaosverse and converting it to form the loincloth-clad Sword Titan. The Sword Titan hefted a great sword, once more preparing to unleash its supremely powerful Skycleaver stance. This time, of course, it was the new version of the Skycleaver stance. 7 different streams of Daubirth essence power coursed through the Sword Titan. Ning was able to easily unite the 7 streams into a single whole, forming his Omega Sword Dao with their powers. Skycleaver stance. The Sword Titan once more chopped down at the shadowy orb, but this time it was noticeably more powerful than before. Boom! 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 The divine sword plunged deep into the shadowy orb, causing a series of explosions to ring out. The black orb began to crack and shatter in many different places as the sword went into the orb and out the other side. The black orb looked heavily damaged, but some invisible law once more pulled it back together. It quickly returned to its normal shape and began to once more calmly devour everything around it. Still no permanent damage? Ning could hardly believe his eyes. They launched another 100 strikes, but the result was the same. Each time, The black orb looked as though it was so heavily damaged that it would most assuredly break apart, but instead it would quickly heal. It was like a globe of water. No matter how much damage they caused to it, it would easily reform into a globe once more. The sword titan vanished. Ning and the other 6 stared at the black orb in disbelief. "Damn!" Ning muttered, gritting his teeth. "Ha ha ha! Oh well." Autark Akong actually began to laugh loudly, a frenzied look in his eyes. "I've wanted to have a good fight against the Sith for ages now. We have so many tools at our disposal, but we've never dared to take on the risk of actually using them because we're afraid to lose. Now we have no way out. They've forced us to stand and fight. Good. Let's fight then. We'll risk it all in this battle. I want to see who will be the survivors, the Sith, or us." Akong's right. Discard all your fears and all your worries and pour everything you have into the next battle. The wily old Autark Titanos began to laugh loudly as well. "I've been alive for far too long. I've almost forgotten what life used to be like when I was a weak young cultivator who had to experience one life-threatening challenge after another. It has been a long time since I've had this sort of feeling where my very true soul is shivering in anticipation. Let's do our best and fight them to the bitter end." Ning joined in their laughter, as did Skyfeeder, Bolin, Mog, and Stone Rule. Ha! If there was no way out, they would fight. They'd literally fight the Sith to the death in this next battle. "Gentlemen, it is my honor to be able to battle with you to the bitter end." The only female Autark, Autark Skyfeeder, said with a smile. "My friends, I can't even describe how happy I am to be able to fight alongside all of you in this battle." Autark Bolin said with a smile. "We'll fight to the bitter end together. Ha ha. Come. I think we need to share some wine before this battle begins." Autark Akong waved his hand, causing an estate to appear before him which was filled with stone tables and chairs. Ji Ning and the others all smiled as they sat down. Ning picked up his wine cup, then glanced at his 6 friends. He felt as though this was almost a dream. He could still clearly remember how he had been reborn from the Netherworld Kingdom into the Ji clan of the Grand Xia, and how he had slowly trained step by step until he had reached the apex of the cultivator world. Now he would stand alongside his 6 friends and peers, entering into a lethal battle by their sides. This was a battle which would determine the fate of all cultivators. If they lost, it would all be for nothing. His friends, his family, and all of civilization would be destined to die. "You know, I was thinking, Dark North, should we have your true body stay out of this final battle?" Autark Titanos suddenly said. All of the other Autarks nearby were stunned. "Not take part." Ning was stunned as well. "Titanos, are you saying the rest of you would fight but I wouldn't?" "Your avatar could," Autark Titanos said slowly. "Here's what I'm thinking. We could have your avatar form the Sword Titan with us. Your avatar has 80% of your true power. You are already the strongest of us 7. Your avatar is more than strong enough to merge our powers together. I wager it'll still be able to keep the Sword Titan at 90% of its full strength. If we lose, at least your true body would still be alive. So long as you are alive, our civilizations will have a chance to eventually recover." Autark Titanos looked at Ning. The other 5 began to hesitate, considering his words. "If my true body doesn't get involved in this fight, it'll have a major impact on our combat prowess," Ning said. "Both my avatar and myself will take part in this fight, guiding the 6 of you in forming the Sword Titan. If my avatar guides your avatars in forming a giant, it'll have roughly 50% to 60% of the strength of the main one. We'll have 1 Sword Titan and 1 Avatar Titan. That way, we'll be able to unleash the maximum amount of power possible. If my true body doesn't take part, we'll only have a single weakened Sword Titan," Ning said. The Avatar Titan would be using the same type of formation. The other 6 avatars were only at half power while Ning's avatar was at 80% power, but the Avatar Titan would remain a powerful tool in this fight. It would be even stronger than the giant sword they had used in the grassland world. "But if we lose, we'll have lost all hope," Titanos said hesitantly. "Brother Titanos," Ning said sharply, Are you still thinking about a backup plan at a time like this? Do you really think that I can reverse the situation all by myself if I'm the only one to survive? Even if I do eventually become an Omega Autarch, by then I would have had to watch as the Sith bound our Chaosverse and Ayer became a Chaos Lord. In the end, I would still die. We should put everything we have into this fight instead. We'll use both the Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan to maximize our chances. Ning stared at Autarch Titanos. Titanos, I agree with Dark North. This time, screw the backup plans, Autarch Akong said. Let's fight. Autarch Skyfeeder was by nature a fearless woman. She had previously been planning to attempt to bind the Chaosverse, even though the others who had tried all died. I agree that we should do everything we can to win this battle. Autarch Bolin, Autarch Mog, and Autarch Stonerule all turned to look at Titanos. At their level, life and death mattered very little. They actually approved of Ning throwing himself into danger, because they had to consider what was good for the whole of civilization. They wanted to live, but they didn't want to a life that was worth of death. They didn't fear death, so long as their deaths were meaningful. Autarch Titanos hesitated a moment, swayed by the rebukes of his 6 colleagues. He then let out a self-mocking chuckle. All my life, I've laid schemes upon schemes and have always had a backup plan ready. All of you are right. Even if Dark North survives by himself, the chance of him being able to reverse a defeat here is minuscule. Him leaving would lower the strength of our forces. It's better for us to fight them to the bitter end. That's more like it. How miserable would I feel, watching you all perish while I survived by myself. Ning lifted up his tankard of wine and poured a cup for Titanos. Come, Titanos, come. I'm going to punish you with some wine. I accept. Titanos immediately took the wine cup. The 7 had already decided to do their utmost in this upcoming battle. They no longer felt any worries, and so they happily drank together while awaiting Ayer's arrival. Ayer will be arriving in 2 hours, Autarch Mog said suddenly. We still have 2 hours left? Ning and the others exchanged glances. Let's go out and get ready to welcome these outsiders. Titanos rose to his feet, as did Ning and the others. Whoosh! They all put away their respective estates and flew out together, blinking out of the Black Tower. This time, Ning brought his avatar out alongside him. The Annihilation Hive once more exploded with power and began to generate that incredible sucking pore, but the Sword Titan formed from the 7 Autarchs was able to easily pass out of it. Rumble! The Annihilation Hive began to furiously devour the energies of the outside world at its previous pace as a vortex once more appeared around it. Ning and the Autarchs, however, simply ignored it. Although it was a formidable weapon, it needed to devour energy for an extremely long period of time to do real damage. A few weeks wouldn't make much of a difference. Not even a century would have a real impact. Thus, for now they would ignore the Annihilation Hive and focus their efforts on the Sith. Neither side was going to shirk away from this battle. Victory or defeat would be determined very soon. The winner would rule this Chaosverse. The loser would never be able to rise again. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures suddenly warped over to them. It was the avatars of Autarch Mog and Autarch Skyfeeder. All our avatars are here. We're ready to fight now. A pity that we lost one of the golden bridges of freedom. Otherwise, we'd be at absolute maximum power, Autarch Titanos said with a chuckle. They quickly separated into 2 squads, both led by Ning. The 7 true bodies stood together on one side, while the 7 avatars stood next to each other on the other side. 14 Autarch-class combatants were ready to do battle. It's all my fault for losing that golden bridge. Autarch Bolin shook his head. You aren't to blame. Those things simply required far too many precious ingredients. I did everything I could but was only able to create 7 of them. Sometimes, I can't help but think to myself about what a coincidence it all was. We originally had an extra, but Dark North rose just in the nick of time to round out the 7th. Titanos said with a sigh. To be able to battle alongside my 6 predecessors is Dark North's honor, Ning said with a smile. The 7 of them stood in empty space, their hearts at peace. They had already cast aside all their worries. At a time like this, worrying wouldn't make any difference. They simply had to do everything they could to win. If they died, all of civilization would die with them, but there was nothing for that. The 7 of them had truly done all they could. The ovaloid sphere continued to warp through space. Atop its outermost layer of grayish clouds stood a tall, gray-robed man who was slightly balding. His eyes seemed to contain the cosmos within them as he calmly stared at the empty space before him. It is finally time for the last battle. Like the cultivators, Ayer knew that he had reached the most critical moment in his entire life. He would either soar to the heavens and become a lord of chaos, becoming the most invincible figure in all the infinite void aside from his master, or he would be defeated and never have this opportunity again, even if he managed to survive. He hadn't worried about the sphere of annihilation being destroyed, because he knew just how marvelous an object it was. There were only 2 ways by which it could be destroyed. The first way was to overpower it. As an Omega autarch, outside of this foreign chaosverse, he himself would just barely be able to summon enough power to destroy it. The second way was to comprehend the apocalyptic mysteries it contained, at which point one would be able to easily deconstruct it. Neither autarchs nor Omega emperors would be capable of such a task. This realm truly is a mesmerizing one, Ayer murmured. This realm and all things within it should be mine to rule. These weaklings have continued to bar my path. Now, I shall sweep them all away. Whoosh! The grassland world warped through spacetime one final time. By the time it reappeared, Ayer could now see the enormous annihilation hive off in the distance, surrounded by that even larger vortex which was destroying and devouring all things around it. However, the 14 figures standing here were even more noticeable than the vortex of destruction. Ning and his peers stood side by side, while the 7 avatars did the same. The 14 calmly watched as that ovaloid object flew through space towards them. The only person standing on the surface of the ovaloid object was Ayer, and he smiled thinly when he saw the 14. He swept his gaze across them, then let out a chuckle which echoed throughout spacetime. No more running? No more hiding. There's nowhere to run, Autarch Titanos said. We'll give you what you want. We're going to fight you to the death. Ning smiled. Ayer, I hope you don't piss yourself when you see our real power, Autarch Akong said with a laugh. I think he probably will piss himself, Autarch Bolin smirked. Ning and the others all smiled or laughed as they spoke. Ayer wasn't angered by this. He simply smiled back and nodded. You natives are quite brave. The 2 sides stared at each other from far. They seemed relaxed, but the atmosphere was already beginning to tense up. Humph. Talking won't solve anything. Come and stop my grassland world, if you dare, Ayer said, then sank into the gray clouds and vanished. At the same time, the ovaloid object transformed into a streak of light and shot towards the vast behemoth hive. Ji Ning and the others traded glances. Ayer vastly surpasses us in terms of insight. Now that he's personally in control of the grassland world, no formation we can use would be able to slow it down. Autarch Titanos smiled. The grassland world can enter the annihilation hive with ease, protecting it and allowing it to continue devouring our chaosverse energies. The only way to stop it is to go inside of it. Charge into the grassland world and break it apart. Autarch Bolin nodded slightly. That's the only option. Gentlemen, let's do this. Ning laughed. We'll have to trouble you to lead us in this fight, Dark North. We'll need your guidance for the Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan, Autarch Stone Rule said. I can serve as the leader, but I'll need all of your support. Let's go. Let's do this. Ning and the others shared a few quick words, then began to make their moves. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 autarchs and their 7 avatars began to simultaneously call upon the power of the Chaosverse, gathering it around them to form vortexes of energy that quickly transformed into a pair of towering titans. Both titans were nearly nude and clad only in fur loincloths, but one had a slightly more powerful aura than the other. The Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan advanced side by side towards the ovaloid object. Ayer appeared out of nowhere within the palace hidden deep within the grassland world. Flanking him was the silver-robed woman and the two men, while below him stood the Sith Exalts and the 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers. Vile Sky, you 3 come over here to the center, Ayer instructed. The 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers exchanged puzzled glances, then nervously advanced to the center of the palace. The Cyclopean bear, the red-eyed white-furred humanoid, and the tentacled storm cloud harbored distrust towards the Sith, but unfortunately they were much weaker than Ayer. There was nothing they could do. In the infinite void they were weaker than Ayer, and even here in the grassland world they were still weaker than Ayer. Those native cultivators are about to attack. This shall be the final battle. Ayer glanced down at the 3 Void Dwellers, then smiled. I'll need you 3 to be prepared to make sacrifices for our victory. Just tell us what you need us to do. We'll do everything in our power. The 3 responded respectfully. Excellent. Ayer nodded. What I need is for the 3 of you to offer me your lives. Surprise appeared in the eyes of the Cyclopean bear and the other 2, only to be quickly replaced by utter terror. Suddenly, 9 violet gold chains appeared in the area around them. Each chain moved in an abstruse and profound manner, and they howled through the air as they lashed out at the 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers. Ayer, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you promise to give us our freedom if we helped you? Why are you attacking us? The 3 Void Dwellers tried to fight back, but now that Ayer was personally controlling the violet gold chains, the Void Dwellers were vastly outclassed in both power and technique. The violet gold chains immediately began to land brutal blows on them, causing their bodies to explode. The chains then quickly wrapped around their life cores. The nearby Sith Exalts all watched in shocked silence. None of them dared to say a word. They knew how ruthless Ayer was. To him, anyone and everyone was but a pawn to further his goals. The promises those 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers had believed in were nothing more than jokes. Give you your freedom? Ayer stared down at them, his eyes flickering coldly. Did you 3 idiots really think you were qualified to negotiate terms with me? If it wasn't for the fact that I had a use for you, I never would have let you remain alive for this long. Ayer then reached out with his right hand, producing 3 adorably shaped black dolls. The 3 black dolls flew out to hover directly above the center of the palace. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The shattered remnants of the Void Dwellers' bodies began to fly towards the black dolls. Even their life cores, still entangled by those chains, began to fly towards them. No! No! But... No! The 3 Autarch-class Void Dwellers suddenly felt a sensation of infinite terror. Those ordinary-looking dolls were exerting lethal amounts of gravitational attraction, causing their life cores to uncontrollably fly towards them. Their splattered bits of blood and flesh were also flying towards the black dolls, and as soon as they touched the dolls they were swallowed up with a hiss. Ayer, you'll definitely fail. You'll fail! A life core with the illusion of a cyclopean bear inside screamed frantically. You'll die. The cultivators will kill you all. The life core, which was filled with an illusion of a tentacled storm cloud, was struggling and braying as well. Damn you, Ayer. You are shameless. The phantom of the red-eyed, white-furred beast bellowed. The 3 life cores flew towards the 3 black dolls, which effortlessly devoured them as well as the flesh and blood from their corpses. Ayer couldn't help but secretly feel amazed by this. Master skills in artifice are simply incredible. Those Autarch-class Void Dwellers might be foolish, but their bodies are incredibly sturdy. It is their bodies which gave them Autarch levels of power, but the dolls were able to devour them with ease. I may also be an Omega Autarch, but I'm far from being Master's equal when it comes to artifice. His master was a Lord of Chaos. Although they were both Omega Autarchs, Ayer felt that his master remained superior to him in many different areas. It was much like how Bolin, Titanos, Mog, and the others were all Autarchs but shared different insights and were at different levels of power. There was indeed a great difference in power between Ayer and his master. The creation of the Annihilation Hive and the Grassland World had only been possible because his master had provided him guidance from behind the scenes. As for the Black Dolls, his master had personally created these things. Whoosh! The three black dolls floating in midair suddenly began to dramatically expand in size, transforming into a trio of towering black scaled beasts which now lay on the ground. They pulsed with auras of power but didn't move in the slightest. Separate into 3 squads as I previously instructed. Ayer glanced at his other subordinates. The silver-robed woman, the black-robed man, and the red-robed man immediately acknowledged the order while the many Sith exalts quickly took up positions behind them. From now on, each squad will be in charge of controlling one of these machine warbeasts, Ayer said. Although each has devoured the full power of an Autar-class Void Dweller, it will only be able to fight at peak power for roughly 1 hour. Thus, we must achieve victory as soon as possible. Understood, the silver-robed woman and the other 2 said. They had known all along that this was going to happen. Indeed, the reason why Ayer had invited them to take part in this invasion was for them to operate the machine warbeasts. Ordinary exalts were a bit too weak to truly unleash the potential of these things in battle. Each of the 3 would control one, with the other exalts providing assistance. Now go, Ayer commanded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The silver-robed woman and the others quickly flew inside the enormous machine warbeasts and took control of them. This was a major trump card which their Lord of Chaos had bestowed upon Ayer. Gwarar! The 3 black warbeasts raised their heads and howled. Their auras were actually stronger than those of the Autar-class Void Dwellers, because the machine warbeasts were burning up all of their power at a rapid pace while holding nothing back. They could also attack with marvelous techniques. They weren't nearly as clumsy as those Void Dwellers were. They are coming. Ayer raised his head to stare towards the skies. He could see 2 towering giants wielding divine swords chop through the grayish clouds as though the clouds were nothing more than rotted wood. The 2 titans charged downwards, easily piercing through the layers of clouds. Follow my orders. A savage look appeared on Ayer's face. Each of you can only fight for an hour, so we need to do everything we can to annihilate them during that period of time. This is the grassland world, a battlefield of our choosing. We're definitely going to win. Now go. Kill these cultivators. Kill! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 black warbeasts quickly warped through space and disappeared from the temple. As for Ayer, his eyes were blazing as he barked, "Quintessence, ignite!" Instantly, the quintessence core located deep within the grassland world once more began to erupt with power, filling every inch of the entire world with tremendous might. The battle had just begun, but everyone was already preparing to fight like a madman. Ayer disappeared from the palace, going forth to face his foes. The Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan both continued to charge downwards. Whoosh! Whoosh! The clouds had become much sturdier now that the quintessence had been ignited. But before the might of Ji Ning's Sword Titan and Avatar Titan, they remained unspeakably fragile. Sword light flashed as they pierced straight through the clouds, charging all the way down to the second layer of clouds. Right at this moment, they all suddenly sensed danger. Ning was the leader of this formation and was constantly on guard for any possible movements. Suddenly, 3 enormous black warbeasts appeared from the clouds nearby. They looked much like armor-clad apes, but they each had a pair of curved horns on their heads. Their knees were bent into a half-stooped position, and they stared intently at the Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan. Where the hell did these 3 come from? Autarka Kong sent mentally. All of them seemed dangerous. This is probably one of the trump cards the Sith have been hiding the entire time. Now that the last battle has begun, they no longer see a need to hide themselves. Titanos sent back. These 3 beasts have odd auras. Be careful, Dark North. All right, Ning nodded. Attack. Die, cultivators. The 3 war beasts attacked simultaneously, first surrounding the nearby Avatar Titan. The Avatar Titan lifted up his twin swords, ready to meet their attacks. The furious claw strikes of the war beasts caused the very heavens to darken as they lashed out with overwhelming towards the Avatar Titan. In turn, the Avatar Titan swept out with his right hand, generating an ephemeral streak of sword light in the air which struck out at the war beast. Whoosh! The sword light immediately retracted, while the war beast simply howled and continued to press the attack. These 3 machine war beasts are extremely powerful. Ning and the others were all shocked. They're actually able to fight our Avatar Titan to a standstill. Our sword arts will only be enough to hold off 2 of them at most. Die! The 3 war beasts fought with uncommon ferocity. Clearly, they wanted to destroy this weaker-looking Titan as soon as they could. Whoosh! The nearby sword Titan had already charged over, sending an awesome stream of sword light slashing through the air with unstoppable force. One of the war beasts immediately used both of its paws to block this attack head-on. Both combatants had extremely marvelous techniques, but an explosion rang out as soon as the paws struck against the horizontal sword strike. The war beast was sent flying backwards, and it only managed to catch its footing after flying 1,000,000 kilometers backwards. Then it once more charged over. It is extremely strong, and its scales are just as tough as the Black Tower which houses the Sphere of Annihilation. There's no way to injure it at all. Ning was secretly alarmed. Clang, clang, clang. A series of clanking sounds could be heard as one violet gold chain after another began to appear. They were like great serpents which blotted out the skies, emanating auras of awesome power as they swept out towards the weaker Avatar Titan and sought to destroy it. The chains aren't that dangerous. Ning didn't worry too much about them at all. The 3 black war beasts and the 9 violet gold chains continued to furiously assault the Avatar Titan. But the Avatar Titan and the Sword Titan fought alongside each other. The Sword Titan was especially mighty, with each of its blows sending the black war beasts flying with ease and making it impossible for them to gain a true advantage over the Avatar Titan. The war beasts truly were rather troublesome, as their techniques were brilliant and they were completely impervious to damage. Ning, Titanos, and the others suddenly sensed a new threat approaching. They hurriedly turned to look towards the skies, only to see the figure of Ayair appear. Ayair's robes were fluttering around him, and his body was covered by an awesome aura of power formed from the energies released by the ignited quintessence core. He was currently diving downwards head first, his hands folded in a prayer position before him. An absolutely dazzling stream of golden light was emanating from between his hands, preparing to spread outwards. Omnipresent light. It almost instantly illuminated the entire grassland world. The light was blinding, and it weighed down heavily upon both the Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan. Die! Ayair changed his stance, pulling back his left hand while pushing out with his right. He had once used this technique against Mog, but now that he was using the ignited quintessence core's power, this strike was now much stronger than before. When fighting Mog, he had to spend quite a bit of time to accumulate the amount of energy necessary. This time he was quite fast. Ayair isn't all that powerful, but he's at such a high level of insight that he can employ his energies to terrifying effect. Ning immediately made the Sword Titan to slice upwards with a sword, blocking Ayair's downwards palm. Boom! This unfathomably powerful palm crashed head-on against the all-encompassing sword. Ayair staggered a few steps backwards, a frown on his face. This formation giant is incredibly strong. Dark North is making perfect use of these native cultivators' powers. Humph! The Sword Titan had been able to block Ayair with ease. Even when Ayair was using his most powerful strike, he was only 30% more powerful than the machine warbeasts. It wasn't enough to threaten the Sword Titan. Light! Boom! Ayair began to glow with even more dazzling light. The light was everywhere, filling the entire world with an iridescent glow. What worried Ning the most was that he could no longer find Ayair. After releasing that blast of infinite light, Ayair had actually vanished into the light itself. Ning could neither see him physically nor track him via Godsense. Suddenly, an alabaster arm reached out to grab at the Avatar Titan. That's Ayair. The Avatar Titan hurriedly moved to block. Since Ning was controlling both Titans, he was able to make them work in perfect concert. The Sword Titan immediately went over to help out as well. The dazzling light continued to suppress both the Titans, while Ayair launched one sneak attack after another with incomparably profound techniques. Blocking his attacks was very taxing, and eventually one would get through. Everyone, prepare the world of liberation. Ning sent. All right, Titanos, Mog, and the others all knew that the moment had come. They had been planning to save this trump card for use at a critical moment, but they were now at such a disadvantage that they were finding it hard to even maintain their defenses. It was too hard for the Sword Titan to defend against the war beasts, the chains, and Ayer at the same time. The Avatar Titan was in tremendous danger right now, and once it was destroyed their foes would be free to focus their attacks against the Sword Titan. When that happened, the situation would become even grimmer. Boom! 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 Suddenly, 6 surges of power shot out simultaneously. Golden bridges began to appear directly beneath the feet of the Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan. It was the Golden Bridges of Freedom. The 6 golden bridges of freedom joined together into a hexagonal shape, forming a single complete edifice. They began to accumulate awesome amounts of power from the Chaosverse that surpassed even the power of the ignited grassland world. It must be remembered that the golden bridges of freedom were modeled off the Daugard Towers. They were able to accumulate and make use of large amounts of the Chaosverse energies. Once they linked together, they were able to use even more. World Stance. Ning roared. This was the only domain-type stance he had created for the fusion sword arts, the World Stance. Rumble, Ning, Titanos, Bolin, Skyfeeder, Mog, Stone Rule, and Akong began to simultaneously unleash their respective domains. Autark Bolin actually unleashed 2 domains, one for the Claw Daubirth Essence and one for the Samsara Daubirth Essence. As for Ning, he was responsible for controlling and unleashing the Eternal Omega Sword Dao domain. All 8 domains came together, drawing upon the power of the Chaosverse as well as the power of the Golden Bridges themselves. Ning's Omega Sword Dao domain was able to perfectly connect together all of these different domains, allowing the different types of power to merge together into dazzling streams of sword light. The entire world became filled with countless streams of sword light, each of which was formed from a different type of domain energy. The power of this domain vastly surpassed Ayer's domain of light. Ayer and the war beasts felt as though countless streams of sword light had enveloped them and were pressing down at them, forcing them to resist it with every single movement they made. These 8 different types of domain energy and the power from the golden bridges of freedom have been perfectly joined together to form this domain, the world of liberation. Ning and the others were all excited. As soon as the World of Liberation domain was released, Ayer and others were dramatically weakened. Even the 9 violet gold chains were weakened significantly, and as a result Ning and the others immediately gained the upper hand. Join forces to kill Ayer. Once Ayer dies, those 3 indestructible war beasts will begin to fall apart on their own. Titanos sent mentally. Kill Ayer. Bolin barked. .0. Attack. Their eyes were filled with murder. The 3 war beasts had been suppressed by their domain, reducing them to 70% of their normal power. Even if all of them joined forces against the Avatar Titan, it would still be able to defend against them using the Cavebright stance. As for the powerful Sword Titan, it had only one target, Ayer. The Sword Titan charged incredibly fast towards Ayer, whose face tightened. Even before the World of Liberation domain had started to suppress him, he wouldn't have dared to fight the Sword Titan in soul combat. Now that he only had around 60% of his full power, he would probably be destroyed in just 10 strikes if he tried to fight the thing head-on. I can't believe these natives have actually forced me to do this. Ayer immediately took a step forwards, vanishing into thin air. Damn! The Sword Titan's greatsword chopped through where Ayer had just been, hitting nothing but air. Ji Ning, Bolin, Titanos, and the others were secretly infuriated by this. However, even in the outside world Ayer was able to disengage from battle as he pleased. Here in the grassland world it was even easier for him. Since he's fled, let's first capture those 3 war beasts, then destroy the grassland world's core. Without the grassland world and the 3 war beasts, Ayer won't be able to cause much trouble. Ning and the others all knew that Ayer wasn't able to summon much power due to the local Chaosverse suppressing him. He had to create and use powerful treasures in order to pose a threat to them. However, the more powerful the treasure, the greater the cost to make it. It had taken Ayer eons to construct the grassland world and the Annihilation Hive. If they managed to destroy the grassland world, it would be ages before Ayer would be able to challenge them again. By then, the cultivators would have grown far more powerful than they were right now. Whoosh! The sword titan gripped the Northbow sword in both hands as it charged towards one of the war beasts. Although they were indestructible, capturing them was still a possibility. Gwarar! 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 The three black war beasts separated, moving in three different directions. Suddenly, all of them raised their heads, causing a strange black-white glyph to appear from their foreheads. Eh! The sword titan and the avatar titan both turned to stare upwards at the figure which had just appeared above them. It was Ayer, who had disappeared just moments ago. Ayer's forehead also had a black-white glyph emanating from it. Countless strands of black and white light reached out, piercing through the air and connecting Ayer to all three of the war beasts. Together, they formed an incredibly marvelous formation which transformed Ayer and the three war beasts into one being. The energy leaking out from the ignited quintessence core was being sucked up into this enormous formation, while the energies of the three war beasts were also being rapidly consumed. Ayer and the three black war beasts began to glow with blurry black-white light, and their auras increased dramatically in power. I can't believe these natives have actually forced me to use my last trump card. Ayer gritted his teeth. In the end, this final battle had surpassed Ayer's expectations. Ayer had believed that with the battle being held within the grassland world, the combined forces of himself, the three war beasts, and the violet gold chains would be more than enough to gain victory. Alas, Ning had first created an even more powerful sword art with an extra Daobirth essence in it, then unleashed the suppressive power of the world of liberation domain. All this had forced Ayer to unveil his very last card. He had truly gone all out now with nothing held back. His master had been the one to create the black war beasts. When they fought individually, they weren't all that powerful, but when merged together into a single whole they were able to unleash their true power. This was why his master had also bestowed the Yin-Yang formation upon him, allowing him to perfectly join together with those three beasts. However, this would cause the three war beasts to run out of power even more quickly. Die! Ayer was above them while the three war beasts circled around them. The four all glowed with unearthly halos of black-white light, and countless strands linked them together as they charged towards the sword titan and the avatar titan. Boom! The sword titan and Ayer exchanged blows. The result was that Ayer was knocked flying backwards, but he quickly regrouped and charged forward once more. He's actually become so much more powerful. Ning, Titanos, and the others were all shocked. The world of liberation was suppressing Ayer, but he had still skyrocketed in power to reach 70% of the Sword Titan's might. Given his profound insights, he was now completely capable of sustained combat against the Sword Titan. If even he has become so powerful, then what of those three war beasts? Ning and the others knew that the situation had just taken a turn for the worse. Boom! 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 The Avatar Titan was being surrounded and besieged. He used his sword arts to defend and exclusively focused on using the most defensive stance, the Cavebright stance. He instantly used this stance 15 times in a row, but he was already in an extremely dangerous situation. The Sword Titan immediately brandished his sword, moving to reinforce the Avatar Titan. Haha! Native cultivators, you are doomed. All of you will die. None of you will escape. Ayer went forth to help destroy the Avatar Titan as well. The situation had instantly turned extremely grim. Even though the world of liberation weighed down upon the Sith had the unquestioned upper hand. Just 2 seconds later, the two Titans were in an extremely disadvantageous situation despite working together. We can't let this continue. If we just defend, we'll definitely lose. We probably won't be able to last for 10 more seconds before the Avatar Titan is torn asunder. Once that happens, the Sword Titan will be swarmed and destroyed as well. We'll lose this fight. They all understood this, which was why they were all extremely anxious. However, they had already used everything they had. It was incredible that they had reached this current level of power. There's nothing we can do. Let's go all in. Go all in. All in. Bolin, Mog, Stone Rule, Akong, Skyfeeder, Titanos, and Ning all shared this exact same thought. Whoosh! Their bodies suddenly began to glow with light as a terrifying aura of power began to spread out. It must be remembered that their bodies were completely formed of mana. Consequently, their bodies contained absolutely astonishing stores of energy. Hegemons and emperors who were gripped by despair would choose to self-detonate, precisely because the sudden release of such an enormous amount of energy would generate an absolutely incredible explosion. Back during the end war of the Three Realms, many immortals and fiendgods had sacrificed themselves via self-detonation to deal Old Man Yuan a fatal blow. Ning was an Omega Emperor, while the other 6 were autarchs. They wouldn't choose to self-detonate, as self-detonation might not even be enough to kill someone like Ayer, who was extremely skilled at staying alive. If the 7 of them died while Ayer survived, they would have lost this war. Just as importantly, at their current level of insight, these 7 had exquisitely perfect control over their bodies. Self-detonation would simply result in the explosion scattering energy out haphazardly. It was a fairly foolish choice, and they had chosen something else: to transform a portion of their bodies into raw power. Ning and the autarchs had chosen to sacrifice parts of their flesh and blood. Their bodies began to glow with light as a terrifying amount of power began to burst forth from them. In normal battle, it was easy for them to unleash 10,000 strikes because they were able to replenish as much energy as they used. Now, however, all of them suffered severe self-inflicted wounds because they had used up more than half of the energy which had been stored in their bodies. This was an absolute maximum. If they burned away even more energy, their damaged true souls would no longer be able to maintain perfect control over this level of power. Every single speck of mana was infused with their souls and true souls. After all, if they lost too much, their true souls would weaken to the point where they could no longer maintain control. Only by maintaining perfect control would they be able to unleash truly awesome levels of power. This was the most ideal, suitable time for taking such a risk, but they could only do so a single time. This was because they would all be so heavily wounded after this strike that they would have merely 40% of their strength remaining. There was no way they could duplicate this attack, and so it truly was their final, last-gasp attack. We have to win. Kill! Autarch Bolan's entire body glowed with light as his severed flesh and blood transformed into raw power. He was able to maintain control over it, causing it to swirl around him instead of exploding. Prepare to die! Autarch Akong roared, his body surrounded by the awesome energies of the destruction Daobirth essence. Skyfeeder, Mog, Stone Rule, Titanos, and the others all controlled their own energies as well. As for Ning, he drew upon the incredible power of his sword Dao. All of you, die! The sword titan's aura suddenly skyrocketed in might, causing the entire grassland world to quiver. The amount of energy generated by 7 autarchs sacrificing more than half of their bodies was simply too enormous. They only guided a tiny portion of it into the world of liberation, but the domain's power instantly skyrocketed. Boom! 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 Countless rays of swordlight came pressing down, crushing the clouds below them into dust and even crushing the grasslands at the very bottom. Boom! The grassland world had been so completely suppressed by the swordlight, it was like a giant invisible hand had just caved it in by a layer. This was nothing more than a tiny, tiny amount of the energy the 7 had just unleashed. They were keeping control over the rest of the power and preparing to use it to unleash a truly terrifying blow. This was the absolute maximum amount of power their damaged true souls could control perfectly. Ayer could feel that death was coming for him. When he saw how terrifying this explosive aura before him was, he didn't even think about trying to defend against it head-on. This is probably the final desperation strike these cultivators have up their sleeves. There's no way they would be able to launch a second such attack. If I can avoid this one, I'll have one. Withdraw! Ayer commanded. Whoosh! 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 Ayer and the 3 war beasts retreated simultaneously, vanishing within the void. Foolish cultivators, this is the grassland world. This is our chosen battlefield. Ayer's voice rang out within the world. You are the fools. Imbeciles. Ning and Akong let out furious retorts in succession, their voices echoing within the heavens. Boom! Boom! The Avatar Titan and the Sword Titan charged downwards simultaneously, smashing into the grasslands. As soon as they did, they instantly blinked deep within its depths. When they entered the depths of the grassland world, they quickly saw a spiderweb of countless passageways. Boom! An awesome domain filled every single passageway with countless streams of sword light. The world of liberation's power blew through every single formation like rotting wood, crushing all barriers in its path. It must be remembered that even before Jining and the others had gone all out, they had been able to reduce Ayer and the others by 30% to 40% of their maximum power. Now that the autarchs had gone all out, the world of liberation was so incredibly powerful that it was able to almost instantly crush ordinary autarchs to death. Even the 9 layers of clouds were completely unable to block this intensity of energy, much less the barrier formations deep inside the grasslands. I found it. The quintessence core for this world lies in that palace over there. Thanks to the world of liberation, Ning and the others were able to sense a completely sealed castle located at the very bottom of the grassland world. The castle was roughly 10,000 kilometers in size, and all of the energy emanating from the grassland world actually stemmed from this castle. They could clearly sense how the deep, dense azure aura covering the castle was constantly being dispersed in every direction. If we can destroy the quintessence core, Ayer and the others will be dramatically weakened. Those 3 war beasts won't be able to escape us. They immediately transformed into a streak of light, bursting through the chaotic passageways and moving closer and closer to the castle. Ayer was able to dodge with ease because of his high level of insight, but the 3 war beasts were only able to dodge because of the power of the grassland world. The Sith in charge of the black war beasts had insights which were merely on par with Ning's. In Ning's chaos verse, their escape techniques were far inferior to Ning's. So long as the autarchs could destroy the grassland world, they would then be able to defeat and capture the 3 war beasts one by one. Once Ayer was the only one left, he'd be much easier to deal with, but of course, all this was only possible if they destroyed the grassland world. Damn it! When Ayer sensed the Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan moving at high speed towards the quintessence, he immediately grew anxious. How are they able to stay in control of all that power and prevent it from exploding? If someone was filled with too much power, there would be no way to maintain control of it. They would have to immediately release it in the form of an attack. However, Ning and the others had already thought of this problem. They only discarded 60% of their bodies, rather than 90% as they originally envisioned. The resulting levels of energy were just barely within the realms of what they could control. They could release it or retract it at will. Although it was much weaker than the pure destructive power which would be generated by sacrificing more in a one-shot attack, it allowed for an attack that they could aim and control. In the end, the latter was much more dangerous. Ayer, what should we do? Are we going to just watch as they destroy the grassland world's quintessence? Once they do, we probably won't be able to beat them. The red-robed man sent mentally. They had a huge advantage right now, but this was in large part due to the strengthening effect of the ignited quintessence core. The formation they were using also required them to draw upon the energies of the ignited quintessence. Go, 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 go. Go stop them. Ayer roared. Stop them at any cost. The core of the Annihilation Hive was the Sphere of Annihilation, which contained the mysteries of total destruction. It was extremely hard to destroy. The core of the grassland world, however, was just a normal quintessence which would be much easier to annihilate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ayer and the 3 war beasts easily warped over to the outsides of the core castle. They are about to arrive. Ayer and the others stared at the dark passageways before them. A terrifying aura was beginning to approach those dark passageways. The area had long ago been filled with the power of countless streams of swordlight, but the swordlight wasn't strong enough to claim their lives. This is way too much power. Way too much. Can we possibly stop them? The silver-robed woman, her 2 colleagues, and the many Sith exalts all felt their hearts tremble. You can and you must. If we lose, the cultivators will not spare you. All of you will die. Ayer gritted his teeth, his eyes savage. The most critical moments had arrived. And these 3 war beasts were personally fashioned by my master. Not even I have the power to destroy them, much less these cultivators. The others calmed down slightly upon hearing this. They were filled with absolute, blind faith in Ayer's master. Here they are. Ayer and the others all felt their hearts clench as those two towering figures emerged from the dark passageways. The Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan flew out right next to each other. It's Ayer and his lackeys. I knew they wouldn't just watch as we destroyed the quintessence. Ning and the others knew that the moment of truth had arrived. Charge! Break into that castle at all costs. Ning and the others didn't hesitate at all. The Avatar Titan took the lead while the Sword Titan brought up the rear as they charged towards the castle. As long as they were able to touch it, they would be able to blink inside it. Stop them! Ayer roared ferociously. One violet gold chain after another began to dance defensively in front of the castle, while all three black war beasts charged in unison to block the Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan. Fuck off! The Avatar Titan's job was to clear the way, but the violet gold chains were being controlled in an absolutely marvelous fashion by Ayer. They all parted before the Avatar Titan, coiling behind it to strike at the Sword Titan. Ayer and the others all knew that the Avatar Titan wasn't that great of a threat. The true threat remained the Sword Titan, which was in command of an enormous amount of power. Grow, grow, grow! The three black war beasts suddenly expanded dramatically in size. The tunnels weren't that large, and their sudden increase in size resulted in them filling up much of the tunnel with their bulk. If Ning and the others wanted to reach the castle, they would have to first defeat these clawed terrors. If we have to fight them, we'll go ahead and destroy all three of them. The Sword Titan wielded a long sword in each hand, lifting them up while the seven inside of it began to unleash the prodigious power which they had been keeping in abeyance. Whoosh! The right sword sliced out, chopping towards the three black war beasts which sought to bar the Titan's path. The power contained within the sword caused space-time itself to disintegrate. There was nothing which could impede this terrifying strike. All three war beasts were utterly terrified by the might of this blow, while Ayer gritted his teeth and prayed, "They have to block them!" Whoosh! When the divine sword slammed against the body of the first war beast, it suddenly transformed to become as soft as silk. It twisted, seeking to wrap itself over the black war beast and bind it. The black war beast, however, transformed to become a black liquid which the sword could not bind. You want to capture it? Do you think the most powerful machine war beasts my master created would be so easily captured by the likes of you? The distant Ayer laughed coldly. The autarchs instantly understood that there was no way to capture them, and so they immediately changed strategies. Destroy them! Whoosh! Whoosh! The two divine swords were filled with ineffable power as they came crashing down towards the three beasts. It must be remembered that even an invulnerable form would be destroyed if the amount of power facing it surpassed the limits of its tolerance. These three black war beasts were currently forced to face the full, absolute might of this twin attack from the dominating Sword Titan. The black war beasts were extremely tough. They weren't the slightest bit injured, and in fact they were able to deflect 99% of the concussive force. But that remaining 1% entered its body and reduced the Sith exalts it encountered to dust. No! Ah! Bowenya and the others only felt an overwhelming amount of power pass through them, followed by their bodies completely disintegrating. Boom! 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 The three black war beasts were sent flying backwards and smashed into the walls of the passageway. They were physically unharmed but filled with dead Sith. Thanks to the local formations, Ayer was able to clearly see what the situation was inside the three black war beasts. The three powerful allies he had half-coaxed, half-forced to come had been able to withstand that terrifying blast. However, all of the Sith exalts in the first and second war beasts, which had taken the brunt of the strikes, had been slain. 3 Sith exalts had died in the third war beast as well. Now only his 3 allies and 5 Sith exalts were remaining. Boom! Crunch! 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 The 9 violet gold chains had worked together with the black war beasts to defend against this attack. 2 of the chains actually blew apart. The Sword Titan shrank in size, seeking to fly through the gap, but the remaining chains flew over to block it once more. Ah ha ha ha! Ayer's loud laughter echoed throughout the passageway. Ning and the others were anxious, nervous, and resentful. "You have lost. Lost!" Aer roared with laughter. That last gasp desperation attack was very powerful, but both the war beasts and the chains are completely fearless. You weren't able to destroy them and blast open a route to the castle. It was true. That final, frenzied strike had not done what they needed it to do, clear a path to the castle. Ning and the others gritted their teeth. Those war beasts were simply too difficult to deal with. Those 3 war beasts are finished. You are the only one left. You are the one who has lost, Sith. The Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan charged straight towards Aer. Who said they are finished? Aer let out a loud laugh. Whoosh! 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 The 3 black war beasts once more flew over to block in front of Aer. The black war beasts were under the control of Aer's 3 powerful allies. The Sith Exalts merely provided additional support. Ning and the others stared at the untouched Aer as well as the 3 enormous black war beasts. Their hearts grew cold. As soon as they had witnessed the black war beasts rise up once more, they had already begun to feel a sense of despair. Those things were still battle-worthy. How was this even possible? The 7 dancing violet gold chains and the 3 war beasts were charging towards them once more. Ji Ning and the other autarchs had already used up the massive energy they had gained from sacrificing parts of their bodies. Even the power of the world of liberation had dropped back down to its normal level. Boom! Bang! The Sword Titan used its sword arts to defend against the 3 black war beasts simultaneously. One of the war beasts is just as strong as it was previously, while the other 2 still have 80% power. Ning quickly came to this conclusion after clashing against them once more, and it turned their hearts cold. Aer smiled coldly as he watched from behind, launching attacks towards the weaker Avatar Titan. Flee! Ning and the others didn't hesitate at all, quickly coming to this decision. Aer and the 3 war beasts were as one thanks to the formation, and all 4 were incredibly strong. This was why Ning and the others had been forced to sacrifice parts of their bodies to launch a final desperation attack. But it had failed. If they were truly forced to fight, the Avatar Titan would probably be defeated in short order, at which point the Sword Titan wouldn't be far off from defeat either. As of right now, they had only one chance to survive: escape. Escape the grassland world, run far away, and recover. Once they did so, they could come back here to fight again. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Sword Titan and the Avatar Titan both began to flee. Running? After all that's happened, you still think you can escape? Aer grinned coldly. He was effortlessly dominating the Avatar Titan with the help of the 7 violet gold chains, while the 3 black warbeasts continued to chase down the Sword Titan. Stop struggling. Struggling won't help you. Aer's body began to emit tremendous amounts of dazzling light which filled every single passageway. He himself vanished without a trace, hiding within the light while he continued to furiously assault the Avatar Titan. The Avatar Titan was just barely able to hold on, thanks to his defensive sword arts. Alas, Aer outstripped the Avatar Titan in terms of power, and he had a higher level of insight as well. Given that he also had 7 violet gold chains helping him while he launched sneak attacks from hiding, it only took 6 seconds before Aer managed to land a knife-hand blow on the Avatar Titan, plunging it into the Titan's body and causing the avatars inside to feel a sense of despair. Ryayip, the towering Aer, used his 2 hands to physically rip the Avatar Titan in half. Ning and the other avatars shared a glance, then simultaneously made the same decision without any hesitation at all. Self-detonation. Boom! 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 All 7 avatars exploded simultaneously. Their worry was that when Aer killed them, he would use karma to route the attacks against their true bodies as well. Autarch Bolin and Autarch Titanos were able to completely themselves off from all karmic ties. But what of the others? If Aer wasn't reinforced by this formation, his karmic attacks probably wouldn't be a threat to them, but he was currently strengthened by both the ignited quintessence core and his link to the 3 warbeasts. Ning and the others didn't dare to take this risk. A clean end. Aer turned to glance upwards. But it won't matter. Struggle all you want. You are doomed. Whoosh! He took a step forwards, warping through space before appearing in front of the Sword Titan. The Sword Titan was frantically trying to flee, but the three black war beasts continued to slow him down, preventing him from traveling at maximum speed. These war beasts are indestructible and can warp through space-time to block us. Ning and the others felt anxious. We're almost there. Whoosh! They finally reached the grassy surface once more, at which the sword titan blinked out to the clouds above. Ha ha ha! Ayer's loud laughter rang out. The sword titan raised his head, the seven all watching as Ayer emerged out of nowhere and appeared in the skies. Ayer said with a laugh, "There are 9 layers of clouds here. It will take you so very, very long to fly through all these layers that I'm afraid you won't be able to escape." Damn! Ning and the others all knew that Ayer was far more difficult to deal with than those 3 black war beasts, because of how high his level of insight was. Escaping is our only chance. Let's give it our all. Do everything we can to escape. Titanos, Mog, Ning, Bolin, Akong, Stone Rule, and Skyfeeder all knew that they had to get out of here. Boom! Twin swords in hand, the sword titan began to soar toward the clouds. Do you really think you can escape? Ayer charged downwards, surrounded by 7 violet gold chains that stretched out 1,000,000 kilometers. Space rippled behind him, followed by the 3 black war beasts appearing. Swoosh! The sword titan immediately arced sideways in a bid to avoid them, but the seemingly omnipresent violet gold chains still managed to appear in front of them, as did Ayer and the 3 war beasts. Clang! 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 Boom! The sword titan used its sword arts to battle against Ayer and the 3 black war beasts, while continuing to soar towards the clouds in the skies. Although the 3 black war beasts were extremely strong, they didn't pose too much of a threat because they were merely on par with Ning and the others in terms of insight. Ning was able to use his self-created fusion sword arts to block all 3 of them, but Ayer was much more dangerous. Ayer's attacks caught Ning flat-footed time and time again. Blocking his attacks was a much more difficult proposition. Ayer didn't even need to fear the sword titan in solo combat, much less now when he had the 3 black war beasts helping to slow the titan down. If we just keep defending, we're going to lose. We have to escape. Ning and the autarchs couldn't see any chance of winning this battle. Their only chance lay in escape. If they got out of here, they just might end up the victors after all. Boom! 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 Space-time was shattered throughout the grassland world, with the 5 elements thrown into a state of chaos as the sword titan continued to charge upwards while being surrounded and bombarded with attacks by the Sith. Boom! The power of the world of liberation by itself was enough to tear through the clouds. The sword titan charged upwards through the opening, but Ayer and the black war beasts continued to press the attack against him. Ayer was like a patient hunter, continuing to harass his prey while searching for the perfect opportunity. Ning and the others felt as though they had daggers pressed against their backs. Every single attack Ayer launched was incredibly dangerous. We have to hold until we get out. We have to. Keep holding. Titanos and the rest quietly prayed. It was now up to Ning. Ning was in control of the entire sword titan, and he used it to execute his sword arts. This was an extremely taxing fight. The 3 black war beasts had insights on par with his, while Ayer's insights were far more profound. It was already impressive for him to maintain an airtight defense, but they really couldn't afford to let themselves be beaten here. If they lost, it would all be over. Boom! The sword titan charged past the 2nd layer of clouds, continuing its upwards ascent. Not good. Ning paled as Ayer managed to snake a palm past the sword titan's defensive sword stances. Ning didn't hesitate, immediately discarding the north bow sword in his left hand and using his hand instead to launch a sword art. Boom! He managed to block Ayer's palm. He actually blocked it? Ayer had thought he was about to win. He couldn't help but feel slightly startled. As the sword titan was knocked flying backwards, yet another northbow sword appeared in his left hand. Ning had a total of 6 northbow swords after all. As for the one he had discarded, it had flown back to below the golden bridges of freedom. Boom! The sword titan burst through the 3rd layer of clouds. However, as it did so, a ghostly and gigantic palm once more burst past Ning's defenses. This time, Ning was completely unable to react. The palm slammed into the left side of the Sword Titan's waist, with the Sword Titan unable to block even with his hands. No! Ning, Titanos, Bolin, and the others all watched in shock. Time itself seemed to have slowed down. Bang! The alabaster fingers pierced deep into the Sword Titan's flank, stabbing straight through it. Then, as though it could sense the autarchs, it reached out towards the nearest person inside Autarch Mog. Autarch Mog wanted to block. But how could he? No. We can't lose. Tears appeared in Autarch Mog's face. Bang! The giant alabaster hand stabbed into him, filling every inch of his body with a burst of such overwhelming power that every last speck of mana within it began to crumble from the force of the strike. Boom! He was completely obliterated. Not even a scrap of his true soul fragments was able to return to this chaosverse. Everything had been devoured. Ryup. With Mog's death, the entire Sword Titan began to destabilize. Ayer tore at the insides of the Sword Titan with his alabaster hand, ripping a gaping wound through the Sword Titan's chest and to its shoulders, nearly cleaving the Titan in half. Kill them! Ayer's voice was filled with intoxicated glee, as well as a boundless desire for his foes to die. Kill! The three black war beasts grew excited as well. They were about to win. They all pounced down towards the already crumbling Sword Titan, while Ayer himself began to launch an attack as well. We can't lose. Ning desperately tried to make the Sword Titan wield the Northbow sword and block, but without Mog the power of their sword arts dropped dramatically. There was no way for him to stop Ayer, whose attack once more dug deep into the Sword Titan's body. This time he managed to latch onto Autarch Skyfeeder. Light glowed around his palm, and Autarch Skyfeeder was similarly unable to defend against him. The end result was destruction. Damn it all! Autarch Skyfeeder stared into the skies, filled with despair and resentment. Boom! Upon her death, the Sword Titan's body crumbled apart as well. Now that they had lost two Autarchs, the Sword Titan was no longer able to stay intact. Ning, Titanos, and the others began to instinctively flee despite their despair. Ha ha ha! A black war beast pounced forwards, clawing at Autarch Stonerul's back. Autarch Stonerul was absolutely agonized. Why? 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 Boom! Autarch Stonerul was annihilated as well, his true soul fragments completely devoured. Ning continued to flee, his heart feeling as though it was being cut apart by countless knives. All he could do was watch as one of his friends after another was killed. I can't lose. We really can't lose. Countless figures flashed through Ning's mind. This chaosverse was filled with innumerable living beings. Ning's friends, his disciples, his family members, the hard-working cultivators he knew. There were countless people in this chaosverse, part of whom he knew and part of whom he didn't. They had lost. Their entire civilization was about to be overthrown. I'm sorry. Autarch Titanos didn't struggle. He simply shut his eyes, two streams of tears cascading down his face as he transformed himself into a plume of light. However, the black warbeast's sharp claws reached out, still managing to capture and devour all the true soul fragments and prevent them from returning to the quintessence. Wipe them all out. Ayer roared with laughter. Kill them all. Drown their entire civilization with blood. This chaosverse is mine. Ayer's. Ah ha ha. But then, the entire grassland world seemed to have fallen silent. All other auras were completely suppressed, while Ayer's laughter became frozen as well. He suddenly turned to stare at the sword-bearing white-robed youth. Two streams of tears were cascading down the youth's face. A ripple of pure blackness swept out from Ning's body. That utterly black ripple contained an utterly terrifying will of destruction. This was true destruction. A will which would obliterate any and all things. Nothing and no one could withstand this type of oblivion. The white-robed youth opened his eyes, and within those eyes they could see the annihilation of an entire chaosverse. Jining saw the Sword Titan shatter, then saw Autarch Mog, Autarch Stonerul, Autarch Skyfeeder, and Autarch Titanos all perish in battle. Even he himself was about to die. Ning's heart was filled with resentment and an unwillingness to accept this all. He was filled with remorse towards all the living beings of this chaosverse, filled with remorse towards his daughter. "I'm really sorry, everyone." He felt resentment, pain, remorse, and boundless hate. When he saw the maniacally laughing Ayer, Ning felt true hatred. To use a common saying from his first life in China on Earth, even after dying and becoming a ghost, he still wouldn't forgive or spare Ayer. However, in his heart he knew that once he died, his true soul fragments would be completely swallowed and devoured. All that hatred he felt was completely meaningless. It was precisely because he understood this that the hatred and agony in Ning's heart was only further heightened. Hatred. Hatred aimed at himself for being too weak. Hatred. Hatred aimed at himself for being unable to protect those he cared about. He truly did want to annihilate all of these invaders. Boundless hatred filled his heart. He didn't want to die. Titanos, Mog. They had felt the same way. They had died with their eyes open. Death held no release for them. This powerful will of hatred caused all of Ning's thoughts, his very consciousness itself, to become completely transformed into just one thing: an overwhelming desire to kill, an insatiable desire to destroy. As this completely unprecedented desire for destruction filled him, all of the questions and confusion Ning felt towards the Oblivion Sword Dao were completely wiped clean. Everything came to its logical conclusion, resulting in the Oblivion Sword Dao taking a complete and perfect form within Ning's mind. So this is what true destruction is. I always felt that I was lacking a little spark when it came to understanding it, preventing my version of it from being the real thing. So this is what I lacked. Finally, Ning completely understood. The power of pure darkness rippled out from Ning. It held the interlinked 5 elements, the transformations of yin and yang, both light and dark, and both space and time. They were all connected to each other by the binds of karma, and the karmic links that existed between them were formed by Ning's pure, destructive intent. All of them were being destroyed by Ning's will, resulting in a chain reaction that came together to form oblivion. I had actually built up enough insight long ago, and even my overall path was correct. The only reason why I hadn't been able to succeed was because I was missing a truly intense will to cause absolute destruction. A will which linked all other Daos together and then annihilated them. Now, all of my insights have come together to form true destruction. Oblivion. This is bullshit. Bullshit. Autark Akong was filled with heart-rending grief and rage as the black war beast charged towards him. Life and death are in an endless cycle. But once this civilization comes to an end, the cycle shall be broken for us. Everything shall truly be destroyed. Autark Bolin was filled with boundless grief as well. Suddenly, they sensed the world around them turn completely still. Even the terrifyingly powerful aura of the Sith was quickly suppressed, followed by an even more horrifying aura of destruction sweeping out. Both Autark Akong and Autark Bolin turned their heads to look, only to see a terrifying ripple of darkness emanating from that white-robed youth. Dark North. Despair vanished from the hearts of Autark Bolin and Autark Akong. Both felt as though color had come back to the world. They both grew excited. Ayer and the 3 black war beasts had simultaneously turned to stare at Ning, their hearts beginning to tremble. Is that true destruction? Ayer's face turned pale. He immediately barked, "Kill them! Keep killing them! Attack! Attack!" The 2 black war beasts that had been charging towards Autark Bolin and Autark Akong hesitated slightly, then immediately obeyed the order and continued to press the attack. They knew that there was no way out. It didn't matter what breakthrough Emperor Darknorth had just made. They had to follow this path to the bitter end. The distant white-robed Ning opened his eyes. He was able to read the situation at a glance. Oblivion Sword Dao. Rumble. The countless streams of sword light which permeated this entire region all became pitch black. The streaks of pitch black sword light were absolutely terrifying to behold, and their power increased immeasurably. Although they didn't possess as much power as the Sword Titan had when the 7 Autarks had sacrificed parts of their bodies, the pitch-black swordlight was still far more powerful than the normal world of Liberation Domain. They also moved in much more marvelous and intricate ways than before. The three black war beasts and Ayer all felt their bodies sink down under the weight of this domain's pressure. Clang, clang, clang. Previously, the Sword Titan had been wielding two of the Northbow swords, with a third Northbow sword beneath the golden bridge of freedom which it was standing on. Upon its destruction, all three swords had gone flying. Now, under Ning's control, the three Northbow swords began to shoot out towards those three black war beasts at a speed far greater than Ning's own flying speed. What's this? The black war beast who was charging towards Autark Akong and trying to kill him suddenly noticed a black streak of light shooting towards it at terrifying speed. It was actually 3 times as fast as the war beast itself. It was a Northbow sword. Beat it! The black war beast raked out with its claws, seeking to knock the Northbow sword aside. However, the Northbow sword dodged in an incredibly agile, almost ghostly manner. The sword easily dodged past the claws, then hacked straight at the black war beast's neck. This sword was filled with a pure will of destruction, and it caused the silver-robed woman inside the black war beast to shiver in fear. Thankfully, she was inside the black war beast. If she was outside, she probably would have died from the first blow. The black war beast stumbled backwards slightly from the blow, but it remained undamaged. Swish! The black war beast pursuing Autark Bolin was also intercepted by a Northbow sword. Although a single sword controlled from afar wouldn't be enough to defeat one of these black war beasts, it was enough to tie it down. Damn it! Ayer's face grew uglier and uglier. He's mastered true destruction? We have to kill him. Given enough time, he's probably going to become an Omega Autark and bind this entire Chaosverse. When that happens, we won't even be able to fight back against him. Mastering true destruction meant that Ning had taken one step into the realm of Omega Autarky. He was able to comprehend Oblivion, but at the very end of Oblivion was creation. This represented the true apex of all cultivation, Omega Autarky. Ning was native to this Chaosverse, born and bred here. If he became an Omega Autark, he'd naturally become able to take control over this Chaosverse. There was no way Ayer could permit something like this to happen. It was much like how Autark Bolin had reached an extremely high level of insight into life and death, and was extremely powerful, but hadn't been able to master the Samsara Daobirth essence no matter how hard he tried until he himself was at the brink of death. Ning had been a bit better off. He had been able to take an incomplete step into Omega Autarky by mastering Oblivion. He had gained a much higher level of insight, and the amount of power he could summon from the Tao had dramatically increased as well. All by himself, he was now slightly more powerful than the Sword Titan which all 7 of them had to work together to create. Dark North. Autark Bolin and Autark Akong were both overjoyed. "You've become an Omega Autark?" Autark Akong asked. "Not yet." Ning was radiating a will of destruction. "But leave Ayer and the others to me." "All right." Bolin and Akong both nodded. Ning immediately flew out. The 3 black war beasts and Ayer wished to first kill Akong and Bolin, but they were all stopped by Ning's swords. Given that the Oblivion Sword Tao was suppressing and weakening them, they could do nothing but simply watch as Ning drew Akong and Bolin into his estate world treasure. Titanos, Skyfeeder, Stone Rule, Ma, don't worry, my friends. I'm gonna kill them all. And no one shall ever be able to annihilate our civilization. Ning stared at the distant Ayer and those 3 black war beasts, then manifested his 3-headed, 6-armed form. 3 of his 6 hands reached out, grabbing the 3 Northbow swords which flew to him from afar. Moments later he had all 6 Northbow swords ready, and he emanated an aura of absolute murder. Mastering true destruction won't save you. Surround and kill him. Ayer roared as he, the 3 black war beasts, and the 7 violet gold chains attacked Ning simultaneously. Ning's eyes were as cold as ice, and he charged forwards to meet them with all 6 Northbow swords at the ready. Whoosh! 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 Ning was noticeably faster than before, and he transformed into a streak of black light as he shot outwards. His swords were now even more shockingly powerful than before, allowing him to instantly battle against all 3 black war beasts and Ayer at the same time. Sword light flashed around him, each flash filled with an awesome amount of power. As far as close combat went, He was now much stronger and more effective than previously when he was only able to use a single sword. He had also reached a much higher level of insight into the Tao of the sword, allowing him to drill deep into the black warbeasts' bodies with each strike from his sword. Although his blows couldn't compete with the final desperation attack the sword titan had used, they were more intricate and caused agony to the Sith inside the warbeasts. We can't hold on. We can't stop him for much longer, the 5 Sith exalts sent mentally. Alas, it was too late. Ning struck incredibly fast, and he was in his 3-headed, 6-armed form. He landed 3 consecutive strikes against one of the black warbeasts, each strike transmitting the power of destruction inside of the warbeast. The main controller had a body tough enough to endure these blows, but the 5 Sith exalts all perished after taking 3 such collisions. Even worse, the awesome power of oblivion which washed over them resulted in even their true souls being devoured. It was much like how the sphere of annihilation was able to devour anything, even true soul fragments. Ning's own power was coursing with the will of oblivion, allowing him to do the same thing. Their true soul fragments have been completely devoured. Ayer's 3 allies began to panic. The only surviving Sith were the 3 of them and Ayer himself. Ayer naturally knew just how deadly Dark North was now that the man had mastered oblivion. He immediately sent consolingly, "Don't worry. Although I can't revive you if your true souls are destroyed, I'll ask my master to do so. Neither of us have any way out of this. We have to beat Dark North in battle. As long as we can win, any of you who do end up dying will be revived as well." Normally, in order to bring someone back to life, the process which both autarchs and Omega autarchs used involved reverse spacetime to call back the true soul fragments. However, once you became a Lord of Chaos, things were completely different. To a Chaos Lord, whether or not the true soul fragments were destroyed didn't really matter much. All right, the silver-robed woman and the other 2 had no choice but to trust Ayer. They were going to follow this path to the bitter end. The deaths of those 5 exalts actually. As Ji Ning slew those 5 Sith exalts, he could clearly sense that the entire Chaosverse was slightly strengthened after draining away their true souls. It actually allowed the Chaosverse to heal. In the past, when we slew Sith exalts, their true souls would return to the Sith Chaosverse. Those 5, however, could not. I completely destroyed their true souls, transforming their energies into pure life energy. Does that mean that my power over destruction is also able to nourish the quintessence of the Chaosverse? Ning was beginning to get an inkling of what this portended. However, now was not the time for training. It was the time for fighting. Slow him down. The 3 of you, slow him down while I look for an opening. Ayer barked mentally. All right. The 3 black warbeasts began to circle around Ning, doing their best to impede his movements. Ning's 6 northbow swords were all filled with the aura of oblivion, and they completely suppressed the 3 black warbeasts. Each blasting strike unleashed oblivion into the bodies of the black warbeasts, causing the 3 to feel rather miserable. However, their bodies were far stronger than those of most exalts, and so they were fully capable of enduring this. This made it so that for now, Ning was unable to do anything to them. These black warbeasts are completely indestructible. Ning knew how tough these things were. They weren't a match for him, but they were able to slow him down. Whoosh! Ayer unleashed a dazzling burst of light that spread everywhere, while he himself hid within the light to launch repeated sneak attacks against Ning. Ning felt a sense of pressure, as Ayer was an Omega Autarch who had an even higher level of insight than Ning himself. Although he was now much more powerful than before, those 3 black warbeasts made it so that he was unable to fully focus on battling Ayer. Humph! This is my homeland. My power is endless here. But the Sith, they're using up energy at a frantic rate. They won't be able to last. After realizing that there was no way for him to immediately win, Ning switched to a defensive-oriented strategy. Damn! Ayer, still seeking an opening, felt his heart sank. Ning was far more powerful than the Sword Titan had been. Ning had 3 heads and 6 arms, whereas the Sword Titan only had 2 arms. Ning was also at a higher level of enlightenment than the Sword Titan. If Ning had furiously pressed the assault, Ayer might have been able to find an opening and exploit it to achieve victory. But now that Ning focused on defense, it was going to be very, very hard to win. Rumble. This battle was raging throughout Grassland World as Ning clashed repeatedly against the Sith. He dropped from the 3rd layer of clouds to the 2nd layer, then fought all the way back to the 5th layer. In truth, Ning would have been able to leave whenever he wished, but he knew that if he did so then Ayer probably wouldn't take on the risk of pursuing him. Thus, he continued to battle them within the Grassland World. Damn. Ayer had repeatedly tried to exploit openings, but Ning was so cautious that Ayer was unable to succeed at all. Ayer, this war beast isn't going to last any longer, the black-robed man sent frantically. It is almost out of power. What? Ayer was shocked. The 3 black warbasts would only able to battle for 1 hour under normal circumstances. Linked up with Ayer via formation, they consumed energy even faster. The situation was worsened after the Sword Titan had unleashed that desperation blow, causing heavy damage to all of them. It must be remembered that when faced with an enormous attack, even an invulnerable form would have to consume a tremendous amount of power to survive it. The same was true for these 3 black warbeasts. The one which the black-robed man commanded had been the one which absorbed the life core of the white-furred, red-eyed humanoid. It was comparatively weaker, and so its power was the first to run dry. I'm out of power. Save me! The black-robed man sent frantically, his war beast beginning to flee. Boom! The formerly stable formation and the black-white light within it began to destabilize. Given his insight, Ning immediately realized what this portended. Die! Ning willed 2 northbow swords to fly out, moving far faster than Ning himself could. They instantly crashed onto that black warbeast, and their blows were like the straws that broke the camel's back. The black warbeast trembled and then began to rapidly dwindle in size, no longer able to stay in war mode. As it shrank, the black-robed man appeared outside of it, his face a mask of terror. I need to escape. The black-robed man wanted to flee through spacetime, but as soon as the spacetime rift appeared next to him, those 2 northbow swords sliced through both the dimensional tear and his own body. Whoosh! Both were wiped out. The black-robed man opened his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and resentment. But he was completely annihilated by the power of this terrifying Oblivion Sword Dao. His true soul fragments were completely devoured. Cold noon! The other 2 called out frantically. Eh? Ning could clearly sense that the prime essences of the Chaosverse had grown quite a bit more powerful after devouring the black-robed man's energies. The effect was actually superior to when it had drained those 5 Sith exalts. All by himself, he vastly surpassed 5 of those exalts? Where in the world did he come from? Many thoughts flitted through Ning's mind, but he cast them away and seized this chance to press the attack. He was going to make use of this opportunity to wipe all the Sith out, sparing no one. Flee! Let's flee! The silver-robed woman and the red-robed man no longer had any inclination towards continuing the fight. Now that one of them had died, their formation had been destroyed and they were dramatically weakened. To continue fighting would be suicide. Clang! Clang! The northbow swords in Ning's hands shot out once more. This time all 6 of them flew out. 4 of them flew towards the 2 remaining black warbeasts, while 2 chased after the already fleeing Ayer. It's over. It's all over. Ayer's heart was cold and gripped by despair. Although Ning had only taken a single step into the realm of Omega Autarky, this was his homeland. He was able to unleash an unlimited amount of power here. Now that Ayer no longer was being supported by that formation, his attacks were too weak even though his techniques were profound. There was simply no way for him to continue battling against Ning. I need to go. Ayer glanced at the 2 black warbeasts and the shrunken doll, which had fallen down to the clouds. Although he ached at the loss, he no longer had the time to prevent it. Swoosh! Ayer instantly tore through space, warping away and disappearing. Die! The 2 northbow swords sliced through the dimensional rift and crushed it, but they were just a moment too late. Ning frowned. He's a fast runner. Ning knew that for him to kill Ayer would be extremely difficult, as Ayer's level of insight was simply too high. He vastly surpassed Ning in many areas, such as spacetime. It would be very difficult to stop him once he decided to flee. The only way to kill him would be to keep his swords circling around Ayer, destroying every single spacetime rift the man created. However, Ayer had been too fast and had perfect control over this battlefield. As soon as things had begun to go south, he had immediately fled. It doesn't matter if he escaped. I'll get rid of these two first. Ning charged towards the two remaining black war beasts. Emperor Dark North, spare us, spare us. We were forced to do this. This is all because of Ayer. The two terrified and fleeing black war beasts both began to beg for mercy. They knew that thanks to the repeated attacks by the Northbow swords, their own war beasts were about to run dry as well. They had sought to tear a spatial rift out of the grassland world and escape, but each time the two Northbow swords would prevent them from doing so. In truth, even if they did manage to escape, they would remain within the grassland world. Ayer, however, had been able to truly escape with ease. Spare you? Who spared all the cultivators who died? Ning's eyes were filled with murder. There was no way he was going to show mercy. And no. Damn that Ayer. Two black once more began to shrink and transform into dolls, having used up the last scraps of their energies. The silver-robed woman and the red-haired man were both annihilated by Ning's sword light, and their energies were devoured by the Chaosverse. Ayer had frantically warped through spacetime numerous types, fearing that Ning might chase after him. Finally, he reached an empty region in space which was at one of the border areas of the entire Chaosverse. This was a place where many different spacetime continuums were gathered together. There were countless such gathering spots, each of which represented the borders between the Chaosverse and the infinite void. Ayer waved his hand, causing the void before him to split into two halves and revealing the dazzling sight outside. This was the beautiful, stunning infinite void. Ayer stepped out, departing from this Chaosverse and entering the infinite void. Only then did he finally manage to let out a sigh of relief. Ayer turned to look backwards at the awesome, endless celestial object below him. This was the homeland which Ning and his fellow natives belonged to, an enormous Chaosverse. Ayer had been smitten by it and had gone crazy in an effort to conquer it. This was the Chaosverse which Ayer had dreamed of controlling for so long. Damn it all. Ayer was no longer able to calm down, and his eyes were filled with resentment. He had prepared for so long, but he still ended up failing. It had been a completely defeat, and he was the only one to escape and survive. I'll go find Master. Ayer could think of no other solutions. He had to go beg his master for help. He truly didn't wish to accept this defeat. Whoosh! He began to advance through the vast infinite void, headed towards his master's residence. Ji Ning picked up the three black dolls, sending his god sense into them to inspect them. He couldn't help but feel rather shocked at the marvelous artifice used to make them. It must be remembered that not even Ayer himself was able to create these things. They were even more arcane than the grassland world or the annihilation hive. I'm actually unable to bind them. Ning tested out binding them, but much like how the autarch message talismans could only be used by specific autarchs, these black dolls could only be used by a pre-approved list of people. Ayer was able to temporarily grant usage rights to the grassland world to his three allies, but as soon he arrived he was able to take back that right. The same was true for these black dolls. Although I can't bind them, I'll still benefit from studying them. Ning waved his hand, putting them away. He stared at the vast grassland world and at the golden bridges which lay fallen within the clouds, his heart rather heavy. They had won, but the cost had been far, far too great. Ayer had managed to escape as well. Ning didn't chase after him, because he knew that engaging in a long-distance pursuit was pointless. Ayer was no fool. The man had undoubtedly fled out of this entire Chaosverse. Besides, as soon as Ning closed in on Ayer, the latter would undoubtedly notice and would immediately warp through spacetime again, giving Ning no chance to attack at all. Whoosh! Ning waved a hand, causing two figures to appear next to him. It was Autarch Akong and Autarch Bolin. How did it go, Dark North? Akong and Bolin scanned the area around them. Ning said rather unhappily. The other Sith are all dead, but Ayer ended up escaping. I was so close. Ugh. If he escaped, he escaped. Bolin and Akong didn't care that much. Bolin said, his level of insight is simply too high. Killing him will be far, far too difficult. Although we paid a heavy price to just barely win this battle, we were still the victors. Ayer has already used up everything he has prepared over all these years. He'll never have the chance to overcome us again. Autark Akong said worriedly, what if he comes back and tries again? We have the advantage of time. As more time passes, our accumulated power shall increase more and more. We'll even give birth to new autarchs, Bolin said. So, if he wishes to come back, he'll need to do so as soon as possible. But the very fact that he chose to flee this critical battle is proof that he's already used up everything he has. Come back? With what? Ning agreed with this assessment. If Ayer was to return, he had to do so with a new source of power. Ayer had been supported by both the grassland world and those 3 black warbeasts which had joined into a formation to support him, but in the end he had still lost both the battle and his allies. What would he use to launch another attack? I grieve for Titanos and the others. Ning sighed. None of us were afraid of death. So long as we won, death holds no fear for us. Bolin sighed as well. Our only fear was of losing. Now that we have won, it is enough. Hurry up and try to bind the grassland world, Ning said. I'm worried that if Ayer comes back, he'll come straight for the grassland world first. It probably won't be easy for anyone else to bind. All right, Bolin and Akong both agreed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 immediately flew downwards and began to surveil the entire grassland world. Just as Ning had predicted, it was impossible for them to bind the grassland world. If we cannot bind it, then let us destroy its quintessence core. Ning, Bolin, and Akong stood next to each other within that castle located deep within the depths of the grassland world, staring at an indigo globe before them. This indigo globe had returned to its normal state, now that nothing was trying to squeeze more power out of it. Although it was very small, all 3 could sense the enormous amount of power contained within it. This quintessence core was extremely important to the Sith, but it wasn't of much use to the 3 of them. In their own homeland, they had access to the unlimited power of the Chaosverse itself. There was no need for a puny quintessence core like this. Destroy it. Ning struck out with a northbow sword, sending black swordlight slicing through the air and chopping apart everything in its path. This severing swordlight sliced straight at the distant indigo globe. Although there was some resistance, the sword managed to hack through it. Once the sword reached the very core of that indigo globe, the oblivion-infused swordlight dramatically flared. The indigo globe first split in half, then suddenly exploded completely due to the power of the swordlight. Boom! Power swept out in every direction, but thanks to the suppressive effect of the Oblivion Sword Dao, by the time the shockwave reached Ning and the other 2 it had already weakened down to 1%. The enormous barrier of swordlight circling around them was able to defend against the shockwave with ease. I can sense that the prime essences have become considerably stronger after absorbing this power, Akong said suddenly. In fact, the prime essences are stronger than ever before. Ning nodded. I previously slew 5 Sith Exalts and 3 incredibly strong Sith. The Chaosverse and the prime essences absorbed all of their energies. Although the deaths of Titanos and the others had weakened the Chaosverse, the 3 incredibly strong Sith killed by Ning had true souls which were equivalent in value to those of 10 autarchs. Their gains had completely surpasses their losses. After they destroyed the quintessence core of the grassland world, they then headed off to do the same to the sphere of annihilation within the Annihilation Hive. Bolin and Akong were both worried that Ning might not be able to accomplish it, but Ning proved them wrong. A single sword infused with the Oblivion Sword Dao was all it took to tear the sphere of annihilation open, destroying all of the mysteries of oblivion contained within it. In the end, the entire sphere of annihilation collapsed. When it broke apart, it no longer looked like a shadowy orb. It revealed its true appearance, transforming into a tiny, solid-looking ball of light. The ball of light completely exploded, sending a limitless amount of energy blasting in every direction. When the shockwave spread out, it seemed to cause the 5 elements, spacetime, and more to transform. But in the end, it disappeared without a trace. Eh? Ning murmured softly. Everything in the sphere of annihilation actually collapsed into a singularity, then exploded, and then it gave birth to 1, which gave birth to 2, which gave birth to 3, which gave birth to all things? The next step to my sword Dao should be creation, the Omega Sword Dao. At first, Ning had fused multiple other Daos into his sword Dao, creating the many other so-called sword Daos, such as the Spacetime Sword Dao, the Cycle Sword Dao, the Karma Sword Dao, etc. Later on, after he meditated on oblivion, Ning finally managed to bring the 5 elements, yin and yang, the cycle of light and dark, karma, and spacetime together, using his will of obliteration to fuse them into a single Dao known as the Oblivion Sword Dao. This was why the Oblivion Sword Dao was so incredibly powerful. When Ning had used the Oblivion Sword Dao to slay those Sith, he discovered that after killing them, they would transform into pure energy, which nourished the Chaosverse. This had instantly intrigued Ning. Could it be that the purpose of destruction was actually to provide nourishment and create new life? However, during the battle, Ning didn't have time to really ruminate over this. Upon seeing the sphere of annihilation collapse, Ning began to gain an even deeper understanding. The Tao is split into yin and yang. There are 2 sides to all things. In order for the Omega Sword Dao to reach autarky, simply fusing all the other Sword Daos together to create oblivion isn't enough. That will only display a single facet of the true autark Omega Sword Dao. The other face of destruction is the creation of new life. 1 begots 2, 2 begots 3, and 3 begots all things. Ning exited the annihilation hive, then came to the grassland world once more. The grassland world had returned to its normal appearance and no longer had a threatening aura. The 9 layers of clouds atop the grassland world had vanished. Even the grass had vanished, leaving behind a slick, black metal construct. Ning first fashioned a new avatar, then sat down in the lotus position atop the grassland world and began to meditate. He was going to wait here. If Ayer came once more, he would probably head to the grassland world first. Bolin. I need to meditate silently, Ning said. As for Ayer, if he comes, leave him to me. All right. Bolin and Nakong didn't disturb him. Ning closed his eyes, beginning to ruminate upon the profound mysteries of the Tao of the sword. All his other sword Daos had come together to form a single whole, the Oblivion Sword Dao. But now, the Oblivion Sword Dao was changing and transforming to reveal its other face. The diametric opposite of the Oblivion Sword Dao appeared as the power of destruction slowly began to nurture life. It was as though a shell of utter destruction pervaded this entire Dao, but at its very heart life was slowly being nurtured. The infinite void. Here, spacetime was far more twisted and distorted than any chaosverse could ever be. It was filled with enormous celestial objects and countless marvelous species. Ayer was hastening through this great void. The first time he had traveled to Ning's chaosverse, he had moved slowly and with great care. But now that he had made multiple round trips, he had become quite familiar with the still dangerous path. Every so often, Ayer would turn to stare backwards. Although he had traveled a very great distance, the vast chaosverse behind him still looked endless beyond measure. Only by taking control over it could one truly stand at the very pinnacle of existence within the infinite void. He had spent 9 days after exiting the grassland world before managing to escape that chaosverse. Then 2 full months before he finally reached the estate where his master's avatar resided. Whoosh! Ayer warped through spacetime, arriving at a giant floating boulder which was many kilometers long. His facial expressions grew markedly more respectful. A small wooden courtyard had been built atop the stone boulder, and in the center was a log cabin. Through the seams in the log cabin, he was able to vaguely make out a skinny, azure-robed form seated in the lotus position within. The wood cabin and courtyard looked fragile, as though it could be destroyed with the flick of a finger. Ayer, however, would never dare to offend. Instead, he stood outside the courtyard and said respectfully, "Master." Inside was his master, a truly legendary figure. He was amongst the first Sith who rose to power, and he quickly outstripped all others by a wide margin. Countless Sith venerated his very existence, and he eventually came to control his entire Chaosverse. Ayer had been the very second Omega Autarch in his homeland, but he still felt that his master far surpassed in many regards. "You failed." The voice was gentle and warm. "I failed. Completely failed." Ayer's mood was rather downcast. "The subordinates I brought with me were either killed or captured. It was a completely and total defeat. I'm the only one who managed to escape. A pity about those 3 Sourcewalkers. It wasn't easy for them to reach their level." The person instead sighed. "Each of them was formed from the concentrated essence of my Chaosverse. Reviving them won't be easy." Ayer didn't dare to say a word. Long ago, he and his master had come to an agreement. His master had carved out a large chunk of their entire Chaosverse and gave it to Ayer to rule as he saw fit. All of the Sith who rose to power within that part of the Chaosverse would be under his control, and he would be permitted to use them to invade other Chaosverses. However, there were 2 exceptions to this: Sourcewalker Autarchs and Omega Emperors. An Omega Emperor had the potential to become an Omega Autarch. His master would take all such figures away. Thus, not a single Omega Emperor had joined the war against Jining's Chaosverse. Sourcewalkers were the treasured darlings of the Chaosverses. The amount of energy they contained in their bodies vastly surpassed all their peers, and after reaching autarky they grew to be far more powerful. They completely surpassed all the other exalts. The silver-robed woman and the other 2 had been Sourcewalker Autarchs. Ayer felt that he needed to strengthen his forces, and so he had summoned his courage and asked for his master to transfer them to his command. Even though Sourcewalker Autarchs were unable to summon the power of the Tao in Ning's Chaosverse, they were still on par with Titanos and Mog in power. This was why they were able to truly make use of the power of the Black Warbeasts. Now all of them were dead. Even their true souls had been devoured. His master, as the Lord of Chaos, had access to unbelievable abilities and would still be able to devour them, but this process would consume the energies of the Prime Essences. Their deaths had already caused the Prime Essences of the Sith Chaosverse to weaken. To bring them back would weaken the Prime Essences a second time. "It was all due to my uselessness." Ayer lowered his head. "How did you lose?" the gentle, warm voice asked. "It was because of an Omega Emperor named Emperor Darknorth," Ayer explained immediately. "I was at the verge of victory. I could see it right in front of me, but at that critical moment between life and death, perhaps because all of his civilization rested on his shoulders, Emperor Darknorth went completely berserk and actually managed to upgrade his Omega Sword Tao to become the Oblivion Sword Tao. He probably reached the threshold long ago, but needed a little extra push. The pressure of his entire civilization about to collapse drove him across that final barrier, allowing him to take one step into Omega Autarky." The warm voice was rather surprised. "You can't be blamed for your defeat. Now that he has taken this step, becoming an Omega Autarch is nothing more than a matter of time. He'll eventually realize that Oblivion is just one face of his Autarch Omega Sword Tao. He'll come to understand what the other face is and then act accordingly. Haha, finally. A second Chaos Lord has arisen within the 9 Chaosverses. Master, am I really supposed to just give up?" Ayer said desperately. "There are only 8 Chaosverses aside from our own. Emperor Darknorth's was the weakest of the 8, and I know more about it than any of the others. If I have to give up on it, I'll have no chance at all." There were 9 Chaosverses in total. The Sith had given birth to one Lord of Chaos, but the other 8 Chaosverses had not. Ayer had chosen Ning's Chaosverse as his target because it was weak. The other 7 were all stronger, and over the course of years they had only grown even more powerful. "Yes, all of them are very powerful," that gentle voice said. "The 7 remaining Chaosverses. Even the weakest has at least 12 Autarchs, while the strongest has 39 Autarchs and 5 Omega Emperors. Although Emperor Darknorth has taken one step into Omega Autarchy, it'll take some time for him to take the final step," Ayer said hurriedly. "If he doesn't realize that there's another side to Oblivion, he'll be stuck there for even longer." I need to seize every moment and press the counterattack. His homeland only has 2 autarchs left, aside from Emperor Darknorth. Emperor Darknorth is the only impediment. Once we destroy him, we'll have one. Ayer's gaze was filled with desperation. Win. The voice turned cold. And how do you think you will win? That's why I've come to ask you for help, Master. Ayer said hurriedly. If you concur, we'll still be able to win thanks to your many exalts, your Omega Emperors, and your treasures. He didn't dare to even ask for his master to risk invading Ning's Chaosverse in person. No Lord of Chaos could possibly be foolish enough to risk his own life in another Chaosverse. Humph! The voice inside turned rather angry. Ayer, I gave you nearly 30% of my entire Chaosverse to administer, but you still failed. Now, you even wish for the children under my rule to risk their lives for you. I'll bring them back to life after they die, Ayer said hurriedly. Back to life? How will you make up for that enormous loss of energy? There's no way I will permit my Chaosverse to be weakened that much. Ayer, you need to know when to stop. His master truly was becoming angry. Now that Ning had mastered the Oblivion Sword Dao, the true souls of the Sith he killed would be unable to return to the Sith Chaosverse. As a result, the Sith Chaosverse was being steadily weakened. Send more exalts over to Ning's Chaosverse? It was entirely possible that if their Chaosverse was weakened to a certain extent, Emperor Darknorth would lead an invasion after he became a Lord of Chaos. If 2 Chaosverses were fairly close to each other power, neither would be able to do anything to the other. But if one side was much weaker than the other, it was possible for a Chaosverse to be defeated. And that place remains Emperor Darknorth's home. You have probably already lost the Grassland World and the Annihilation Hive. Without them, sending in more exalts would be pointless. They would simply die, Ayer's master said. Ayer fell silent. If you are truly determined to the point of risking death, there may be hope, his master said suddenly. Risking death. Ayer's eyes lit up. I have one treasure, a protective treasure which I created after countless eons of hard work. It will allow you to ignite the majority of your true soul and pour it inside to unleash a supremely powerful skill. With this treasure, you stand a chance at gaining victory, his master said. But this treasure does have a flaw. When you use it, you'll suffer from an enormous backlash. If you win the battle, you'll be able to slowly recover. But if you lose, you'll probably be killed by Emperor Darknorth on the spot. Are you willing? His master asked. I am willing. I'm willing to die in my attempts to take that final step and reach the true apex of cultivation. What's the point of living without hope? Ayer gritted his teeth. One more thing. If you fail, remember to destroy this treasure instead of letting it fall into Darknorth's hand, his master said. I imagine you lost the war beasts I gave you? I lost them. Don't worry, master. If I fail, I won't let Emperor Darknorth acquire this protective treasure, Ayer said calmly. If it fell into Ning's hands, Ning would be able to learn from it. Suddenly, a strange medallion flew over to Ayer, who caught it. This medallion was palm-sized and very heavy. Even Ayer felt some pressure from its weight, as though it was actually an entire world he was holding. The medallion's surface was covered with black and white diagrams, with the 2 sides being black and the center being white. It was like there were 2 tall black mountains parted by a white gorge or a white river. It seemed almost sentient, and Ayer immediately bound it to him. Incredible! As soon as he bound it, he understood just how formidable and valuable this treasure was. In terms of preciousness, it was actually superior to both the Annihilation Hive and the Grassland World. It lived up to its reputation as a treasure which his master had personally kept for protection. His master was now truly invincible, while he himself had been driven to utter despair. This was the only reason why his master had been willing to gift him even a protective treasure of such value. It represented the crystallized essence of his master's boundless wisdom, which was why his master had instructed him to destroy it if he failed the battle. Thank you, master, Ayer said excitedly. He couldn't help but ask, what is it called? The voice inside fell silent for a moment, then said slowly, it is called the Steel of Mountains and Rivers. The Steel of Mountains and Rivers? Ayer stared at the tablet in his palm, then nodded slowly. Be off then. Shoo. Ayer immediately bowed respectfully and gratefully once more, then turned to leave. He needed to seize every moment. Although he felt that it was likely that Ning wouldn't be able to quickly understand the opposite side of oblivion and thus would be stuck there for a long period of time, he wanted to give himself the best chance possible and launch his counterattack quickly. After spending 2 more months in travel, he reached Ning's Chaosverse once more. After entering it, he began to warp through space-time to the location of the grassland world, which is where they had fought earlier. He's going to die, and I'm going to win. Ayer hurried forth. The only thing left in the grassland world was that black metallic tower. The white-robed Ning sat by himself next to that black tower, the flow of time around him markedly different from that of the outside world. Ning's mind was filled with the secrets of the Tao of the sword, which continued to transform and multiply. It was the opposite of what Ayer had expected. As soon as Ning had mastered the Oblivion Sword Tao, he had immediately realized that there was another face to destruction and knew what path he had to take. His mind was filled with the boundless power of the Oblivion Sword Tao, and the new life which it nurtured. As time flowed on, the vital energy birthed by his Oblivion Sword Tao grew more and more powerful. Boom! One day, the boundless vitality at the core of his Oblivion Sword Tao reached such a level where it finally exploded. The darkness of oblivion instantly vanished, leaving behind nothing save for a dazzling, pure pulse of vital energy. Boundless amounts of vital energy swept out in every direction, resulting in space and time being born, things dividing into yin and yang, the 5 elements arising, and finally karma emerging to link them all together. Even the boundless vital energy was affected by karma, and so karma tied it together. The 5 elements came together while yin and yang tangled around each other, and all of them combined with that vital energy to give birth to one new creature after another. The stars were born. The emptiness of space was born. Planets were born with verdant life, flowers and bugs. With but a thought, entire worlds were created. In the end, all Taos come together to form the singularity known as Omega, which I express through my Omega Sword Tao. Now that he fully understood the other face of oblivion, Ning's second foot stepped past the threshold of Omega autarky as well. Whoosh! The dazzling flower of eternity at the very peak of the towering Tao tree within Ning's Jindan Chaos region gradually began to wither. But as it did so, a fruit was growing from within it. As the fruit grew, it began to assume a humanoid shape. It was filled with boundless sword intent that only grew denser and denser, until finally, the fruit took full form. This fruit was humanoid in shape and looked exactly like Ning himself. It was seated in the lotus position, a smile on its face. The entire grassland world began to stir and shudder as a boundless amount of energy began to converge upon it. Ning's body was beginning to transform, while his consciousness expanded dramatically. It now filled every single inch of the entire Chaosverse, resonating with the prime essences of the Chaosverse. He could sense that the prime essences were crying out in joy and celebration. His will naturally became one with every part of the quintessence, not facing ennui resistance at all. He was now able to bind it whenever he chose. So this is the true nature and appearance of the prime essences? Ning was intoxicated by it all. Ning was now able to clearly see the true appearance of the entire quintessence for the first time. The quintessence was formed of countless eternal Omega Taos, with the eternal Omega Sword Tao merely being one of them. The other eternal Omega Taos included the eternal Omega Karma Tao, the eternal Omega Time Tao, the eternal Omega Space Tao, the eternal Omega Spacetime Tao, the eternal Omega Metal Tao, the eternal Omega Water Tao, the eternal Omega Samsara Tao, the eternal Omega 5 Elements Tao. All of them were eternal Omega Taos. They were all the same level, but some were stronger than the others. All of them were linked together and influenced each other, coming together to form an instinctive reaction which would cause the Chaosverse to function in accordance with certain rules. All things are linked, as are all Taos. After understanding the autark Omega Sword Tao, Ning had reached the stage of the so-called Tao birth. Ning was now in control of the eternal Omega Daos for all other Daos, including spacetime, life and death, and more. This was what had made Ayer so very powerful. His expertise lay in the Tao of Light, but he had reached the eternal Omega Tao level in all other Daos as well. This was why he had surpassed all of them in employing spacetime. However, there was fairness in all things. If you wished to become a Lord of Chaos, you generally had to be the very first Omega Autarch within a Chaosverse. The first one would have no guidance from anyone else and have to fight through a thorn-laden path in order to succeed. His path would be harder than anyone else's, and he was worthier than any others. As for the second Omega Autarch, now that a precursor had shown the way, the difficulty of becoming an Omega Autarch would drop tenfold or even more. If the second Omega Autarch wished to become a Chaos Lord, he would have to invade another Chaosverse. But in doing so, he would be suppressed and rejected, unable to use even a sliver of the Tao's power. This was an incredibly difficult task. The prime essences aren't truly sentient, nor are the various Daos truly merged together. Ning let out a sigh. The quintessence was formed from multiple independent eternal Omega Daos. As for Ning, not only did he control multiple eternal Omega Daos, he was also in control of a truly complete and perfect Autarch Omega Sword Dao. In terms of insight, he surpassed the entire quintessence. This was why he was qualified to bind it. The prime essences themselves were celebrating his rise. They didn't reject him at all. In fact, they were looking forward to Ning binding them. What a huge disturbance! What's going on? Autarch Bolin and Autarch Akong were off in the distance, training silently. Both turned to stare at the grassland world, then traded glances. They quickly warped through spacetime towards the grassland world. Rumble, a boundless amount of energy was gathering around the grassland world. The energy was transforming Ning's body, causing his heart world to expand. Bolin and Akong were unable to even see Ning, who was at the center of that absolute maelstrom of energy. I've never seen such an enormous flood of energy before. I feel as though the prime essences are pouring all of their power into this place. Bolin let out a sigh of joy. Dark North seems to have broken through into autarky. Haha! He must have become an Omega Autarch. Otherwise, why would there be such a huge disturbance? Akong was excited as well. This is wonderful. Our civilization has finally given birth to our own Lord of Chaos. It seems as though we'll never have to worry about being invaded again. They had been under the constant threat of invasion for countless eons. It had weighed upon them very, very heavily. Even though they had beaten back the Sith twice, if they didn't gain their own Lord of Chaos, they would probably suffer more invasions in the future. Only a Lord of Chaos would grant them true freedom. Finally, someone has succeeded. Brother Titanos, Brother Mog, Stone Rule and Skyfeeder. Can you see this? Bolin murmured. Ning's mind gazed upon the entire quintessence. He had become one with it, and he could sense every single thing within the entire vast Chaosverse. Thus, Ning was able to sense Ayer as soon as he entered the Chaosverse and began to warp towards the grassland world. Ayer actually came back already? Judging from that look in his eyes and his posture, he looks like he's ready to battle to the death. He must have something which he thinks gives him a shot at it. Ning continued to watch carefully. Given his current power as an Omega Autarch, even if he didn't bind the Chaosverse, he was still able to summon enough power from the Tao to kill Ayer with ease. I'll bind it first. Since Ayer had entered the Chaosverse, he wouldn't be able to escape. Whoosh! Ning's mind entered the quintessence and began to bind it to himself. He didn't suffer any pushback at all. Everything happened smoothly. Rumble. The various Daos that had been functioning automatically within the quintessence suddenly began to transform. Previously, they had functioned in accordance with how the other Daos influenced them. Now that Ning had bound them, they changed in accordance with Ning's will. All of the other eternal Omega Daos began to swirl around the newly emerged and towering Autarch Omega Sword Dao that had appeared within their midst. Rumble. The Autarch Omega Sword Dao became the new foundation of this entire Chaosverse, with all other Daos serving to support and reinforce it. In this instance, The Chaosverse gained a new soul. The white-robed Ning arose from his position within Taichi Grassland World. He took a single step forwards, appearing within the center of the quintessence. Far away, atop an enormous boulder that hovered within the infinite void, a skinny figure suddenly pushed open the door to the wooden room atop the boulder, emerging from it. His skin was dark, he had a pair of horns on his head, and he was dressed in azure robes. His unfathomably deep eyes gazed towards the direction of Ning's Chaosverse, a stunned look on his face. He could clearly sense what had just happened. The vast aura of that incomparably massive Chaosverse had suddenly changed. Its previously expansive aura had suddenly condensed and stabilized, in the end transforming into a terrifying sword intent. This was the aura of an autarch Omega Sword Dao. It was supremely venerable and peerlessly offensive. That Chaosverse was like an honest, amiable person who had turned into a terrifying killer swordsman. Autarch Omega Sword Dao. The Dao of the sword is a Dao meant for attacking. The azure-robed horned man frowned. I never would have thought that the second Lord of Chaos would be such a troublesome figure. Ayer truly is a fool. There were differences amongst eternal Omega Daos. The same was true for autarch Omega Daos. Ning's Dao of the sword was meant for combat. It was not a Dao to be taken lightly. This was why the azure-robed man had immediately bestowed his own protective treasure, the steel of mountains and rivers, to Ayer upon learning that Ning had already mastered the power of oblivion. He himself knew that he had been the one who had aided Ayer in forging the Annihilation Hive and the Grassland World. Given that so many exalts had perished, with even the Sourcewalker autarchs dying, he knew that sending in more forces would be useless. In the end, we weren't able to forestall his rise. The horned, azure-robed figure shook his head. And Dark North truly is crafty. He only began the binding process after Ayer entered his Chaosverse. The horned figure stared at the towering Chaosverse, now emanating an awesome aura of the Dao of the sword. He felt a headache coming. Ning had been able to easily bind the quintessence of the Chaosverse without encountering any resistance at all. After becoming an Omega Autarch, Ning had restructured his mana in accordance with his Autarch Omega Sword Dao, while his soul had undergone a qualitative transformation. There had been a bit of pressure when he began to bind the Chaosverse, but Ning was able to endure that pressure with ease. After he completed the binding, the pressure disappeared. The vast Chaosverse was now like his own body, with all of its Daos available for him to command. Everything within the Chaosverse was under his control, including all of space and time. Ning turned to gaze off into the distance. His gaze pierced through space and time, allowing him to see every single creature who had ever lived within this Chaosverse, including recently deceased figures like Autarch Titanos and Autarch Mog, and even long-dead figures like Autarch Awakener and Autarch Entropos. He also saw figures from the three realms like Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Taoist Three Purities, Shenong, Suiren, Fuxi, and also his beloved Yue. Some of their true souls had been shattered, while others had even their true soul fragments destroyed. Ning, however, was capable of reviving them all. When he gazed into the past, he was able to see their true souls with clarity, even if their true souls were shattered. He would be able to reform them from the void itself, recreating them. I'm even able to revive those whose true soul fragments were destroyed? Ning was absolutely delighted. I'm virtually omnipotent in my own Chaosverse. Previously Ning and the others had all believed that those who had lost their true soul could not be revived. But that was because none of them had any experience actually being a Lord of Chaos. They had no idea as to just how truly incredible a Chaos Lord was. Within their own Chaosverses, Lords of Chaos were able to connect past, present, and future together. There was almost nothing they could not do. Oh, I'm not truly omnipotent. Ning suddenly came to this realization. I still can't see through Ayer's soul and true soul. He was able to see through the souls and true souls of all other living beings, which meant he was able to understand and replicate them. But Ayer's true soul was constructed based on the Autarch Omega Light Dao. Ning didn't understand the Autarch Omega Light Dao, and so he wouldn't be able to create a soul based off of it. By the same principle, the The Sith Lord of Chaos was also incapable of recreating Ayer's true soul. If I killed Ayer, the Sith Chaos Lord wouldn't be able to bring him back? A cold, murderous look flashed through Ning's eyes. Whoosh! Ning took a step forwards, immediately appearing within Ayer's region. Ayer was still in the process of warping through spacetime at maximum speed, his heart burning with impatience. If I win, I'll be the master of this chaosverse. Ayer was filled with eagerness. Suddenly, what's going on? Why can't I warp through spacetime any longer? Ayer turned pale. Spacetime had suddenly turned incredibly stable around him, making it impossible for him to tear through it. A white-robed youth with a black sheath on his back suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He said in a cold voice, Ayer! A terrifying aura of might descended, completely surrounding and freezing Ayer in his tracks. Ayer could no longer even move a finger. He stared at the distant Ning in horror. Why you already? Yes, I've already bound my homeland to myself. From this day forward, I shall be the one to protect it, Ning said coldly. Fellow Taoist, a voice suddenly rang out from afar, traversing past spacetime and reaching out all the way to Ning's chaosverse. Now that Ning had already bound this chaosverse, he was able to sense this voice. He turned to stare off into the distance, the membrane surrounding the chaosverse no longer able to bar his gaze. He stared through spacetime and deep into the infinite void, following the reverberations of the voice to find its source. He saw a skinny, horned, azure-robed figure standing atop a giant boulder. The horned figure had a warm gaze and a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist, please spare my disciple's life. Within Ning's chaosverse, Ning turned his cold gaze back to Ayer, his endless aura of might having completely suppressed the Omega Autarch. Ayer wasn't able to move so much as a finger. He couldn't even blink or speak. Die, Ning said coldly. Whoosh! Ayer was still staring fixedly at Ning, but his body began to completely break apart. Even his soul was completely disintegrated, transforming into pure energy which was absorbed by the chaosverse. This surge of energy was so tremendous that it surpassed the combined energies of 100 ordinary autarchs. The entire chaosverse aura strengthened noticeably. Omega Autarch Ayer, dead. Fellow Taoist. The distant horned man atop the giant boulder in the infinite void could sense his chaosverse weakening dramatically. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Was that really necessary? You are already a lord of chaos and can revive all those who died. Why did you have to? You wanted to save him? Ning remained within his chaosverse, and his own voice echoed out into the infinite voice and into the ears of the horned man. The horned man could sense the icy hostility in Ning's voice. You wanted to save him? But if he had won, all living creatures in our entire civilization would have perished. Who would have come to save us? Ning's icy, hostile voice continued to echo within the horned man's ears. And, Sith Chaos Lord, are you going to tell me that you didn't help him with his schemes? Don't try to play innocent in front of me. Fellow Taoist Dark North, I admit that I did act in a rather untoward fashion, but the path of cultivation is an inherently selfish path. We fight our way to the top, do we not? Your chaosverse was the weakest of all chaosverses, so my disciple naturally chose to try and make it his own. The war is now over and he is dead. You are now a lord of chaos. Let us let bygones be bygones. What do you say? The horned, azure-robed man completely understood how Ji Ning was feeling right now, and so he continued to speak in a gentle and friendly voice. You now stand at the very peak of civilization. After all, we each are in control of our respective chaosverses, and neither of us can do anything to the other. What's the point of holding grudges? Ning let out a cold snort, then retracted his gaze and broke the link. The horned man just chuckled, not angry in the slightest. The white-robed Ning stood within the emptiness of space, staring at the treasures which the deceased Ayer had left behind. He used his god sense to sweep through all of the treasures and inspect them. Given that Ayer dared to return, he probably had something he was counting on. Oh, Was it this tablet? Ning discovered the steel of mountains and rivers. It looked quite ordinary, but when Ning gave it a closer inspection he was rather startled. The internal intricacies made him sigh in amazement. This should have been created by the Sith Lord of Chaos. Otherwise, Ayer would have used it long ago. Truly is incredible. This Lord of Chaos is an absolute marvel when it comes to artificing, and this item is of some use to me. The black war beasts had little meaning for Ning, but the steel of mountains and rivers was of fairly significant use. This steel can allow me to instantly release an enormous amount of mana in a terrifying strike that vastly surpasses my normal maximums. Incredible. Although I cannot bind it, it'll still be of great use to me in improving my own artificing skills. Ning willed the 6 Northbow swords on his back to all enter his heart world. By now, his vast heart world was completely identical to the real world. Within the heart world, Ning could make anything real with but a thought. He could even manufacture 100 or more Northbow swords in the blink of an eye, but he would have to pay an enormous price in energy. Rumble. The Northbow swords began to transform within the heart world. Everything was as Ning willed it to be. He first transformed their quintessences into his autarch Omega Sword Dao, then remade the physical properties of the swords as well, infusing some of the insights he had gained from the steel of mountains and rivers into his Northbow swords. At critical moments, his swords would now be able to unleash incredible attacks that vastly surpassed their normal might. Although the difference wasn't as ridiculous as that granted by the steel of mountains and rivers, it still replicated 30% of the effect. In that same instant, his avatar began to remake the North Moon swords within its own heart world. His avatar had been reinforced and nourished by the power of the entire Chaosverse and was thus at 80% of the true Ning's power. I'm a Lord of Chaos, but I have yet to really explore the outside world. I can only relax after fully understanding this universe. Ning was a bit nervous from the repeated invasions, and so he was filled with wariness and vigilance towards the outside world. He would send his avatar out, rather than his true body. The Sith Lord of Chaos only had an avatar in the outside world as well. Their avatars had roughly 80% of their full power, and once they died they could swiftly be remade. They were perfect for sending out and exploring. Let's take a look and see what mysteries the infinite void holds within it. The sword-bearing golden-robed Ning exited his Chaosverse. The golden-robed Ning began to wander through the endlessly dazzling infinite void. This place was filled with distorted spacetime and many enormous celestial objects, as well as countless strange beings. When they encountered the golden-robed Ning, they were filled with utter terror. This was merely Ning's avatar, but it carried with it the mighty aura of an entire Chaosverse. This was why Lords of Chaos were so terrifying and why Ayer was so desperate to become one. A single glance from them was enough to suppress and kill an Omega Autarch. The difference in power was simply too great. There are a total of 9 Chaosverses, and they are the largest of celestial objects here. The others are all much smaller. Countless celestial objects, scattered throughout the infinite void, and spacetime here is completely chaotic. The golden-robed Ning began to understand. It's just too large, and every single spacetime continuum is different. I could spend 10 million chaos cycles exploring without being able to fully investigate the entire infinite void. The infinite void is also changing constantly. There's no point in even trying. My homeland and the enormous Chaosverses. Where did they come from? If he wasn't able to investigate the entire infinite void, he wanted to at least understand his own past and the source of the Chaosverses. Whoosh! Ning stared off into the distance. The enormous Chaosverse that was his home was within his field of vision, as was another vast Chaosverse. Chaosverses were so enormous that they loomed large from even incredible distances. Reverse. Ning willed time to flow backwards. Rumble. Time quickly came to a halt and began to reverse, displaying the countless scenes that had occurred in the past. This sort of temporal inversion technique generally required very little energy. In the 3 realms, even weak immortals and fiendgods were capable of using such a technique. However, he was applying the technique to an absolutely enormous region which covered 2 Chaosverses, resulting in a similarly tremendous expenditure of energy. His own energies were rapidly depleted, but the prime energies of his Chaosverse sent more and more to him. This was another reason why Chaos Lords were so incredible. They could unleash as much power as they wanted. So long as they didn't unleash more power than their Chaosverses would naturally regenerate, they essentially had access to truly unlimited energy. Their Chaosverses would also draw upon energy from the infinite void at an incredible rate. Faster, faster. I want to see more. The golden-robed Ning stared towards the two Chaosverses as time continued to reverse. Boom! Suddenly, Ning saw those two distant Chaosverses explode. Eh? Ning immediately halted the temporal inversion. It wasn't an actual explosion. Time continued to slowly flow forwards, allowing Ning to view everything clearly. The actual scene was of countless different streams of matter and energy slowly coming together to form an enormous Chaosverse. So the Chaosverses were actually formed by countless amounts of matter and energy coming together? Ning nodded. This made sense. He continued the temporal inversion. Eh? Suddenly, Ning noticed something special. The matter and energy which had exploded outwards came together to form many celestial objects of various size, with the 9 Chaosverses being the largest. So all matter actually came from that direction over there? Ning immediately turned his gaze to the location where all this matter had come from. Time inverted at the point where he focused his gaze, staring at the place where all this matter had come from. Once, long ago, a single absolutely enormous landmass had existed across an incredibly wide area within the infinite void. This landmass was absolutely, inconceivably sized. It vastly surpassed any Chaosverse. What an enormous landmass! Is this where everything came from? The golden-robed Ning immediately began to move closer to that region. Ah, he's discovered it. The thin, horned man atop that levitating boulder watched from afar. When Ning began to move towards the location where that landmass had been, the horned man's heart clenched. He then immediately began to warp over there as well. When Ning arrived at the location of the vast landmass, time began to reverse once more. The scenes of what had once occurred within that vast landmass began to replay in front of Ning. This world had been far vaster than any Chaosverse, and it also held far more living beings within it, including countless living beings and countless races. How lively! Ning watched the lives of those countless beings being replayed before him. Boom! Suddenly, the vast landmass began to crack apart. You traitors! Traitors! A towering, black-robed emperor, who emanated an aura of incredible power, was surrounded by over 100 figures of tremendous might. These figures all had different appearances, including both humans and beasts, and their blows were filled with incredible strength. Traitors? You enslaved us. Should all of our hard work been meant for nothing save to serve as your eternal slaves? Ha ha! You thought that the seal you placed on our true souls would enable you to control us unto our deaths. You fool! In the end, you are nothing more than this continent's will incarnate. You are no true cultivator. You have no idea how formidable Omega Autarchs are. We escaped your control long ago. We simply put on an act and bided our time. We've been waiting for so long. While Brother Heavencloud poured all his effort into creating this grand Armageddon formation to deal with you, although Ning didn't understand what the experts of this era were saying, through watching the battle he was able to tell what level the 100+ experts were at, as well as the black-robed Emperor's level. What? Ning was shocked by the battle occurring before him. The attackers are all Omega Autarchs. There were a total of 129 experts attacking the black-robed Emperor, and all of them were Omega Autarchs. They had joined together into an incredibly complex formation. Even though Ning was also an Omega Autarch, he felt that he was incapable of truly understanding it. He had the vague feeling that it had probably been created by someone who had reached Omega Autarchy via the Tao of Formations. This was why the formation was able to allow over 100 Omega Autarchs to fuse their energies together perfectly. How can there be this many Omega Autarchs? Ning was rather stunned. Although each blow from that black-robed Emperor is filled with awesome power, he's actually at a lower level of insight than them. He doesn't seem to be an Omega autarch. He's at a lower level, yet can contend with 129 of them by himself. Whoosh! A second figure warped through spacetime and appeared next to Ning. It was the horned, azure-robed man. You? Ning glanced at him. This is our first time actually meeting, I believe. The horned man smiled. I am Alphen of the Sith Chaosverse. Ning blinked. He suddenly realized that his Chaosverse didn't have a name yet. There were 9 of them, after all. It wouldn't be appropriate to keep calling the Chaosverse. What name should he choose for it? Ning thought back to his homeland, of the many living beings who had struggled within the Chaosverse to clamber upwards on the path of cultivation. So many forerunners had helped clear the way, cutting their way through thistles and thorns as they blazed a path through the wilderness. Their efforts had finally culminated in Ning's success, allowing their Chaosverse to enter a new stage of development. Desolate Chaosverse, Ji Ning. Ning looked at the horned man. Desolate, Ji Ning? The horned man murmured softly. Why have you come here? Ning felt nothing but ill will towards this horned man, and so he came straight to the point. The horned man pointed at the scene of the great battle which had occurred in the past. In this era, the vast landmass before us ended up being destroyed by the battle we are now watching. After breaking apart, its energy and its matter ended up forming many celestial objects within the infinite void, with the largest being our 9 Chaosverses. Ning simply listened. That black-robed emperor was the continent's will incarnate. Its quintessence was far more powerful than those in our Chaosverses, and as a result it reached a level of such power that it actually gained true sentience, the horned man said. The will of the landmass governed itself and all of the living beings with it. Once a cultivator succeeded in the downmerge and broke through to become an eternal emperor, it would set down a seal upon that cultivator's true soul, which allowed it to take full control over that cultivator's life and death. Since it was nothing more than a psychic being which arose from the prime essences, it only understood the various eternal Omega Daos. It didn't understand what an autarch Omega Dao was. However, it had the power of the entire continent behind it, and so it remained invincible. More and more living beings arose within this continent. Omega autarchs eventually began to rise, but even after reaching Omega autarchy they were still unable to extricate themselves from that seal. 1, 2, 3. More and more Omega autarchs began to appear. Finally, an incredibly powerful Omega autarch managed to devise a method to solve the seal, and he secretly passed it over to the other Omega autarchs. Ning continued to listen silently. Look, that's him over there. The horned man pointed towards a white-haired man who was amongst the attackers. His name was Grand Sovereign Crimson Wind, and he was one of 9 Grand Sovereigns under the command of that black-robed emperor, who was responsible for helping the emperor manage the entire landmass. He was the one who solved the seal. Later, the Omega Autarch of formations known as Heavencloud managed to develop an absolutely terrifying formation, the Grand Armageddon Formation. The horned man pointed at another man who was bald. He was the black-robed emperor's sentinel for the 7th universe. 7th universe? Ning suddenly said. You might not have noticed yet, but that landmass actually has a total of 32 universes circling around it. Each of them is roughly on par with our own Chaosverses in size, the horned man said. Ning said, You know quite a lot. Ha. I've inverted time to watch the history of this era before us on many an occasion. I've even learned their language, the horned man chuckled. By now, I'm familiar with all of these Omega autarchs and their backgrounds. I even know how they each rose to power and what they experienced. I can't help but sigh. The end result of that battle was the maddened emperor destroying the entire landmass and causing all of the Omega autarchs to die with him. Ning saw it as well. That final, great explosion. It had claimed the lives of that terrifying psychic being and all 129 Omega autarchs. In fact, all the living beings on that landmass had died, while the 32 universes orbiting it had been annihilated as well. It had been an absolutely enormous explosion. The entire infinite void had been wiped clean of all life thanks to that explosion. As Ning listened to the horned man speak, he continued to watch the temporal inversion and see the history of this land. The great landmass had been around for far too long. As Ning continued to watch backwards, he gradually began to learn and understand its language, and he also began to grow familiar with the deceased Omega Autarchs. For example, the black-robed Emperor's sentinel for the 19th universe had been named Autarch Cloudsoar. He had also been an Autarch of the Omega Sword Dao. The black-robed Emperor's sentinel for the 3rd universe, Autarch Yin-Yang, had been an incomparably muscular old bull whose body was completely black. The various experts all had their own areas of expertise. Thankfully, in my homeland the will of the quintessence simply acts on instinct, rather than gaining a sense of self and thus becoming a true living being. The more Ning saw, the more frightened he became. All living beings on that continent had been slaves to the black-robed Emperor, unable to extricate themselves until the day of the final battle. Time continued to flow backwards to the earliest days before life had even arisen. There, the temporal inversion came to a halt. It was impossible to go backwards any farther. You've reached the end. Time can no longer move backwards, the horned man said. Ning nodded. All the images before him vanished, and the space in front of him went back to normal. Eh? Ning stared in front of him, only to see that a universe had appeared in the location where that vast landmass had been. The universe was slowly draining energy and matter from the surrounding area. Clearly, it was still in the growing phase and had yet to truly form. Swish! The golden-robed Ning took a step forwards, appearing before that universe. Ji Ning! The horned man's heart clenched as he immediately followed from behind. Ning's god sense instantly swept out to enter the slowly forming universe. Inside, he saw nothing but raw chaos. There was no life within it at all. How odd. The old era ended long ago, while the other chaos verses have all been formed. This one, however, has not. Everything is possible within the infinite void, the horned man said. It is developing quite slowly, Ning said with a smile. Judging from what I saw when I inverted time, this place must have begun to accumulate matter ever since that great explosion had occurred. However, despite all that time having passed, it still can't even come close to comparing to our chaos verses. In my homeland, generally speaking, the slower something grows, the more terrifying it will become when it finally matures. The horned man's heart trembled, but his face remained calm. Oh, I'm not lying to you, Ning smiled. Indeed, the legends of Neza had him in his mother's womb for 3 years and 6 months before being born. Ning's own daughter, Bright Moon, had been in the womb for 5 years and 2 months before emerging. I have the feeling that this universe is taking shape far too slowly, and it is located exactly where the original landmass was. Ning chuckled. It might grow to become even more powerful than our chaos verses. Ning was connecting all the dots together. Impossible. That landmass completely blew apart. Most of its matter came to form our 9 chaos verses. The remaining amount of matter couldn't possibly form a stronger universe, the horned man said confidently. Makes sense. Ning glanced at the horned man, then drew a North Moon sword from his back. Clink. The sword sliced through the infinite void, radiating a sharp light as it chopped down at the slowly growing universe. Stop that! The horned man immediately reached out, his arm expanding tremendously as he blocked Ning's sword light. The two attacks collided. The horned man's robes tore apart, revealing a skinny but incomparably tough right arm which was completely undamaged. What are you doing, Ji Ning? The horned man asked angrily. Destroying it, of course, Ning said. It is a perfectly fine universe which poses no threat to us at all. Why are you going to destroy it? The horned man asked. At first, I was just curious about it, since it was located where the original landmass was and grew very slowly. As I said, in own homeland, the slower something develops, the more powerful it becomes. But when you kept on rebutting what I said, I had the feeling that something was wrong. I thought I'd give it a try, and as I thought, you moved to block me. Ning chuckled. The horned man instantly felt regret upon hearing this. He wanted Ning to feel that this was nothing more than an ordinary universe, but instead he had put Ning on his guard. It must be remembered that Ning's avatar had exited his chaos verse filled with suspicion towards anything and everything which could be a threat to it. He had the feeling that this small universe was rather unusual. Testing it out was a very normal reaction. For the horned man to stop him meant that something was afoot. If the horned man didn't stop him, well, destroying a celestial object which held no life didn't really matter. Whoosh! The golden-robed Ning once more charged towards that chaos-verse, chopping out with his divine sword. "Don't! I'll tell you the secret," the horned man called out hurriedly while blocking. "I discovered this by accident over many years of observation. If any other Chaos Lords arise in the future, don't tell them this secret. This universe is very unique in many ways. Although it isn't that large, it is quite marvelous. Let me explain." No amount of honeyed words could dissuade Ning. "Break!" Ning's eyes flickered with destructive light. He manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, each of his hands holding onto a North Moon sword. Sword light flashed in an utterly indomitable manner as he summoned the vast power of his entire Chaosverse. The horned man grew quite desperate. Dark North was an Omega Autarch of the sword, the most offensive type of Omega Autarch. Alphen would be able to withstand Ning's attack, but there was no way he could completely negate it and prevent any of it from harming the small universe. Gwar! The horned man suddenly changed form, becoming an incomparably vast and muscular black bull. Beneath the bull's hooves appeared the enormous diagram of a yin-yang. "It is you, the sentinel for the third universe, Autarch yin-yang?" Ning recognized this form. So the horned man was actually one of the 129 Omega Autarchs who had surrounded and assaulted the black-robed emperor. "You didn't die?" The bull had clearly died in the images Ning had seen during the temporal inversion. Ning instantly realized that a grand secret had to be connected to this. "Damn it!" The old black bull grew even more panicked and angry. "So long as I'm here, you can forget about destroying it." Boom! 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 The golden-robed Ning began to battle against the old black bull next to that new universe. The shock waves from this battle blasted out in every direction. The old black bull had been alive since the ancient era, and his body had been tempered and forged to become the most terrifying machine war beast possible. As for Ning, he was an Omega Autarch of the sword, well-suited to combat and slaughter. More importantly, he wasn't trying to attack the black bull. He was trying to destroy the universe. The Sith Chaos Lord had been willing to reveal his identity in order to protect that universe, which made Ning all the more aware of its importance. "Don't destroy it. It will bring many benefits." The Black Bull tried to dissuade Ning. "Break for me." Ning continued to launch berserk attacks. He poured an enormous amount of energy into his North Moon swords. Now that they had been reforged, they had a function akin to the steel of mountains and rivers, allowing him to unleash desperation attacks of tremendous power. The old black bull suddenly felt a sense of danger which caused him to blanch. He had been the one to give Ayer the steel of mountains and rivers. Now it was coming back to bite him. Boom! 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 6 absolutely horrifying streaks of destructive sword light pierced through the void. The old black bull was unable to completely block them, and so he could do nothing but watch in agony. 5 streaks of sword light tore into that universe. The universe was quite weak and not yet fully formed. This desperation attack from a Lord of Chaos caused its incomplete quintessence to be completely torn apart, resulting in the universe shuddering and beginning to crumble. "And no!" The old black howled angrily. He returned to his first, azure-robed form and stared at the scene before him in despair. "Why? Why did you have to destroy it?" The horned man stared at Ning. "I don't care how marvelous it will become in the future. Now that I've destroyed it, it will never pose a threat," Ning said. "There's no need for you to say too many things to me. I won't trust you no matter what you say. Who knows if you are telling the truth or not? The only thing I know is that I will destroy any and all threats to my home. That way, there won't be another senseless war in the future. I'm satisfied with being a Lord of Chaos. I don't have any ambition of invading other Chaos verses and conquering them. All I want to do is safeguard my own home." After speaking, Ning turned and departed. The horned man stared as the golden-robed Ning left, filled with utter agony. Back within the Sith Chaosverse, his true body was holding onto a stone tablet which had the words world and set on them. During the last era we failed at the very end. The entire landmass was destroyed, but I was lucky enough to acquire the deceased Emperor's world-setter steel. I hid a fragment of my true soul within it, and as a result I managed to survive. I was delivered into a Chaosverse and ended up becoming its Lord of Chaos. The Horned Bull was in a state of utter agony. Once that growing universe became truly complete, it could become one with the world-setter steel. When that happened, I would have a chance of ascending to... It's gone. It's all gone. The Horned Man gradually began to calm down. What was done was done. There was no way to reverse it. Perhaps I was being too stubborn. I am a Lord of Chaos and completely invincible in the infinite void. Why do I have to become even more powerful? The Horned Man gradually came to his senses. He had been enslaved for so long during the previous era that he had an almost maniacal desire to become stronger, to stand at the top and rule others so that none would ever rule him again. But this was a new era, an era that was different from the previous era. When Ning destroyed that budding universe, it meant that the old landmass would never be reborn. He had lost his chance. But as a result, he was now truly free. I'm free now. There's nothing left to fight over. The Horned Man began to fly back towards his own Chaosverse. No ambition. Only wishes to safeguard his own home. Desolate. Jining? A Chaos Lord like him is decent company. Ning's golden-robed avatar established an estate within the infinite void. It would permanently reside here, occasionally going out and wandering about. He couldn't guarantee that no dangers would appear, but he would do his utmost to protect his home. Within the desolate Chaosverse, the white-robed Ning stood there within empty space, flanked by Autarch Bolin and Autarch Akong. Come back, brother Titanos. Ning smiled. Instantly, countless specks of light began to appear. Ning was virtually omnipotent within his own Chaosverse. He had been able to see everything within Autarch Titanos' true soul, and thus he was able to remake it out of the void and call it back. An old man with two fleshy antennae on his head slowly began to appear. What just happened to me? Autarch Titanos stared at Ning, Akong, and Bolin in shock. Dark North, Wyu. Didn't I die? Wasn't my true soul devoured? Calm down, Bolin laughed. Wait a while, Akong said. Ning smiled as well. Give me just a few moments, brother Titanos. As he spoke, countless flecks of light began to assemble next to him yet again. This time they resolved into Autarch Mog. Next came Autarch Stone Rule and Autarch Skyfeeder. After that came the refined, relaxed Autarch Awakener, and last came the ancient-looking Autarch Entropos. All 8 Autarchs had been gathered together. The 8 Autarchs who had arisen within the desolate Chaosverse had finally been reunited. This is Dark North. Autarch Bolin made the introductions, a smile on his face. He trained in the Omega Sword Dao and used it to reach Omega Autarchy, binding our entire Chaosverse to himself. As a result, he was able to bring you all back. Brother Dark North? Autarch Entropos stared at Ning, wide-eyed. Autarch Awakener felt rather curious, as he felt a close connection between himself and Ning. Actually, it can be said that Autarch Awakener helped guide me on my path. Ning laughed. They began to chat amongst themselves. All of them were amazed at the twists and turns of fate. They had died, and yet they were now back. The guidance which Autarch Awakener has provided to Ning had been critically important. Without his guidance, Ning probably wouldn't have been able to understand the eternal Omega Sword Dao. And now, after becoming a Lord of Chaos, Ning was able to revive Autarch Awakener. It was all so interesting. Gentlemen, far too many of our hegemons and emperors have died during the 2 wars we fought. They fought to the death for the sake of our entire Chaosverse. I have to bring them all back as well. Ning laughed. Boom! The entire Chaosverse seemed to tremble. What just happened to me? Didn't I die? Where am I? Hegemons and emperors began to come back to life throughout the Chaosverse, all of them rather stunned. Their final memories were of the moments before their deaths. Ning had viewed the past of this entire Chaosverse and knew each and every hegemon and emperor. He revived everyone who had died in battle, including the ones he recognized such as his own disciple, Green Bamboo Yang. He also revived some of the friends he had encountered when wandering the Chaosverse after failing his downmerge. Many powerful experts had all been brought back. Dark North. Will such a large-scale resurrection be bad for this Chaosverse? Autarch Titanos asked. Don't worry, Ning laughed. Even after being revived, they remain a part of the Chaosverse. The actual amount of energy which has been permanently lost due to the revival process is quite low. For example, reviving the 6 of you cost roughly the amount of energy a single autarch contains within him. Reviving all these hegemons and emperors didn't cost too much at all. I can handle it with ease. It really mattered very little. Ayer's death alone had granted their Chaosverse more than 100 autarchs worth of power. After chatting with the 8 autarchs, Ning departed and went back to the 3 realms. Ning's emotions towards the 3 realms were the deepest of all. Nuwa, Subhuti, Methreya, Kwafu, Crazy G. All of them had received mental messages from Ning. They were his old friends, and now all of them were standing by his side. Return to us. With but a thought, Ning brought back the 3 realms of old. Countless specks of light began to gather, resulting in countless figures emerging within it. These were the immortals and fiendgods of the 3 realms who had died in the end war against Old Man Yuan and the Seamless Gate, as well as those who had died even earlier. Taoist 3 purities, Lord Tathagata the Buddha, Buddha Jueming, Suiren, Shinnong, Fushi, Lord Everwood, Senior Apprentice Brother Hui, Gonggong, Taoist 3 lives, countless immortals and fiendgods were brought back to life. Many friends were reunited. Tathagata, Methreya, Ananda, these old friends of the Buddhist Sangha all gathered together. As for the Taoist way, 3 purities, Taofather Carefree, Lu Dongbin, and the others all gathered together as well, with those who had survived the end war narrating what had happened afterwards. Too many people, too many stories. All of them had been brought back to life. Junior Apprentice Brother. Hui held Chang'e by the hand, walking over to stand before Ning. Thank you. Haha. Eldest Apprentice Brother. Spend some time chatting with my sister-in-law. Don't waste any time on me. Ning laughed. Master. Ning walked over to Taoist 3 lives, who looked rather hesitant even though the big yellow bear next to him nodded encouragingly. Taoist 3 lives was normally a very straightforward and heroic figure, but when he spoke to Subhuti and his other old friends he quickly learned just how incredible Ji Ning was. Ji Ning was someone completely omnipotent, capable of controlling life and death, and able to link past, present, and future together. And Ji Ning was his disciple? Although he was nominally Ning's master, this was their first time actually meeting each other. Hi there, Dark North. Taoist 3 lives said rather hesitantly. This was their first meeting, and the two didn't really share the relationship which a master and disciple should. This was something which took time. Ning didn't try to force things. He turned, staring off into the distance. All the immortals and fiendgods of the 3 realms had been brought back to life. They were all reunited now, sharing their stories with each other. It would be years before things calmed down. Ning immediately retreated, vanishing without a trace. Ning arrived back at the Black-White College of Stillwater Province, located within the Xianxia major world of the 3 realms. Since Ning had remade the entire 3 realms with his will alone, the Xianxia was currently devoid of life. Senior Apprentice Sister. Ning walked over to the Dao Debate Palace of the Black-White College. He had left her for last. She was going to be revived by herself. Come back to me, Senior Apprentice Sister. Countless specks of light began to appear. They appeared unspeakably beautiful and graceful, and they gathered together into the form of the young, black-robed Yue. As more and more true soul fragments gathered, life appeared within Yue's eyes. She stared at Ning, who looked back into the eyes of his senior apprentice sister Yue. The white-robed Ning and the black-robed Yue simply stared at each other in silence. As the final piece of her true soul fragment returned, Yue regained all of her memories and she began to emit the aura of true life. Junior apprentice brother? Yue couldn't believe it. Her final memories were of the war-torn Three Realms and her death at the hands of the God King. Senior apprentice sister. Ning stepped forward, gently taking his wife into his arms. He simply held her, inhaling into her hair and smelling her sweet fragrance. This scent had become a dusty memory that had lain dormant for many years. Ning felt intoxicated by it. He had trained and fought and bled for so long, but it was all worth it. This single instant, it surpassed all of eternity. Yue hugged Ning back. She was still rather confused. Her memories had jumped from her death in the Three Realms War to the present day. She didn't know what Ning had experienced, but she knew that Ning must have made many sacrifices in order to bring her back to life. Finally Ning released Yue, but he continued to hold her by the hand. He pointed at the area around them. Senior apprentice sister, remember this? Of course I do. This is the Dao Debate Palace. We had a little competition here and you lost. Yue teased. Suddenly, she couldn't help but ask, Junior apprentice brother, can you tell me what has happened? Let's sit down and talk it over. Ning pulled Yue over to sit down atop a dais before the Dao Debate Palace, then began to explain. During that battle, you were killed by the God King. Ning talked for a long time. He narrated the end of the war for the Three Realms, his journey to the Badlands territory, his abduction by Hegemon Brightshore, and even his adventure into that other verse. He explained how he came to understand the Omega Sword Dao and then used it to become a Dao Lord of the first step, second step. He told of his adventures in the Terror Star Sea, of how he fought to acquire a Void Sea Jade Seal within the Waveshift realm, of his battles against Archons of the Sacred Cities, and even him acquiring the Flamewing God and then begging Autarch Titanos to bring her back to life. I was heartbroken when I failed in that attempt. Ning pointed towards an area up ahead. I got completely drunk. Right over there. I fell asleep on the snow. With but a thought, Ning caused snow to flutter down around them. Ning and Yue gazed at the beautiful snowscape, while Ning said with a smile, it's actually quite odd. I was heartbroken, which is why the snow fell. But now when I see the snow, I feel very happy. Yue didn't say anything. She just tightly held onto Ning's hand. She herself felt heart-aching pain ever since Ning had begun his tale. Ning continued to narrate his story. Afterwards, I attempted the Dao merge. Unfortunately, I failed. He explained of his hunt for Nuwa, his meeting with the 5 autarchs, and how he had gone into the Scythians to save the Paragon of Pills. He told of how he had found the 5 truncheon chapters within that hidden world, and in the end managed to complete the Void Everlasting technique which gave him an imperishable true soul. He told her of how he had become an Omega Emperor, and of the war which the Sith had unleashed. We won that final battle. I broke through and took the final step on my path. Ning smiled as he looked at Yue. We won, and so everything I wanted became real. All my old friends came back to life. And of course so did you. Yue looked at Ning. She truly couldn't imagine how Ning could have experienced so many things since her death in the Three Realms. It had been just a blink of an eye for her. She felt pained at all he had suffered. Look, Ning pointed forwards. In front of the Dao Debate Palace, a plum blossom suddenly emerged from the fallen snow, releasing its sweet fragrance as it bloomed. In my past life on Earth, there was a saying in my homeland. Only after enduring the bone-chilling cold shall you smell the fragrance of the plum blossom. Ning laughed loudly. I've endured the bone-chilling cold. Now, I finally can smell the fragrance of the plum blossom. As he spoke, he pressed his nose against Yue's face and gave her a sniff, then said in an absolutely shameless manner, plum blossom. It smells so good. The plum blossoms continued to emerge from the snow before the Dao Debate Palace. As for Ning and Yue, they continued to sit there atop the dais. They had so many stories to share with each other, including stories of their daughter. Ning had many things he wanted to tell her, and Yue wanted to hear them all. The Three Realms. A great banquet, the likes of which had never been seen before, was being hosted here on this day. Lord of Chaos Ji Ning, also known as Autarch Dark North, was personally hosting this banquet. The 8 autarchs and countless hegemons and emperors who had fought in the war had all been teleported here by Ning to take part in this feast. This was also a victory feast for them, after having won the war. Ning was seated at the highest position, while his wife Yue was next to him. To each side of them were the 8 autarchs. Below them, there was no further division of rank. It was a veritable sea of hegemons and emperors. As for Subhuti, Nuwa, Bright Moon, and the other leaders of the 3 realms, they had a section all their own. Many major powers used this banquet to discuss the Tao with each other, and there was much merrymaking and rejoicing. Many of the cultivators brought painters, musicians, and other talented entertainers to spread joy amongst each other. I never imagined that this day would come, Bodhisattva said with a smile. And I never would have thought that I'd have a disciple like Autarch Dark North. I never even taught him. Taoist 3 Lives roared happily while drinking some wine. Okay, now you are just blatantly showing off, Crimson Bright remarked. So what if I am? Taoist 3 Lives mock glared at him. Hui and Chang'e were seated together. Hui no longer looked like the quiet, forlorn woodcutter of old. His spirit and bravado had been aroused once more. On the other side were Azure Bamboo Yang Tsuting and Hegemon Dawnclear, who were together again. The first pair belonged to the 3 Realms Alliance, while the second pair included Ning's personal disciple. They were all seated close to each other, and both duos smiled and nodded at each other. So you are Bright Shore? I heard you actually abducted Autarch Dark North long ago. By now, Hegemon Brightshore was a famous man. There were many hegemons and emperors who wished to befriend him. He chortled, "Haha. Yes, I have to say I was lucky. Who would have thought that when I swallowed that batch of cultivators, I would end up abducting the man who would become Autarch Dark North. Haha. It was luck. Luck. I'm telling you guys, me and Dark North are like brothers. I could tell from the very first moment I saw him that he was something special." Nine Dust was busy bragging to the other hegemons and emperors. The Paragon of Pills and her big brother were together, beaming happily as they took part in the feast. When their gazes met with Ning's, both sides raised their goblets in toasts. It was a truly grand celebration with oceans of food and drink. The Immortals and Fiendgods all made merry in this truly unprecedented gathering, while the major powers who put on performances did their utmost to please. Ning and Yue sat up high, staring down at the many cultivators below them. Ning saw his father Ji Chuan, his mother Yuchi Snow, his daughter Ji Bright Moon, and her Tao companion Stonepool. He saw Uncle White, Autumn Leaf, Little Qing, and many other friends from his earliest days. He saw all the immortals and fiend gods of the 3 realms, and the countless major powers he had encountered on his path. Alphen, Sith. Ning silently shook his head. What's the point of fighting? Being strong enough to protect those we care about is enough. Ning turned, his gaze intersecting with Yue's. I want to kiss you, Ning said. There's too many people here. Yue was shocked. No way, no way. Wait for the feast to be over. Don't be afraid. Your husband is the Lord of Chaos. So long as I will it, they won't see a thing. Ning lowered his head, burying himself in Yue's lips.